Getting obnoxious. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. It's time to break down our lower bracket final. It's Optic versus FPX. We got big brain analyzers over here, okay? So we're going to use every wrinkle that is in our brains to really talk about this one. Listen, okay, I'm not saying that I have x-rays of your brains, but I might, okay?
I got about 2 wrinkles trying to desperately rub themselves together.
Actually, that is accurate. That's very accurate. You know, it just looks really smooth, like an egg. In any case, though, first, let's actually talk about our defending champs, Optic Gaming. And look, you know, what can you say about this team that hasn't already been said before? You know, just Optic tings, right? I mean, Sideshow, this is a team that we have seen a lot in NA that has had success after success. Even though they haven't won a domestic championship, this team still slaps.
Yeah, they are. They're a fantastic roster. They're a star-studded roster, and they can rotate around who carries in each game. They've been exceptionally successful, our most successful team of the last 12 months.
Biggest thing as well to prepare for this matchup is that they haven't gone up against EMEA a lot of the times. And the times that they have gone up against them, guess what? The zeros, they're not for EMEA, baby. They're for NA. That's the zeros. That's the donuts. That's the egg, if you will. And 0-3 against Meg, 0-2 against Ascend, 0-2 against Guild. Does that repeat itself? We love a good curse on the desk.
The hopium is that you can only go up from 0.
Okay.
There's only one way to go.
Either you stay or you go up.
Oh, you're so right.
The wrinkles, it was the brain wrinkles, man. I had them. Bro, you think about the clutches that we saw in the Optic series yesterday, and they were non-existent. For as much as they have crashes, as they have Marv, as they have Victors, these guys who just have these magical moments. They weren't there. You see it on your screen. They just did not have the same clutch performance. You know, Marv with the ice in the veins and the and then whatever. Like, it just wasn't there. Right? It was not there. And when you think about FPX, Xiao single-handedly was winning them situations like that where, like, he shouldn't have been able to get away with it.
Yeah. And the mad part is, to me, that this team actually does have exceptional clutch players on the squad. I mean, Crashies is nasty in these situations. A lot of the time, Marv is usually cold with it, but they just haven't been finding those moments against the other best teams in the world at this tournament. Whereas Xiao has, over and over again, he's been the man there.
And if you think about Debai and the performance he had yesterday against Optic, like if Xiao can do half of what Debai did against Optic, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried because there's not just one clutch factor on the side of FPX, but now that Sugetsu's joined the roster again, there's 2 clutch factors. I don't even know where to begin. It sounds like I'm favoring FPX a lot, but that's because I put Optic on such a high echelon and I turn around and I expect them to win. If they're going to win, they have to overcome one of the best form EMEA teams we have left in the tournament. So when I say it like that, I'm referencing the fact that this is the best you're going to get. If Optic win, they deserve to win the whole tournament.
I love how you guys just came with like stats and stuff like that, but I'm just like, cuz, you know, I just like that.
You asked us for the brain wrinkles, man.
That's
so
it. No, thank you. I appreciate brain wrinkles, even Josh's. All right, now, look, FPX, they've been overcoming obstacles every which way, all right? And they couldn't make it to Reykjavik with the lineup. But look, they came here missing players as well, and despite a couple losses, you know, hey, man, they ain't doing half bad. They're kind of hanging in there, Doug. It's been pretty impressive thus far.
Hey, I feel like we've watched them level up. Like, we're going through the different stages of Super Saiyans, and I think we're at, like, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. Like, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 2.
Getsu? Is that?
Getsu.
Oh,
bro,
my
get
God.
that with the hair. That's got to be
We have a Photoshop guy in the back. Let's make it.
Yeah,
we gotta
absolutely.
make that happen.
So I want to take a look at this, though, because this is early round, right? So you're looking at pistol rounds, bonus rounds here. And so both teams have been winning the same amount of pistol rounds in the playoffs. This is since Sugetsu joined the team, last 3 matches. Look at the bonus round wins, though. FPX have been winning 80% of their bonus rounds. I've never seen that. They're insane in those rounds. So their overall chance to go 3-0 at the beginning of a half is a coin flip. Whereas for Optic, it's 13%. They just don't carry that momentum forwards in the same way because they've also tripped up losing the second round where Optic win the pistol, but then they fall flat afterwards. But these bonus rounds from FPX have just been gorgeous. And to me, one of the biggest, if not the biggest reason that they beat Fnatic, because they just clocked up 8 rounds in a row against them at the beginning of both halves.
It's funny that you say that because in the pistol of Fracture even, I looked over and I was like, oh, it's over. In the pistol, I said the very first round, I was like, this series is over because they had a plan from the pistol from the get-go. The moment the barrier dropped, everything was over for Fnatic. Because FPX had such a clear plan as to how to attack and how to defend, I was like, that's it. Wow, that's how you win those rounds.
Yeah. So just think about that from FPX's point of view. If they win the pistol, they're going to go on a streak.
Yep.
And then maybe they'll have the clutches to close out some of those close rounds too. So it is going to be a challenge here for Optic despite their awesome tenure.
Yeah, look, I think it's safe to say, right, that each team has, they have their pros and cons. But for FPX, though, they are, my goodness, they're looking very, very good. And Optic should be very, very afraid. And Bala actually wants to break down a round from FPX on Fracture. He's over at the telestrator wall. What's going on, Bala?
What's up, GB? Yeah, we got more brain wrinkles over here, and as the crowd trickles in and we get a little hype for this match, I want to take a look at a strategic element from a map that I think will be really important in this series, Fracture, and also shows the philosophy for FTX, just in general, about how they think about map control. So Fracture, a 4-lane map, and they try to control every single one. We saw Zipan put down his drone at Dish, and then Sugetsu and Artist combine to throw this molly. They get the orb on the other side as well that he just put up, and then as well, Artist gets set up with his op on an entire lane. So let's look now at the entire screen from Angel's point of view. Every single lane is covered. They had the Boombot, they already controlled Arcade, they've got the trademark paired up with the orb as well that Sugetsu can watch very well, and then the remaining 2 players over here are going to try to contain Halls. So that's like not necessarily something that other teams think is successful. He throws the one way and then Shao goes for the Prowler, and you can see the distance that is so difficult to get through this one way, especially with Shao containing with the Prowler. They don't necessarily challenge in every single round, but you can see how difficult it is with the paranoia and more utility that could come from Zipan rotating over from Dish really fast. And so while Fnatic doesn't challenge in this round, I want to show you guys a clip from a game or from a round where they did.
It looks like there might be an idea of a faster play here, Tom. Maybe feeling that energy here and translating it. We're going to have an A contest right away. Alphair wins it, but Shao comes back. He's got 3. Nobody steps foot in A main without this man's permission.
And you can see how difficult it is to actually get through that specific Hall's position with the one-way, with the Prowler, with Shao being so good at the roll. And there's so many variations as well. This one's very quiet, but look at this hop from Shao. Look at the smoke that Angel throws as well. And Fnatic just says, okay, we don't want any of this. And what it does is it nets you like full map control, right? You can't challenge Arcade at the beginning with the Viper wall that's there and the orb on the other side at Tree. That's maybe the only place on the map that you can. So this is really difficult to make it through. And I think as Optic, who plays a Neon comp on this, it'll be really interesting to see how the two clash together. So as we prepare for this series, Fracture could be a big part of it, but you could also see so many themes in how FPX like to control the map from Angel's perspective, the IGL of the team. It's going to be a really, really good series, guys.
Thank you so much, Bala, for that breakdown. And yeah, I mean, one, just awesome to see how, someone like Shao can command that, but also, just a great breakdown overall.
The setup was great on the play, but also, I mean, come on, he's intelligent, he's good looking, he's funny. Bala just, he really does.
Why don't you just marry him?
I mean, we're a duo.
Oh, okay.
It's as close as you get to marriage.
I guess that's how it works.
Esports marriage.
Esports marriage. Now, look, these teams, right? They both have a lot of firepower, but we wanted to focus on our 2 featured players for this game. Of course, it's El Diablo versus the waterbender himself, Artist. And Jess, I'm excited for this game because I feel like Artist is, even though he told me he felt like he played like dog water yesterday, I thought he was still pulling up some real great plays, and Ye has just been great.
I mean, it's hard when you're being overshadowed by the likes of Sugetsu and Shao and everything to really take the limelight. There were a couple of moments where he had huge impact on the match, so he shouldn't be so hard on himself. But Ye was one of the only players in the entire server. In fact, in the entire server, he dropped the biggest kills, the highest amount of kills, and they still lost. And they lost by quite a margin as well. So that goes to show that Ye was the only level of consistency throughout that matchup, and he needs to bring that, as well as everyone else bringing back that performance we know of the Optic players to do. So I think between Ye and Artist, at the moment, they're the star players.
For as much as Ye struggled at the beginning of the tournament too, remember the narrative around him was like, where's Ye? Yeah. What's happened to Ye? He's not the cornerstone that he once was, and he has obviously righted the ship. Righted? But sure, we're gonna go with that. But he needs to continue, and it needs to be by committee.
He is playing well when it comes to the playoffs, but also if you dial back even further, our original narrative was, is he going to be cementing himself as the best player in the world. And actually, Artis has been the most consistent and the best chamber that we've had at the event. So now you get to see the direct head-to-head between the two.
Yeah, well, speaking of Artis, we actually did get an opportunity to chat with him. He spoke with us about the FPX fan base and his take on facing Optic in the lower bracket finals. Let's actually go ahead and take a look.
I'm feeling happy about going to the finals, or semi-lower finals, whatever you call it. It's expected for us, to be honest. I think we're so good that we should be here. I expect the same in Champions as well, so let's just take one game at a time and see what happens. Hearing the fans didn't really help us because we don't have that many, so we had a lot of Fnatic fans. Obviously, we just wanted to make them a little bit sad today. We need a few more events under our belt before we get like a hardcore fan base.
I think Artis might have just played this one perfectly. He's even spotted him as he looks to make his way through. It was a clutch that was needed, a Red Bull one at that.
I mean, our mentality is just go into each game and just see how it goes. I think they've been looking good, but I don't know. I don't feel like they're the Optic of the past. So I think they're still good. Don't get me wrong, but I think there's weakness in the game. All I can say is Optic, good luck, and hopefully El Diablo doesn't farm us. I think there's a lot more to show from us, to be honest. I don't think there's any other team that can stand up to us if we're playing our best.
Yeah, I just got to say, there's something, I just love Artis. I had a chance to speak with him for like first time one-on-one yesterday. That dude is just hilarious. Everyone should be a fan of Artis.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
The problem is you need subtitles in real life.
That's true, and I try not to get close because he's twice, almost 3 times as tall as me, so it's a real bad time for me if I get in, you know, direct contention. So
3 times as tall, like 3 Jesses with a big coat on would be Artis.
Would be Artis. That's like, you stood next to him, you understand the kind of, you know,
actually, now I just want to see 3 Jesses stacked on top of each other as
I'll
she
go to the
tries
cinema soon. You guys can come and we'll see how it works.
His Artis. All right. Well, look, moving on, though. Another anticipated matchup that we're looking forward to seeing is Optic's Iceman himself versus FPX's Super Saiyan Sugetsu. And this is an interesting one, Sideshow, because Sugetsu has been on fire. And Marv?
Well, Marv has been fantastic.
Yes.
But in the playoffs, it feels like he stepped off the gas just a little bit. But I know he's got more to give. And these are the playoff stats between the two. And to me, that's the only fair way to compare them because Sugetsu's only been here for playoffs.
Yeah.
And you can see that as soon as Sugetsu got into the team, he has been hammering his opponents. Marv has always been one of those players that you look to. And Jess, you said before, as maybe one of the best players in the world. And I think Sugetsu's out here to challenge that.
Well, and the interesting thing is you go back to Reykjavik and you think Marv didn't look great in this first series, but after that first series, he was on fire. And there was no touching him, whereas, Josh, I think you're right here. He has slowed down. It has not been the same consistent performance that we saw out of him in Iceland.
Biggest thing to remember as well is that Marv took on like the Nats-esque lurking vibe that we saw in 2021. He came into 2022, made it it's sort of his own. Mid to late round, it was really hard to get around Marv in the way that he was able to manipulate the map. A lot of teams have crunched down on that and said, oh, we know you like to hit mid, we know you like to hit the lurk. That's something we're always watching for now. I think about Mind Freak, for example, was like, I know what you like to do, and good night. It was just over and over. That's the kind of thing that I think is limiting Marv. He doesn't have the freedom to move like he's used to.
He might find it. He might
find
at
it.
any point he can find it
That's
again.
true.
Yeah, it is very possible, without a doubt, that Marv, and I have no doubt, right? I mean, given just how consistent this man was in the group stages, it would be a shocker to believe that coming into this matchup, he wouldn't find that same level of success again.
It'd break my heart because you guys are probably sick of hearing me say that I think he's one of the best players in the world. I do truly think he is in contention, and he's not even a duelist, and I really want to put him up there. So if he doesn't perform today, it'll break my heart just on a personal level because I love to see players shine like that are that consistent for that long.
All right, well, we can continue to talk about this until the cows come home, but we got to take a quick commercial break. All right, our coverage of Masters Copenhagen is going to continue in just a minute. We're going to talk more games. Don't worry about it, people. We'll see you guys in a few.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. feeling obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Before we get into today's match, we do want to give a huge special shout out and thank you to all of the artists that contributed to the soundtrack for this event. Of course, you know, look, we don't phone it in, all right, with this library of music or, you know, put the game's menu music, even though it is really nice. That's not good enough for this show. These are very talented musicians, and you should, of course, go and check out their work. Jess, what's been some of your favorites?
Actually, one of my favorite artists isn't listed there.
No
I
way.
Think I think he's shown up to the event today as well, actually. It's actually John Locke and Boaster. That was one of my favorite hits so far. So the fact that shout out to you, Boaster. You've done a great job with that single. I'll be putting that on my repeat, that's for sure.
On loop
Yeah.
on Spotify. You know?
He's always got a future career in that if he wants to go for it. But so does Ardis. That's what I
That
want
was a good
to
one.
That's true. Check in with Ardis at any point in the comms, please, and we'll see what he's up to today.
I mean,
what songs he's singing.
We really need the Boaster Artist collab. Like
Oh.
that's a bop right there.
That's it. That's where we're going. All roads lead to the Boaster Artist collab. All right, well, earlier in the show, we actually asked you guys, you know, a question. We asked if you think Optic is going to repeat history. And the results are in. Let's see. What do we have here? No!
Oh! God damn!
Jess, your heart, how does it feel?
I mean, look, I've said that Optic, you know, should be in the finals. I expected that. That's something that I just didn't expect this result.
Yeah,
Honestly, I'm out of words. I didn't expect it to be this.
I also think the crowd are favoring FPX and PaperX from what I've heard.
Okay.
From the reactions I've heard in the crowd, it does feel like they're rooting for the EU and the fun.
All right.
I just think people are jaded. We've never seen a repeat win. So people just have trust issues now where they refuse to believe in anyone, that they don't want to tie their hearts to anyone.
Yeah.
I respect
Trust
that
issues.
logic the most. That's the most logical one. I like that.
All right, people have trust issues. That's what we learned here today. All right, folks, well, we need to wrap up the pre-show and get to the main event. Yinsu's going to take the captain's chair, bringing you the best-of-5 series between Optic and FPX. VALORANT Masters Copenhagen starts right now, baby.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
A lot of teams get to the top and then think that they'll stay there forever.
Yay, outnumbered. And it's not gonna happen.
Optic, we're going to be the ones with the throne.
FPX have done it! They finally bested their EMEA opponents!
We haven't beaten a European team yet, but I think we've proven ourselves over and over again.
What a play!
I mean, I'm outperforming El Diablo, so
What? Ardis finds one, but he'll land the shot!
I don't think they've been looking as good as they have been.
We don't really talk about or think about what happened in the past. We just kind of try to stay ahead, the game that's ahead.
The thing that's going to take us to the finals is the individual skill. All of us can just carry a game at any moment.
The terrifying truth about FPX is they have hit their peak in this tournament.
We have not seen FPX at our full potential.
The green wall does not relent.
You want to play? Let's play.
Woo! Let's go, guys. I heard there wasn't enough EMEA representation in here. Where the EMEA fans are? Woo!
You're calling to the wrong crowd. You need to be riling up the Optic fans. I'm sure there are droves out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them either. You know, I know that Optic, they're coming into this off the back of a loss, whereas FPX on the back of a win, but We know they're here to defend their title. And I know the poll, a lot of people don't think they're going to repeat that history, but I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm in the park of maybe we do see the first ever back-to-back champion. What do we think?
I think you want it to be true, and so you're trying to manifest it. I think that's what a lot of this is. But the fact of the matter remains, they have two huge hurdles to overcome in front of them. And for FPX, they've just been, the momentum is simply building.
Oh,
it is building and building and building in the low bracket. That's what's happening right now. First major title.
You waited 2 years to say that. You've actually waited for 2 years to say that. But luckily for you guys, we don't have to wait any longer because it's time for us to reveal the champion stage here at Masters Copenhagen. Take it away.
Pay for X. FPS. Optic.
I'm never not going to be impressed by that, but I do want to, now we're looking at the stage, I want to circle back to a point that Ardis made yesterday in his post-match interview. He said, Optic, they have more experience than us on stage. They've done this before. They've been in the losers bracket before. Maybe that gives them a slight edge in some way. Do you guys feel that? Do you think it could be down to the experience diff today?
I think that could make a considerable difference. Yeah, again, you have to remember they walked into this tournament without having their full roster. You had to adjust that, and they seem to have gotten back on track, but experience really does have a factor in this. This is not something insignificant.
No, absolutely not, especially when you're on stage. You look across, of course, is going to be yelling a couple of insults back and forth, maybe some hand gestures going on. But that's the kind of thing that you have to be used to as a player as well. You have to be able to zone it all out and zone in on the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come down to a lot of what's going to happen with the maps, of course. It's a best of 5. We could see 5 maps happening between these two. Let's have a look at the map review. And Saisha, why do you hope so? Why do you want 5 maps here?
Because both of these teams share maps that they are excellent at, or they've been able to get awesome wins at so far too. And I think that the bans are going to be targeted. Neither of these teams have a perma-ban currently. They have some that they like to more often, but they're going to try and take out the best for their opponents, and I think that's what Optic's done there.
I love that as well, because I wasn't sure, do they stick with that Icebox ban that they've been hammering home after that first loss, or do they go to something that targets FPX? And you're right there, Josh. They've gone with that, and what follows is Breeze.
I also think Optic have been a little touchy when it comes to Ascent, right? You think about earlier in the year, they were very good. It's kind of gone by the wayside since on the side of FPX banning out Breeze. Now, sure, that's not Optic's strongest map, but the Vector on the Jet does make people feel some type of way.
It definitely does, and they haven't lost it since that finals. So we're going to start things out on Split. It's going to be a kind of structured, focused approach for FPX, something strategic to warm us up and get us into the game, but there'll be flashiness for sure as well.
I mean, after what happened yesterday on Split, off the side of FPX, Chet and FNS have footage. They know what to expect going into this.
That's what I'm thinking this is here, is like you have so many rounds to just pour over there, and there's no time to be able to change a lot of those things either, outside of the fact that FPX changed the KJ, which now you know. You also probably know if they go back to the Cypher, the cam placements, but well, this is what I mean. If Optic are not going to ban it, and if I was FPX, I would turn around and go, you've banned this a lot, this event. You clearly wanted to avoid it. How about we pick into it and see why you wanted to avoid it?
I think this is a trap. You I think this is a trap.
I don't think they've been saving.
I think both teams are spotty at Icebox, to be honest. Like, at least this I mean, they don't have very many reps on him. Neither of them have a win on it, so they're.
Also, at the end of the day, when you're playing a BO5, your bans get that out of the way, and you've got to be able to win 3 out of 5 of the rest of the maps anyway.
Exactly.
Does it matter which order they come in? Kind of, because there's a psychological component that goes into it and some momentum in the series. But at the end of the day, you've still got to be able to win on 3 of these maps. And I think Icebox is going to be hotly contested territory.
Well,
as is Bind a
I was
little bit.
going to say, not as hot as Bind.
FPX looks so much better on that map against Fnatic than I was expecting. But Optic have just looked world-class for so long.
You also got to remember, I know PaperX changed their composition. There's a bit of a disclaimer about that, but they did beat one of the best teams in the world on their main map of Bind just the other day. So I think that's an opportunity for us to say that they are pretty good on Bind, at least with recency bias.
Well, we got 2 maps left. Of course, there's no second round of bans, so we're going to see Fracture and Haven no matter what. But my question is, after seeing the first 3 maps, Doug, do you think we will see Fracture and Haven?
Yeah, I really do. I think so. Given the order of how things have come through, now we see Fracture's the 4th of the 5. I would not be shocked to see us go the distance, to see us go all 5 maps. I think map number 3 is a toss-up. Map number 2 is a toss-up. Optic historically are the kings on Fracture, and it's looked touchy this tournament too. Like, I don't know that I look at any of these maps and I go, I know who's going to win that one.
Now, that's the crazy thing, really, isn't it? Because both of these teams have traded back and forth. They have great maps that they share, like Fracture, and then there's wonkier maps. And honestly, teams have also had multiple comps to prep for and stuff like that too. I think at the end of the day, you look at this pool, it doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, favor one team over the other, but it means that form is going to be so important. Which players turn up? Do they have the momentum throughout a series? Do they have that ability to sustain themselves once you get deep in map 4, map 5, and the playbook gets stretched?
I want to go back to the opening of this series because, again, we're starting off on split, and FPX are starting on defense. Remember, that's the lead that they threw last night against Fnatic. It was an 8-4 lead. They looked really good. And then they went to the statistically favored side, and they weren't able to pull it off. So I really do think FPX need to start off strong on this first half because Optic in the second half should win that out. This is a very key opening half to this series.
It was a tactical throw, in my opinion. We needed an overtime, and they gave it to us, and I'm thankful for that. We are going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere because after this, Optic and FPX will be taking the stage.
Acting like shit and obnoxious. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com. Acting like shit and obnoxious. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. It's time to find out which squad will be taking on PaperX for a Masters title tomorrow. Let's give a massive welcome to Optic Gaming and Fun Plus Phoenix.
Crash shoes. Zyklon. Victor. Shell. Finesse. Angel. Yay. Artist. Marv. Sugetsu. Check. Doom Bros.
Optic have a huge opportunity to defend their Masters title here, but they have to take down FPX first. They've never beaten an EMEA team before, and my question to you guys is, will the curse be broken today?
Today is a battle of that curse against the script, against history, honestly. Because Optic know that they can make it to a finals like this, but they just have never been able to take even a map from a European team.
Note that he didn't answer the question. You asked him straight up, and he dodged it. He dodged it so
broken
hard.
today, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Ooh!
I agree.
There is just simply no world in which FPX are winning this game 3-0. It's just not going to happen. The teams are too close, they're playing too well, and the map pool is too similar. I just can't see it.
I'm going to counter that with the curse of Sideshow. Because your curse is arguably stronger than any of the other curse out there.
No.
So, I mean, by that metric, Jess, I think FPX have a great chance.
I'm just going to have to remove myself from all of these curses, all of these different areas that you guys are going with, and just say practically here, this is FPX's first international debut on this stage. We expected them before. They've come here and proven they should have been here before. And they're going up against champions. And if they want to be back-to-back champions, this at the very least they must overcome.
Well, I do think either way, we're going to get a colossal gigabanger. Right, watching the players walk out, I was reminded again of how every single matchup is a good one.
Oh, yeah.
Right, you think about the controller matchup, the initiator, like all of it on paper, you look down the line and you go, anybody could win, right? Like their individual roles, anybody can be better than their opponent. And when you have that kind of setup on a stage like that, in front of a crowd like that, it's gonna bang.
And I think that's why form, the individual ability for these players and what they bring today is going to be so important. And when we listen into the communication when Optic won Iceland, they were calm, they were focused. They didn't want to cheer even and get the opponents riled up. When they played this tournament so far, they've been at maximum heat. So what kind of Optic are we seeing today?
I mean, those big hitters that you're speaking of, the ones that need to step up, the ones that the crowd are cheering for, you know, Yay, Marv, Artist out there in Sugetsu, they're going to have to turn up on Split here. You know, this first map is a bit of a more even ground, as you guys have spoken of, and we've seen those guys step up. We've seen those guys be heroes for their teams, but Doug, how important do you think it's going to be for these teams to be able to take Split right off the bat?
Again, I really do feel like as you look at map 2, you look at map 3, it all kind of feels like a coin toss. It really does. So it is so important for whichever team to win the series to be able to start off on a strong foot. And again, I go back to the fact that FPX is starting on defense. last night was not that long ago, and you know you have that in the back of your mind. You ended up losing in overtime after throwing an 8-4 lead. You have to be able to start off strong. And, you know, again, to go back to the counter argument, Optic haven't looked great here. They are 2-1 on it, but 2 maps have been overtimes, and one of them was that loss. So it's not like it's a clear favorite either way.
And I think that's why Riot has decided to remove Split, because there are so many overtimes that, like, we will never go home.
Wait, why are we complaining about this?
That's true,
good
but
thing.
maybe it's because we just sit here forever. But I tell you what, one thing I want to highlight before we jump into the agent select is that change over to KJ for the side of FPX, they're not afraid to change even this late in the tournament.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here. FPX, they're known for making changes. Maybe they bring something new to a match like this, but after yesterday, they do make a change there. Shao has moved on to the Omen.
Oh, I like that. You know what? This is going to sound super biased, but some of the best Astras in the world I've seen play are the likes of APAC players. I haven't really felt like there's been super duper Astra players in the likes of NA, in the likes of EMEA. I think Marved is not as good as he is on many other controller agents. Like, I think he excels in the likes of Omen and whatnot. So for Shao to take that comfort pick, and their one-ways on Fracture have been perfect for controlling space, why not do that on Split as well? There's so many choke points.
Yeah, one of the things that they're going to be using that Viper specifically for over on the side of SPX is to create pressure over at A ramp. And that's where you're going to see battles happen between Ye and Artis. I think those are going to be mega important. As Sugetsu was on fire last time, though. He may take some of that burden.
I also want to shine a spotlight on Finesse, because when he's calling well, he just dissects Split. It seems like for whatever reason, Split is the map where you see his mid-round calling really come to fruition. And the truth is, he hasn't been as spot on in that mid-round calling. I need to see him turn it on here.
He also lets his brain play rather than his aim. And Angel likes to lean the other way. Angel loves to take these opening fights, and it just depends whether you get the Angel that's going to crush them or the Angel that's going to die first at the beginning of these rounds. That's what I mean when I'm talking about individual form. What player are you what form are you going to turn up with here today?
It's so funny that you bring that up, because we have 2 completely different leaders. Angel's like, I'll lead from the front, and he's sprinting down long somewhere trying to go for that opening engagement. And Finesse is like, I need to see everything from a bird's eye view. I need to stand back. I need to know what's going on and be there for the utility usage. But what I can say, whether it's the big brains of the team, the big brawn of the team, or just the middle ground, players that make the glue of it, this is going to be an epic matchup in Split. I do agree with Doug here. It is a must-win for one of these teams so that they don't fall behind in the sort of middle ground maps that come Icebox, etc.
I'm so glad you guys brought up the IGLs, because they're going to be going up against a head-to-head today. And speaking of the big hitters and the in-game leaders and the people we want to see, Pansy and Hypok are in the house. Woo! Over to you guys.
Hi guys, good evening sa inyong lahat. Nanggaling nga kami kanina sa conference, pero magkakas kami dito.
Ito ba kayo ako? Hindi kasi, waterproof daw kasi to, tapos paling gamitin for day 2. Yun ang sabi sa akin sa entrance. Oo! Yes!
Actually, sinabihan na namin ng bukas na buka na
Ay, may sumisigaw. Aruga!
Napalitan ko lang yung buhay ko. Dito sa input, reconnect lang ako, sandali.
Sorry guys. Auga! Ay, di mo nakamit yung mic mo? Sorry. Isa lang ba daw si Asoray sa si Dax? Guys, hindi. I mean, soulmate ko siya, pero we are two piece of a pod. Pero teka lang muna, Marv with a headshot onto Zimpa, and Shao gonna be following up. Pero si Marv handang-handa, does have the ghost. Shao gonna be backing away as he does see you pressure ngayon ng Optic. This is a really good start para sa Optic, as again, they do have everything in their sights. Medyo naglalag din ata ako. Pag bumalik si Ray, guys, papalit lang ako ng internet connection. Alright, pasalo muna. Papalit lang ako ng internet. BRB.
Pala sa'yo, Honey Cakes. Kaso, habang nawala si Honey Cakes yan, guys, tatandaan yung bracelet ni Asoray. Sinabi pa niya sa akin na pang day 2 daw. Ngayon, habang naliligo ka sa otong Pwede kasing isuot ulit yun, guys. And now, looks like the member of Optic taking down the members FPX 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Suigetsu na lang. Alam niyo ibig sabihin ng Suigetsu, guys. Sugoi desu. At mangyayari ngayon ay Yay takes down Suigetsu. Optic takes the first one. At I think we can all agree that FPX together with Optic
Testing.
ay magaling talaga sila dito sa split map Asoray. Okay na, narinig na ito.
Okay na, ay ganda. Okay, tamang-tama guys. Tama nga na nagpalit ako ng internet connection. Yan pala, kung gusto nyo maging isang online talent guys sa ganitong bagay, kung may funds kayo, double internet, isang magandang bagay yan para isell ang sarili niyo sa mga clients. Oh, why should we pick you? Because I have 2 ISP, sir. Ay, diba? Sana all. Bawat na. At ng lowest plan. Pero, it is what it is. Sorry. Let's go.
Ang laki daw ng D sa likod mo, si Deku. Ang laki-laki daw.
Siyempre, mahilig tayo sa malalaking D.
Oo, diba? Talagang, siyempre, yun ang meron. Kaso, binigay ko yan eh. Birthday gift ko yan kay Asoray. Tapos kanina binigay na ni Asoray yung birthday gift niya sa akin. Thank you. Yan. Tropa natin. Yun ang...
Yan ang tatawag natin maybe hedge. Alam mo yun? Sana all, sana owl. Tapos yung owl, si Hedwig, diba? Tapos pag in-English mo yun, maybe hedge.
Ang corny mo. Yung, alam mo yung kakonya niya, sorry, pang matalino. Yung kausap niya hindi matalino eh. Aso nga lang, si Crashies, he will be taking out RDs. And tignan mo yung roster ngayon ng Optic Asoray. It's that Fade XKO comp. So, knowing na si Crashies naka KO, isa siya sa pwede nating sabihin na pinakamagaling mag-KO talaga. Pagdating sa VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. Pero nga lang, Optic, there's just gonna be Xiao looking at them. Tires to take the top. Walang mangyayari ngayon. Kahit ba itong mga Optic matagal sila maglaro, mukhang kaya naman talaga nitong makuha. Pero, nice nade pero hindi na delay. Yung satchel kagabi, Asoray, sobrang nakakatawa. Against sa laban ng Fnatic together with FPX. Pero kasi panalo naman yung FPX eh. And Yay takes down si Angel at si Suigetsu na lang ang natitira. Marv takes him down and 2-0 nga mula sa side ng Optic.
Asoray, kanino ka lang? Kay Olivia.
Asoray, kanino ka lang?
Ay, hindi pala si Olivia, sorry. Shoutouts nga pala dyan sa mga walang vowel sa pangalan. If you know, you know.
Ay, check nyo na lang yung Twitter ko, malalaman nyo kung sino. Yan. Kala nyo, mga marites.
Alam nyo guys, si Ray Ray, sa tagal ko na, or sa tagal na naming magkaibigan, may nalaman ako sa kanya, FBI si Ray Ray. Facebook investigator. Yan. Lahat na bubungkal niyan. Kahit man 10 years ago, malalaman ni Ray Ray yan. Kaya, pag sisirosohin nyo si Ray Ray, sirosohin nyo talaga kasi lagot kayo pag hindi. Yan na lang sasabihin ko.
Ayo, kayang-kaya kong halongkatin lahat. At saka, proud historian ako. Natatandaan ko yung away namin noong July 19 at around 8:34 ng gabi. Ang pinag-awayan namin doon ay bakit hindi siya nag-update ng 2 oras. Yan yung
isang
mga...
series tayo today guys, sorry. Lower bracket finals tayo ngayon. Tomorrow na ang grand finals. Hindi naman kwentuhan na may onting casting kasi syempre kakasimula pa lang naman ng kakasimula pa lang yan. Chill pa lang tayo.
Bakit ganun nagagaling? Ang iinit ng ulo ng mga tao. Kakagaling lang namin sa concourse.
Kakagaling lang din nila sa concourse kaya gusto nila na manood lang mag-relax, Ray. Yun nga.
Kas namin sa pag-upo ng players. At ayun na nga kagasisipan. Umupo lang sa kanyang headset. Pero on the other side, seryosohin na nga natin. Ang mga taga-Optic, parating silang nakakakuha ng opportunities pagdating sa mid-pick. Pero play slow lang sila eh. Usually, try to take some good pick-offs ngayon, Asoray. And workable naman yun. Pero I think, pagdating ba dito sa split map, marami talagang advantage yung binibigay ng Fade siguro. Ayun lang. Bitin yung lineup. Pero okay lang. Kasi nakapasok pa sila kagad sa mismong B-site at 3 na lang kagad natitira sa kanila pero sayang lang kay Suigetsu. Pwede para naman kagad niya sana mabawasan ang mga miyembro ng Optic pero si Angel na lang together with Xiao who tries to pick off at least one sa miyembro nila pero nga lang Victor was able to pin where he is. Pero may pag-asa pa ata si Xiao gets the top, pops off the smoke. And FNS na lang together with Ye to actually win this. But Xiao goes for the top. May kita na nga nila kagad. Mapifigure out nila. Pero with that clutch, Xiao gets the 4 kill! At buhay pa talaga ang mundo ng FPX. Although good eco pa rin naman sa Optic. Pero let's not forget, it's Xiao we're talking about. Na ipanalo pa nga nila yun.
Sabihin ko lang ang bonus round ng Optic pag si Ye nasa bonus round niya, hindi siya pumipili ng kahit ano, pero nilang 8 bullets sa kanyang headhunter. That's how confident he is dun sa kanyang overall aim. Now si Xiao, nakita na natin siya before. Nagcast ko ng FPX with Honey Glaze, and I was very much impressed as to how Xiao's brain during clutch situations work. Talagang alam niya yung kalaban all around him. It feels like he has eyes on the back of his head and just a massive understanding of the overview of the map. And you kind of see that with how he plays. That alongside with great aim is, I think, the reason why Xiao is probably one of my favorite players dito ngayon sa Masters Copenhagen. Now, Optic, of course, they still have so much buying power, buying capabilities dito, so FPX can't really play slow whatsoever. Nice snake bite though. Ye does get away, pero still has the angle. Will try to reposition. No healers para sa Optic. So Ye is going to be playing with about 9 HP as the round continues. And now Optic decides to go elsewhere as there is the double controller ng Fun plus Phoenix that is playing on the A side. They decide otherwise, but they have to go through this mid area where the wall of Angel is still positioned as. Artis is waiting for the contact, sees the stars, and Zepan is going to have to hold this off by himself. If Optic do decide to go for it, Blade won't force Artis to throw it out. Does get suppressed, and now he's waiting. Once his teammate finds that position, Ray, he's also probably going to be helping him out. Zipan backs away smartly, and the timing from Artis as he picks up 2K. Now one more on Mail, and it seems like the delivery man will not deliver the death for Marv. Does get to pick onto Artis. Nice little Nana Swarm for Sugate to follow up. FNS will be alone here on the B side, Ray, as Xiao gets the kill. One more onto Marv. And Marv is all the way through B, but heavily tagged na siya. And this is going to be a very, very monumental task for Marv, as Xiao's timing is going to be perfect, and FPX bowing bawe 2-2.
FPX, we are paid actors at Tarik. Sorry. Ang funny ng mga pinopost ng mga tao. But anyway, it's a good start sa Optic. But then FPX, their individual styles talaga. Then Azure yung nagsisave ng araw. Pero as for Xiao, as for Ardis, great start talaga sa kanila ngayon. Pero ang daming tanong dito sa comment section. Ray, may boy best friend ka pa. Azuray, may girl best friend ka ba? Green flag daw ba ako? O red flag daw ba si Azuray? Tignan nyo nga yung Twitter ko. Malalaman nyo nga yung totoong kasagutan sa mga katanungan nyo. Tigil-tigilan nyo kaming dalawa. Ayan. Kala daw nila, chikahan lang daw pala dito sa Tagalog. Nagkakas naman tayo. Bakit chikahan pa rin?
Yung sabi na yung chikahan lang daw yung Tagalog sa Tagalog broadcast. English pa rin yung casting. Sorry guys ha.
Okay, mag-alala. Tinuturuan pa natin mag-Tagalog sa Asumay.
Yun nga eh. Kasi nung lumabas ako sa aking magulang, ang pinanood nila sa akin, hindi siniskwela ko, hindi...
Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig. Blues Clues naman, grabe ha. Sorry ha.
Yung may anger management issues si Peppa Pig. Yung nagdadabog. Kaya pala si Azuray may road rage.
Uy! Quiet ka, huy. Bite ko dito. Road rage.
Nireveal si Azuray. Baka mapagalitan mo, message ako ni Azuray. Sorry, akin. Kaso kala ko siya, tignan mo nag-lurk na. Naging part na siya ng Optic ngayon. Naamoy yan nakakagad si FNS. Ang tagal mo masyado, sabi niya, uunahan na naman kita. Ayoko dagdagan yung mga pangalan ni Xiao kasi ayoko mawalan ng trabaho. Pero wala na kagad oras para maklatch pa to ni Ye. Masyadong malayo. At kahit ginamit yung 2D Force, hindi naman siya naging impact mula sa round na to. And finally, FPX gets that 1-round lead na against Optic.
And again, nung pinag-usapan natin to, Ray, ang dami nagsasabi ng Optic mananalo dito. But you know what? I've been feeling Fun plus Phoenix. They have the ability talaga to be even more consistent than Optic Gaming. I'll say it. Optic are incredible, yes. But this is the lower bracket finals. Both of these teams are going to be incredible. But I feel like Fun Plus just has that extra little bit of spice para sila maka-one-up. Still, it is very early. Again, dun sa mga nagtatanong dito, guys, this is a best of 5. Kaya we're still getting started with everything naman. So if ever whoever loses this, it's still the beginning. It's day one. It's gonna be fun, guys. Hintay lang tayo ng onte. Again, we still have, we're already looking at Split. We got Icebox, Bind, Fracture, and Haven lined up para sa inyo. And we are just waiting for this timeout to get out of it na. Optic already actually quite early sa kanilang pag-call ng ng timeout. But if you think about it, even though it is 2-3, it's already Fun plus Phoenix have gotten 3 rounds in a row. So a bit of trying to stop yung momentum ng Fun plus with a nice little timeout, as well as trying to reconfigure kung saan ang offense ng Optic will try to begin. The problem for Optic, I think, is they've been using Ye as yung kanilang initiator or entry fragger for the most part, where Victor has been getting shut down more times than not. And what's kind of problematic ngayon para sa Optic is masyado silang tumitingin sa isang direction, while Fun plus Phoenix's timing against that is really good. And one big example of it is Artis with that double triple kill on mid with the flash. And I don't think Optic was really looking or was very much aware of that. Wondering kung siguro medyo na-narrow sightlines dito ang Optic, or nata-timing lang sila ng Fun plus, but they definitely need to adjust to that.
Adjustments ng Optic, pero I think too late pa kung biglang it's too late already against Optic or against Fun plus Phoenix kung ngayon pa lang aayusin ng Optic ang gusto nilang opportunities para sa team na to. At kita mo naman si Arnis pinaka-audition. There's the trade as Crash. He tries to take down 2. Pero nga lang, the fact that they're undermanned, I think it's kind of too late. Meron pa naman atang pag-asa when it's Marv we're talking about. They're still gonna be continuing with that plant. And buti na lang kapag kailangan mo si Marv, hindi talaga siya nawawala ngayon sa Optic side. Pero let's not forget, si Zipan, he still takes down 1. He can pop off the showstopper and finally put on a stop na naman sa side ng Optic. But as the post plant is in, mukhang magiging tagpuan pa ata ni Zipan Twins. Because of that, he'll be able to grab also that showstopper. And after that pressure, wala siya showstopper. Sabi ni Suigetsu, tara, para matrade kita kung sakasakaling hindi mo mapipin down ang kalaban natin. And now, FPX, such good rounds coming in from them. The fact that they're winning 4 consecutive rounds na against Optic, this can be a big FPX win sa mapang to.
And this is why you like to use the Raze talaga on Split. The utility that she provides para kay Zipan dito. You see that nade throw on elbow that actually forced out, I think, FNS to feel to peek out sa Heaven because he was afraid of getting tagged by the nade itself. He was also trying to maybe hide Crashies. So baka pag-double up sila position nila, but Zipan was just so ready for the peek out and he was kind of expecting it then. So really good ability from Zipan to force out positions from the defenders, and it really just kind of hurts Optic altogether. Now that being said, Optic will be forcing themselves to play a little bit weaker on the buys. Kita mo ngayon medyo not so good, but I will say na even though this isn't a full buy para sa Optic, their Guardian play with Crashies is marvelous. Victor has been a little bit slow on the slower end of this one, but if he does get an orb or a kill, this is going to be huge because now he'll have access to that showstopper of his double up from Zipan. Oh, the double swing. This could be good. Nightfall agad para na makapag-push dito ang mga attackers. And there is the double nano swarm keeping them in line. Optic just is being demolished by Fun Plus. As now the defense at the back of the side, Sugetsu hits another one. That Hot is going to be the final resting place para kay Sugetsu, but FNS cannot push through without getting spotted whatsoever. Matitira na si Crashies. He's on by his lonesome. He throws the blade. Now they know where he is. Xiao, kaboom. Oh, okay, nag-miss, pero Artis picks it up.
Ang hirap nito This might be a possible 2-0 Azurai if FPX wins this map. And remember, Optic is very good sa split map nila. Pero nung marami din silang nakatapat na teams, parang hindi nag-work itong double initiator nila. Well, paano nga ba kasi minsan maka-counter mo yung mga double initiators ng ayong kalaban? Well, kita nyo naman yung lineup ng FPX. Omen, X Viper. Di ba usually kasi dito, Azrai, ano yan? Viper X Astra. Yun, sorry ano yung mga controller eh. Sorry akin. Pero, sa tingin ko, lugi kasi yung Optic na Astra yung kanilang controller. Hindi na ako fan ni Astra dito sa split. Especially if kalaban mo FPX. Naku, ang dali lang diktahan pa si Marv sa kanyang Astra. At ngayon, nakapasok nga lang.
Zipan!
Between Zipan together with Victor, pero naabutan pa siya kasi kagad. But now Angel takes down the swing. Tapos nga lang, kahit may sabay nga kagad na lockdown, baka maipit na nga kagad ang mga miyembro ng Optic. Pero nga lang, kapag si Ye ay buhay, may artist naman ang kabilang grupo. It's gonna be a 2v2 FNS. We'll be able to see si Angge. At yun na nga nakita natin, Angel para rather. At it's up to Xiao. Pero it's Xiao we're talking about. Asoray, meron pa siyang paranoia. At ang mga stars, kinapit ata nila dito kung nasaan si Xiao. But now as he starts to go for a defuse, Marv will try to pick him out kahit sinabayan siya ng paranoia. Na top naman din kasi kung nasaan. It's planted for him. And Optic finally takes that round once again. But still, kind of expensive dahil nga nakita mo naman na marami pa rin frag ang nakuha ng FPX against them.
Grabe, what a fly swatter para sa nila. But as I mentioned nga, Ray, Showstopper definitely gives a lot of force dito para sa Optic or any actually both of these teams to make things happen, diba? And you do see yung adjustment agad ng Fun Plus. And it also gives what's kind of good about this one then is if you think about it, not really a lot of people would be willing to fight against Marv kasi they don't wanna lose their lives so quickly. They might not be able to get the trade. And what this allows is nakita mo yung how do you say this? Yung preemptive na pag-activate ng utility ni Fun Plus. So Marv has already forced the nano swarms. Pag inintay nila onti yun, that's gonna allow Optic a little bit more leeway to get into the B side kasi wala na silang iintindihin ng nano swarm or yung alarm bot kasi inactivate na lahat ni Marv. And since Marv was double satchering, again guys, if your opponent is gonna nano swarm you, if you're just a little bit higher than yung on the ground, whether you're satchel or updrafted, you don't get damage from that nano swarm. So it's really good para kay Marv because all of these tiny bits of things allow Optic to get that round in their hands. Sorry, medyo na miss ko lang na mag-in-depth sa Valorant kasi for the past couple of days, ibang bang-bang ang kinakas namin ni Ray Ray. Bang-bang mobile.
Ako yung nag-i-in-depth na kayo. Ikaw nga muna dito. Well, si Asoray kasi, marami naman siya input, pero feel ko pagdating na, ako yung madaming dinadaldal eh. At dito, dami ko sabi din dun eh. Kaso dito, mas marami siyang sinasabi. O, diba? Totoo naman. Tama. May kanya-kanya namin forte sa game knowledge. Dito, mas malamang lang talaga si Asoray. Mas active pag gano'n sa akin. Ang for unrated lang, press brut lang eh. Kaso, syempre, siya kasi nanggaling siya sa English. Pinanganak siya may English siya mukha. Pero
wow.
Totoo naman. Pero ngayon, alam niyo yung ugali niya. So, nahawa na siya sa akin. Nakakaawa na nga siya. Nahawa siya sa akin. Dapat hindi ganun eh. Natatakot ko sa pinaggagawa niya. Nagsusungit. Ginagaya yung ugali ko. Pero nga, FNS goes for a plant. Nakita na lang agad. What a good timing. Wala sa side ng
Ulay na ball!
So, it gets through to get with artists. Sila pala nag-handle and it's up to FNS ang ginagawa niya. Ba't kayo nagsisiksikan dyan? Social distancing naman. Kaya tayo baka may posibilidad na magkaroon na naman ng lockdown dito sa Pilipinas. And now Sui gets to text him out. Grabe, yung team player. Alam mo, minsan lang mag-compliment na naman ng mga killjoy dito sa split. Pero si Sui gets so kahapon pa yun, palong-palo. Tapos si Ardis, mas perfect na yung kanyang KO ngayon.
So, what you're saying is, so Xiao distancing. Story time guys. Magtatanong, anong rank ng mga casters? Sa akin, Diamond 3 to Ascendant 1 ko na yung sa akin. Ayun lang. Para
Ako
at least, pwede pa rin yun. Kasi kung,
Diamond 1.
ayan, kasi isipin mo, ang percentage ng mga players na nakaabot ng Platinum, I think it's like 15 ata. 15-20%. Tapos pag Diamond 3 to above to pa-immortal na, parang 10%, 5% na lang ata. Parang ganun ng player base.
Sabi dito ni Carl Lorenzo, wala kang jet may na nag-i-smoke daw para sa... Ay! Di mo sure! Name it all! Type ng agent, sabihin niya, turo niya lang. Meron tayo, hindi tayo naubusan sa bahay na to. Ako pa hinamon nyo, ha?
Yan si Victor.
So, si Victor buhay pa. Victor magtanggol. Hindi nga lang nag-connect si Pan. Takes optic out. Speedrun lang to sa FPX, ha? Parang paper Rex, ha? Ay, kaya pa sila maglalaban. Ayaw na nila na optic. Para may X parate. Paper Rex. FPX. Oh, diba?
Galing, labanan ng mga exes, no?
Ay, pass na ako sa mga X.
If ever pala, sorry, go lang.
Ano yan?
Sabihin ko lang, if ever manalo dito ang FPX, ang Fun Plus, never pa nila nakalaban ng Paper Rex during Masters. Ang nakalaban ng PRX a couple of days ago was Optic. And that ended into a 2-1 in favor of Paper Rex.
Oh. So, feel ko, kanina pinag-usapan nga namin ni Asaray, do you really think na, sabi ko, I'm really confident na ang PPX talaga makukuha nila tong Masters. Pares kami nag-agree ni Asaray. Yun lang yung isang bagay na ina-agreehan namin dalawa. Na, pananalong PPX. No bias, no bias. I think they're just really hot right now. Hindi lang kasi, it's not just about the Jing or X Forsaken anymore It's all about Benkai, Mind Freak, together nga ng, sino ba isa? With Davai, ayan. Si Davai na galing sa Davao. At si Yay, sinamahan nga ng emo, Nightfall pala, Nightingale. Ardis, nga lang, yung spike na iwan yung launchback, yung Veto box na pinaglulutuan usually ni Asuray. Ang apat na lang kagad natitira, tatlo pala rather.
Wow.
And now Xiao has that good angle to take down FNS. And it's up to Victor together with Marv. Pero sobrang difficult to para sa kanila dahil nakatingin na lang kagad sa kanila si Ardis, ang mga natitirang miyembro ng FNS.
Nice.
Pero dito pala, tapos ang ihip ng hangin pero hinampas ng paint shots si Victor at si Marv na lang kagad natitira. Meron pa naman siyang between pero ginamit na nga lang niya to somehow block the vision but then he needs to run into the site already dahil 9 seconds na lang at mapaplant nga niya to. Ang tanong lang is makaklatch niya ba o hindi?
Stars para kay Marv. Isa. Okay, that's gonna give him a little bit of leeway dito sa Heaven, pero it's a 3 versus 1. Kaya niya ba na i-line up lahat? No, Zipan goes above with the satchels. Not gonna escape. And Sugetsu finalizes it. No chance for Marv. Kung mayroon tayong Marvel, si Marv nag-fell. And that is gonna boost Fun Plus Phoenix to 8-3 as they're looking for one more round here in the first half, Ray. Optic, may prayer pa sila. Do they have any options? Kasi tignan mo ang mga kills on their end. The highest is si Yay with 8. That is not looking good when we're already halfway there. All of the things that Optic are trying to do, counter dito ng Fun Plus Phoenix. But again, guys, this map at the base of it, very heavily favoring ang defender side. But I will say again, na medyo... I mean, this could be still a comeback para sa Optic. Like, even a 9-3 is very comebackable when Optic do get that pistol round. Especially, again, medyo, napaka-advantageous ng defense. What a bait play. Loving that.
Pero, Asuray, I think para sana, baka FPX ito all the way. Pagdating sa first map. Kasi kapag Optic na shutdown sila, shutdown talaga. Sobrang rare lang na makita mo na nakakabawi sila sa mga gipit na sitwasyon, katulad ng round difference. Ganito din nangyari sa kanila last time when PPX went up against them. May unti pa namang naiipit ngayon, but there's just a trade mula kay Crashes together with Ardis. Ang importante nga lang is to get many frags as much as possible. And looks like Optic is still on the form, but then it's Xiao. We're talking about sa mismong B-side. He takes down FNS, mag-iibang ihip ng hangin, pero kailangan lang niya magpakadisiplina. 1-2! Sinasabi ko sa inyo, it's Xiao we're talking about. And Fun plus Phoenix still gets this round 9-3 against Optic. Ang next na lang na tanong, is it going to be a curse or not? Pero tignan mo, kahit 1 kill lang si Angel, 7 assist naman siya. Ibig sabihin, ang dami pa rin niyang binibigay na space para sa kanyang mga teammates kahit nasa defending side sila.
Natalino din nun. That smoke made them think na Xiao was probably at the back of the site or something. And kita mo yung pag-clear dito ni FNS, not really expecting Xiao to be there. And speaking of the Omen player ng Fun Plus, 17 kills para kay Xiao compared to any other player ng Fun Plus ngayon. He really is the controller extraordinaire ng Fun Plus. Actually, Xiao, I believe, has done multiple things. But anyways, multiple things. We're going to go to the panel to discuss multiple things here in this first half.
Superstar player in Xiao, who just seems unkillable, untouchable, 350 ACS, 17 kills in 12 rounds.
And the kicker is he somehow always finds himself as the last alive. Right? Like, if he goes down first, okay, maybe Optic have a chance. But for whatever reason, Xiao is constantly one of the last ones alive, and you just don't count him out.
And the great thing is that every time they wanted to hit a side, somehow, some way, Xiao knew. Xiao was like, oh, you're going to hit B now? Oh, I'm on B. You want to hit A? I've got an operator waiting for you. I have every single answer that is needed to be able to capitalize. And the multi-kills, the spray transfers, this man is nasty.
He's filthy.
Oh, it's been like, what, 2-3 rounds that he single-handedly has won back? Josh, there was one round where you looked and went, how did they pull that back?
Yeah, that was the one that we just watched. Yeah, it was. It was Xiao getting a multi-kill over by screens. And I think one of the big problems here is that the site anchors, and that's Xiao, but also Sugetsu and Ardis, are not being pressured by utility. They're just standing their ground. They're rooted to the floor and still getting multi-kills, not being traded.
I am so worried because we've seen a great defensive half from the side of FPX. Guess what? Guess who else is defensive side? But guess who's attacking sided? FPX on this map. So they're going to go into a side that they always do really well on, and they've already done well on a weaker side that they've shown.
Well, Optic, they won the first pistol, but Pansy and Hypog, they're going to need a lot more if they want to stay in this map.
Yeah, you're certainly right.
He loved me. He gave me all his... Ay, hindi ako nakamute.
Ayan.
Ayan. He gave me... Hindi. Hindi ko naman nasabi. Hindi ko nasabi yung sa kantang yun. Karaoke ka pare. Kaso, natawa ko sa comment section. Sabi dito, NA near airport is not as the fastest engine. Ang sasama nila sa Optic.
Uy, sambol dude, grabe. Uy, si Panorth.
Sentay kasi, ang naming pinapanote niyan.
Kaya nga magaling siya sa sa analysis kasi madaming notes, 'di ba? Pa-notes.
Alam mo, bagay siya sa Mr. Clean commercial.
Kaya ito din, si grabe yan. Talaga pag mga taga sa mga British tutulis ng baba nila. Pero I mean, definition yun na.
Nanunusok ba yan?
Pero kasi sa akin kasi sobrang chubby chicks ko kaya gusto ko ng ganun sana
Hindi ka kaya chubby,
Chubby chicks yan. Mamaya tingin nyo guys, pag bumalik yung camera namin. Tech pause tayo kaya kalma lang kayo. Kita mo, tech pause gear. Uy! Guys, nga pala. Siyempre, shoutout sa atin ng Conquest ngayon kasi nagkakaroon din doon ng show match. Saka nandun din siyempre si Kiade.
De La Cruz.
Actually, nakita ko siya pero ayoko mga hassle lang tao sa pictures kaya lang.
Ganun din ako eh. Kapag kunyari may nakita kong artista somewhere, hinahayaan ko lang. Pero alam mo, speaking of artista na katabi, ito real experience to. Kilala mo si Kanata Hongo, Asoray? Search mo siya. Kanata Hongo. Kanata Hongo. Isa siyang sikat na artista sa Japan. Crush na crush ko siya. Lalong-lalo na nung high school ako.
Sa ano siya?
Shingeki
no Kyojin. Yes,
na live
tama,
action
tama.
na.
Oo,
Yeah. Si Kanata Hongo. Basta, he's known for a lot of roles sa Japan ng mga live action ng anime. Tapos, papunta kami sa Japan noong 2019 sa Tokyo. Sa ano kami? Philippine Airlines. 'Di ba sa malaking airplanes, 4 ang seats, 'di ba? Kada row, 3 rows 'yan. So, yung mommy ko, katabi niya si Kanata Hongo. Okay? Tapos, sabi ng mami ko, di naman kami naiintindihan ni Kanata Hongo eh. Sabi ng nanay ko, "Nak, ang pogi nito, di ba parang artista to?" Tapos parang ako tinignan ko, Oh! May Jafam! So, ano nangyari? Nagpalit kami ng nanay ko. Katabi ko si Kanata Hongo the whole time.
Dapat inantok, parang nag-quote-unquote inantok ka, tapos inano mo yung...
Ito nga!
Uy, yung pogi ng mga pro player na.
Ay, pogi naman nun.
Grabe talaga, si Boaster.
Ay, pero mas pogi as si...
Sabi ba yung nasa likod niya si Sined?
Oo, si Sined.
Si Sined yan, diba?
Si Sined. Kamukha mo, sorry.
Thank you. Ang saya naman nila. Parang ang sarap pumunta sa live event, diba? Na may Valorant. Tapos chill-chill lang kayo. Kasi ito guys, ito ang narealize ko na kung bakit isa sa pinaka, in a way, maganda ang venue ng European. Kasi pwede kang uminom ng kahit ano doon. Pero syempre, responsible sila. Yun. Pero tingnan mo yung mga ininom nila. Similar with CSGO. Diba? Chill na chill, tapos you're just watching, having fun with your friends. Parang ang sarap magkaroon ng ganun sa Pilipinas. Just saying.
Ay, bukas kami nga pala. Speaking of, chillings lang. Kami bukas magkakas sa conquest ng Valorant. Ako, si Dax, tsaka si Black and Blue. Si Black and Blue, ganito gagawin ko bukas, guys. Si Black and Blue tsaka si Dax, mag-i-English yan. Tapos mahikisaw-saw ako. Sasabihin ko, alam mo si Kaide lang makakaintindi ng English nyo. Magtagalog kayo. Mahalin ang sariling
Paano siya? Filipino/Japanese?
Sino?
Si Kaide.
Ay, hindi ko alam.
Oo, nag-Nihongo siya. Oo. Watashi wa anata desu ka.
Watashi wa tamago.
Watashi wa tamago.
At ayun na nga. Huy! Hindi yun. Hindi yan yun. Basta si Haruma Miura yan. Kung sino man.
Ikaw mababaliw ang tao pag may isa pang ibang Japanese na pumunta sa events natin dito eh.
Ako mababaliw ako.
Si itatago natin siya sa initials na EF. If you know, you know.
Kami ng vlog niyan eh.
Oo, meron siyang YouTube channel. No! Sorry, Boss Derek. If you know, you know.
Tapos ayun na nga, katabi ko kasi babalik ko lang. Katabi ko siya the whole time nung papunta kami ng Tokyo. Pero I kind of asked for an autograph sa tissue paper sana or a picture. I just tried, even though I know na hindi pwede. Sabi niya hindi talaga pwede. And I highly respect that. Pero sabi ko, thank you. I am a big fan. Ang pogi. Ang kinis. Basta yun lang yung masasabi ko. Kasi the whole time, kinikilig ako kasi, alam mo yung kilig na kilig ka, pero kailangan, nakatulala ka lang. Ganon. Bakal ako. Sabi ko sa sarili ko nun eh. Ayun naman, sa wakas, FPX 13-3. Kanina pa kami nagdadaldalan na gating audience namin eh.
Teka, double shot si Fizzipan. Okay, medyo problematic yun. He does get a lot of attention, sights on Optic on his eyes, and Sugetsu with a follow-up double kill already for Sugetsu here. 4 versus 3, Ray, as the round continues. Spike is getting planted, pero Victor not gonna use his nades. He's trying to flush it out. He's gonna use it for something else. Okay, medyo I think nagluloko yung audio natin. That's gonna push out Sugetsu. Here comes the pick. Yay with the double, and si Angel na lang matitira. Does have the lineups, but there's still plenty of time for all of these 3 players to start defusing the spike. Is that second snake bite gonna be enough, or Angel having to push all the way through spawn or all the way through the A site? Gonna have to be necessary para sa kanya. Marv's gonna die. Oh, timing para kay Marv! And he survives at the sliver dito, Ray. Interestingly enough.
At mahina ang Ray-Rakers ngayong gabi. Depende. Parang tanggap ko na 5 maps to eh. Bukas feel ko 3-0. Basta kung sino man kalaban ng PaperX 3-0. May nagdadabog aso. Nagugulat. Alam mo, sa CS, may time na nag-tech post ng matagal kasi nakabasag si device ng monitor.
Talaga?
Oo, alien wear ata yun. Mga nasa 35,000 pesos. So, nasapak lang naman niya na sobrang tilted niya. Kailangan niya magpalit ng monitor.
Mura lang yun para sa kanya.
Oo, 5 pesos lang.
Oo, bare lang yun.
Hinuhulaan daw nila yung EF. Hindi ko alam. Ear and foot.
Guys, if you know, you know. Alam mo na yan.
Alam nyo ba na si Asare yung he made me watch yung mga vlog niya.
Grabe, isang vlog lang yun
Uy, hindi.
Pero entertaining, di ba, panoorin?
Oo, cute.
Kasi nakikita mo yung day in the life of EF.
Ay, naka-live pala si Taylor, guys, kung gusto niya panoorin.
Naka-live si
Promote
Taylor?
ko lang.
Nag-ano ba siya? Watch party o naglalaro lang?
Naglalaro siya ng naglalaro siya ng Stray, yung cat.
Yung cat game, yes.
Oo, ang cute nun.
Did you know, guys, dun sa Stray, yung cat game na minimension namin, yung mga developers nag-raise ng fundraiser para sa mga homeless cats. Diba? You know, just a little bit lang of info.
Sorry, may sinend ako sa'yo.
Ay, teka. Tingnan natin yan.
At,
sino to?
Hindi. Pabati Super MJ. Ayun nga pala, birthday ni Super MJ ngayon. Happy birthday, MJ! Nagkita kami kanina ni MJ. Wala kami picture kasi, alam nyo ba guys, kahit nagmamanage ako ng KDM, wala man lang kaming picture na kumpleto kaming lahat. Diyos ko, yung kompletong matino yung mga mukha namin, ha? Talagang, kasi kanina sa harapan ko, sabi ni Narp, papicture ako sa idol ko si Asoray tsaka si Black and Blue. Hindi man lang nagpa-picture sa akin. Nirason pa ni Narp. Okay lang yan, dati kami may picture ni Ray Ray. Ay, Diyos ko. At ito pa sabi dito, buti nang banggit mo na yung vlogs. Akala ko iba daw yung tinutukoy mo. Nilalabas
Guys. Tagal na naman ng tech post natin 100k for Durka. Happy? Sarap siguro maging pro sa sa isang massive na esports scene. Kasi like you can always use your talents for playing. Nice, TSM. Ito pala yan, guys, Dun sa mga medyo bagong fans lang ng Riot na mga titles kagaya ng Valorant. Ever since 2010 ata, nung League of Legends pa only game ng Riot dito. Alam niyo na yung TSM, di ba? Naging chant yan. Kahit anong klaseng match, kahit wala ang TSM, dahil sa sobrang catchy ng pangalan nila, sumisigaw sila ng TSM. Pero syempre, unfortunately, walang TSM dito. Kasi, reasons. Yun lang. Umalis na lahat ng mga strong Jones ng TSM.
Sorry, tingnan mo yung mga comment section. Sabi ni Jasmer. Tapos, ano TikTok nung naka-yellow kanina pinakita? Ay, hindi ko alam eh. Sorry. Pero, si Victor Magtanggol, nababad trip na to. Sabi niya, hindi pwede ganito yung performance ko. At maraming kwento ang kailangan masaksihan sa mga pro player natin ngayon na naglalaro. Pero habang nangyayari to, habang walang sounds, Asoray, talk about the strats daw. Maya, next time.
I'm a little bit curious sana, or I'm a little bit dismayed na hindi na natin makikita ang split because it's one of the best maps, to be honest. Like, ang daming pwede mangyari sa split. Bakit bind? Bakit bind? Ang kailangan matira. Guys, sa chat, agree ba kayo? Gusto ko malaman yung isip ng chat. Guys, agree ba kayo na tinanggal ang split pero bind ititira?
Ako, ang draining lang ng matches sa bind. Kasi dapat panalo na yung team, natatalo pa. Yan lang. Diba? At saka, ang daming luging, ang daming lugi na corners sa bind eh. But, I think, na split yung tatanggalin nila. Matatanggalan na naman ng isang maliit lang na mapa. Pero ito, ano yung sir, ba't na niyuyug-yug yan? Ganun ba yun? Pag magagawin mo, may gyroscope kaya. Ayos ba pag ginanon may monitor?
Hindi, alam mo, sinasabotage niya na yung susunod kasi hindi niya pwesto ng FPX pag nanalo sila. Sinuupo yung PaperX. Jokes na.
Sa mga pinaghahandaan. Sabi din mga pare maganda sa comedy na malaki yung future na nakita ko. Sana nakita nyo rin. O wag kayo mag-alala guys dahil this coming malay na magkita-kita tayo sa Copenhagen.
Grabe, may Ray-Rakers nga.
Oh.
Tech house.
Sorry Saray.
Okay lang. Naramdaman ko na eh.
Sabi dito, maraming may favorite daw ng bind, pero dun daw parating talo si Meralcos Pratis. Pero kasi, alam mo Saray, gusto ko malaman, bakit nga ba hindi mo gusto yung pag-switch nila sa pag-alis nila sa split when it could have been bind. Ayan, i-explain ni Asaray.
Kasi napaka-counterintuitive ng bind as a map. It's very straightforward kasi compared to the other maps out there. Diba? You feel, ito yan sabihin nyo sa akin, hindi nyo naramdaman to pag naglaro kayo ng bind. Nasa defender side kayo, or nasa attacker side kayo, tapos wala kayong magawa against defender side dahil sa counter utility nila. Kahit anong gawin mo na magka-plant ka, pag may lineup na nade yan, pag may raise yung kalaban, or may molly ng Brimstone, Viper, wala kayong magagawa. Dahil sa sobrang feel nyo na nasa-suffocate kayo sa setups ng kalaban. And yeah, sige sabihin natin na may times na, or may mga games na nababypass nyo, nagkakaroon kayo ng solution. Pag alam, pero more times than not, more matches than not, alam ng kalaban paano mag-react doon. Kahit anong rank, it feels that way. So, parang there's no real way to play bind na may form of creativity. And that's why you see yung ganitong kasing composition or yung double sentinel or double controller sa bind because that's the only way that it becomes a little bit more expressive with your creativity.
Okay na yung sagot mo? +1 ka doon.
Also, guys, masayang Pearl. Need lang talaga na onting time para mas malaman ng mga players. Kasi I played competitive with Pearl before and I played a lot of Pearl during yung 2 weeks sa Unrated. And nung naglaro ako ng competitive Pearl, sabi nung kasama ko, hindi ko ba nalaro itong map to kailan? Sabi ko, go lang! Ako bala sa inyo. But anyways, back to the game.
Alam mo, gusto ko lang din talagang sabihin na, Saray, na ako hindi ko na-enjoy yung Breeze and Fracture, but Pearl, na-enjoy ko siya. Ang ano din kasi, ewan ko, para sa akin na may mataas na astigmatism tsaka mataas yung grado, okay yung kulay ng Pearl. Para sa akin, malinaw siya sa mata ko. Kaya ganyan. Kaya gusto ko siya nilalaro parate. Pero, oh no, Optic. Talagang pinapa-pick off lang sila isa-isa. It's up to Suigetsu, but oy, pwede pang pag-asa. Ma-counter ito ng FPX. Pero nga lang, Scratchy's taking down the second kill. At itong full buy dapat ng Fun plus Phoenix. Hindi na sila magpabaya. Kasi kahapon, sorry, this is just, this might be the same scenario dun sa laban nila against Fnatic. Nakahabol yung Fnatic sa kanila, di ba? Talagang nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin mula sa Fun plus Phoenix. Pero nga lang, going up against Optic, what will be their possible solution? Kasi kaya naman Zipan has been popping off earlier, but the fact that Xiao, ano nga ba yung next na magiging step up nila ngayon, knowing na nasa attacking nga sila. Pero to, konting aggressiveness lang mula sa dalawang miyembro ngayon ng Optic. Pero magbaback off sila dahil wala sila may kitang information na may sumisilip sa kanila from Fun plus Phoenix.
Oh, this is really good information garnered din by Fun Plus. Narinig na nila yung satchel, I think even double satchel para kay Victor. Actually, no, single satchel lang, flash, and more importantly, yung paint shells. So this is gonna give Fun plus Phoenix the go signal para makapag-push sa mid-side. But, oh God, Yay talaga. Headshot demon talaga si Yay talaga dito. And that's gonna give them a good fighting chance then for Optic because they've already gotten that 4-1, 4-5. Losing Xiao as well means na one of their prolific fraggers ng Fun Plus is already down and dusted. So, mangyayari dito sa Fun Plus, yep, they're gonna go for the group up na agad. They don't wanna waste yung utility na meron dito si Viper and they're gonna try to make use of what Zipan has with that nade of his. Now, si FNS does have the positioning sa plant box as he's on the corner. Does have that Spectre in hand pero Zipan hindi siya maloloko dito. He will at least check everything that is had. Oh, Victor, timing talaga. Ito, hindi ko na kung si Victor ay isa sa pinaka malas na tao sa mundo, pero parang lahat ng gusto niyang gawin, hindi nangyayari sa kanya. Granted, again, entry fragger ka, you're more times than not going to die, pero Victor just seem to not have yung good timing nga na yun para sa kanya when he tries to go for that retake.
Ay, talagang nalamangan lang din talaga sila ng Fun plus Phoenix in this round. Pero that could have been an opportunity once again sa Optic. At habang nangyari na nga to na mapapanalo na nga ng Fun plus Phoenix to, tatlo na lang before they can finally take over here in Split. Buti hindi lang ako yung nakapansin. Kasi sabi dito, true Ray, Pearl lang friendly sa mga may astigmatism. Totoo yan. Kasi nga, di ba, ang grado ng mata ko, Azuray, is I think ngayon after at least a year, magna 900 na yung grado. Or siguro 875, 850. Tapos, seryoso. Since grade 1 kasi guys, nakasalamin ako and permanent damage na siya. Ibig sabihin, magpapalisik na lang talaga ako para mabalik ng 20/20 vision yung mata ko.
Pati ka ba magpalisik? Ano ka ba? Ang tawag mo dun, viable or
case to case, pero sabi sa akin medyo manipis kasi yung yung ano ko,
yung eyeball mo.
Eyeball ko. So kung ma-computer daw ako na tao, baka bumalik lang din ulit kung na-sustain daw siya parati. So suggest sa akin, kahit kung di naman ikaw prone na mabablind, it doesn't mean naman na mabablind ka, mataas yung grado ng mata mo. Pero ito na lang, mataas talaga ang accuracy ng mga taga Fun plus Phoenix. Kaya biruin mo, Azuray, napakalaki ng tiwala nila sa isa't isa. They're able to commit that even if there were just a lot of utilities being thrown by them, by Optic. And finally, this is a round where it's really big sa Fun Plus dahil full buy ang Optic. There's just Marv trying to get the kill pero medyo mahihirapan talaga sila ngayon para makuha pa. At FNS, he will be trying to get the frag up and there's the trade-off so he gets to finishes them out. At ang Optic, hindi na nga gumalaw ang baso nila ngayon dito sa may split part. Oh, Azuray, babalik ko lang. At saka kapag yung kulay talaga hindi. Pero to, wow, was that FPX? Ay, ang ganda ng performance nila.
Keep it simple. The only thing that you have to say there's FPX, they're so aware. Sobrang alam nila kung saan sila kailangan tumingin. Diyos ko, kung ito isa na naman na tech pulse, mababaliw na ako. Pero, anyways, sobrang worry na FPX. May Ace Waters pa, Whirlpool na nga na nakita tayo dun sa gitna nung A-main. Nag-push out na sila, pero lahat sila nakatingin sa heaven nung, nasa gitna na sila ng Whirlpool na yun, ng Gravity Well nung Astra. That just means that FPX just are reading Optic like a book. Yung tipo na lahat na gusto ni Optic gawin, it's just, again, FPX just know about it. Alright, and it's not gonna be a tech pause, but rather a tactical pause, a timeout dito for Optic, and very well needed na talaga para sa kanila because everything they're throwing at Optic, sinasalo na nila, binabato pabalik sa binabato na sa Fun Plus Phoenix, sinasalo ng FPX at binabato lang sa Optic.
Talagang itong Fun Plus Phoenix I think don't ever, I think malaking tip to ng PaperX. Although magaling ang PaperX sa split ang hirap i-counter itong Fun Plus Phoenix sa ganitong mga sitwasyon. But knowing Optic nga, diba? Pag hindi sila nag-perform ng maaga, kagad sa first half, alam mo na it's just gonna be a domino effect na. And you can really see it. They're quite distracted already. No shots to make. Quite scrambled like an egg. Ang gusto nilang i-execute, and FPX is just reading them like a book. Yan din yung naging problema ng Fnatic that became a struggle, kaya sila natalo. Because hindi nila alam, paano nga ba natin magiging lista dito sa side ng FPX? But now, there's just a trade kay FNS na lang together with Ye. Nakasalalay ang round 17 na ito. Pero, huwag nyo kayang mag-audition sa harapan nyo, katulad ni Optic. Pero nga ng Zipan, alam niya kung paano gumagalaw si Ye. And it's up to FNS to make the clutch. Pero nga lang, as they run towards B side, may salisihan ngayon. Kaso, pwede pa naman sila mag-rotate ng puntang A. Kaso ngayon, na alam na nilang may manggagaling, that's gonna be the Prowler. Alam na nilang nasa B-site mismo ang katulad ni FNS. Sinabay na agad kagad ang pressure mula sa Showstopper and RD spinning off FNS. Match point na nga ang Fun Plus Phoenix ngayon.
Anong best na duelist para sa Pearl? Raze para sa akin. Raze and maybe Yoru. Ang hirap sobra kumalaban ng marunong na Yoru sa Pearl kasi he has so many mix-ups. Parang fighting game, may mix-up si Yoru. And doon pala, yan yung mga gusto kong tanong. Anong maganda? Intel or Ryzen for 50k? Hindi, Ryzen fanboy kasi ako eh. Maybe 1660 Ti tapos Ryzen 5, 50k abot na kaya yun?
Yung
Pwede. Yung pag mag-build ka ng PC, not included pa ang monitor. Yeah?
Or 1650 Super. Pwede na. Kung gusto mo lang naman to play na hindi naman ikaw sobrang heavy reliant on those hearts. Heavy reliant talaga ang Optic pagdating sa mga risky plays. Buti na lang nag-connect yung shots nila all together. Up to 3 members left. But now, it's Engel we're talking about. He gets the second frag. Magiging 3v3 na naman ngayon. Pero meron 2-4 si Ye na pwede niyang pindutin at makapitas pa. Kaso nga lang, if Angel will be able to get him, that's pretty smart sa kanila. Okay, we won't contest here anymore. We all know that we're gonna be facing up against Ye. Talagang magiging careful lang sila papuntang A-side. Sabi dito, may J daw ba na nanligaw sa akin? Ate Ray, Saraya, ano masasabi mo? Dili ka nalang mag-talk, no? Pero there's just kinda cutting off one. And speaking of, he gets it. Maiipit ngayon. Si Sui gets to together with Xiao.
Xiao pushing A-long with the bow. Oh, yay! Grabe naman po. The flick of that wrist, the bali na kanyang wrist, and Xiao's the only one to remain. 9 seconds in a dream, pero yay! Picks up the 4K! Optic with the fighting chance. 6 rounds, pero, I mean, fighting chance with that. FPX, siyempre, they still have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. The pressure is on. Can Ye lead this team? Pero grabe naman to. Woo! Triple mid push using yung kanilang Roomba, the Boombot, as a form of vacuum cleaner para makita yung mga dumi na push dun ng Fun Plus. I like the bait and switch. works out, thins down the herd ng Fun Plus. But speaking of Fun Plus, mukhang hindi nila muna gagawin yun for the moment. And are they gonna go push for the A side as they set things up? FNS does still have the haunt. Didn't use it at the start of the round. I think nag-iintay lang muna siya for contact rather than anything else so that they can use this when there is that aggressive push that they're actually maybe predicting at. Yay, being able to push all the way outside of B Garage is a really good setter dito para sa Optic because now they can start pushing in even more aggressively. And look at how Yay has already creeped up on Market either way. Can even spot out one. The timing is going to be perfect for Yay as he backs away. Damage done already. Sugetsu is waiting for Marv though. I think they're thinking that maybe Optic has overstayed their welcome on the side ng Fun Plus. But Marv has actually not gone all the way. Pero Sugetsu! Oh, he finds it. That pick from Yay might actually have been just all for naught because now they're abandoning the B site and I don't know if they're aware or afraid or whatever, pero this is a two-pronged approach from FPX and Victor and Yay. They might not be ready for this push right now, Ray.
Tapos meron pang showstopper si Victor. Pero while is currently suppressed, gagamit na nga sila ngayon ng utilities para lang ma-shutdown ng FPX. What a perfect timing! Pero si A, ADS lang! Pero buti na lang sa wakas na Angel will be able to take him down. 3v2 Crash is trying to cut off the flat. Pero nga lang may nakakita kami na pupuntaan pa nga si Xiao. And finally, after that crucial one, akala natin may pag-asa pang makahabol, pag-asa pang maka-OT siguro ang tropa natin mula sa Optic. But FunPlus Phoenix, they just keep on getting better here in this split map and finally still so the one map away against sa kamay ngayon ng mga taga-Optic in their map pick. I think, sorry, parang nahulog ata yung aso ko. Sorry, wait lang.
Sige, go lang. Grabe, ibang klase talaga ang FunPlus Phoenix dito. I mean, you gotta give it. Alam din dito ang FunPlus eh. They know that Optic is a team, especially with Marv and Yay, that like to go for that aggressive map control. Okay na yung ginawa ni Yay, ganda na. But Marv overstayed his welcome. That could have gone either way, pero Sugetsu was at least aware of the situation that was already there para sa nila. Also guys, nagpapakita namin ngayon, tingin nyo nakuha ko mga stickers sa
Asan yung binigay ko sa'yo?
Ito, syempre. Valorant kasi, Valorant. Okay, kaya may stickers ako na Valorant. Pero,
okay.
Ayan, ito na yung Weeb stickers ko.
Yan, yung mga Weeb stickers na binigay ko kay Azure. Tapos yung sa likod niya, ayan din, pinaghatian namin yan yung si Deco. Binili lang namin yan dahil doon sa likod niya si Eri. Ang cute, diba? Wala lang. Sorry guys, ang aso ko kasi bigla siyang tumalon. Hindi ko alam kung happy birthday nga pala sa aso ko na si Gohan.
Kalma lang kayo guys. May ano naman, Sage is still good on split, pero ang ayaw ko lang kasi sa Sage is ano siya eh, okay, bago tayo mag-break, ang ayaw ko lang kasi sa Sage is she's a momentary na sentinel. And if you think about it that way, pag bato mo ng slow mo, pag gamit mo ng wall mo, wala na siyang other utilities that you can use. Pero any other sentinel that's there, their utilities last for a very long time, if not the entire round, pag hindi siya na take down ng kalaban dito. And having a chamber, a more aggressive sentinel than Sage, you know, you have a lot of options to play very aggressive. Anyways, yun na nga guys, we're gonna go on a break. Let's see if game number 2 is gonna go swing the favor of Optic, or is FunPlus Phoenix gonna start riling up? This is a best of 5 guys, Nisha best of 3, so they need 3 games to win. So we'll come back after the break.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
What a fantastic start from FPX. They lead 1-0 in this best of 5 against Optic. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Sideshow, Doug, and Jess. That was Optic's map pick. This is a serious statement from FPX here.
Yeah, I think it absolutely is. At the same time, it's not necessarily about Split being the best map ever for Optic, but the manner in which they won is just dominant. Absolutely dominant. Optic won both pistols and lost the map in commanding fashion. That's only happened twice so far in the tournament. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and imagine if they didn't. What would the round count have been then? What, they win 2 rounds?
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you're kind of looking down the barrel of an absolute thrashing. Without the pistols, without the second, this is a thrashing, and you kind of have to subtract that, the round count, and turn around and go, FPX, one of their best days on this map, considering we know them to be quite an attacking-sided team on this map recently.
It was Michael on the desk. The guy's very intelligent. He doesn't miss very often. I can personally attest to the fact that Hypoc doesn't miss. On the desk, he said, this feels like a must-win for FPX. And bro, it was not close.
No.
Right? Like Xiao, you see his plays on your screen right now. Like he took over at many points in the first half, and come second half, he didn't have to do much else.
Yeah, I know that all of the focus is going to be on the big fraggers for FPX here, but one of my concerns was about Angel, about how often is he going to be taking those fights and is he going to get punished? He normally averages about 5 opening duels on a map that is this long. He only took 1.
Yep.
And that, even though he's at the bottom of the scoreboard here, this actually means he's not going to be a weakness if he keeps allowing those big hitters on his team to take the first fights.
I mean, FNS, we were speaking about him on the desk. He actually didn't have a bad start at all.
No, not at all. But I think the mid-round calling is what I was curious to see how he would perform in that situation. And the truth is, it was, again, just kind of a stomp across the board.
Yeah, before we move on to map 2, it's time for our Aim Lab shoot-around. And here is a fan here at Masters Copenhagen having a go. I will say, though, there's a lot of aimers, cracked aimers in the crowd. I want to see CNED go up there and have a go. CNED, if you can hear me, I need you to go down there in the Aim Lab and show everyone how it's done.
Can we still get their crosshair?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the QR code to pop up, and I've got my phone ready, and I'm like, I actually use a crosshair very similar, quite small, you know, little red one, so yeah, shout out to them. They've got a little bit, and looks like their sensitivity was incredibly high there. I think they were a wrist aimer through and through, so yeah, that's impressive.
Maybe we'll see them next year, you know, on one of the Masters. Who knows? Dreams come true. This is where dreams come true. And speaking of dreams, I got to say that all 3 of you were a little bit surprised that we're getting Icebox this early on. Do you feel like this is going to be a bit of a nightmare for either of these teams as we move on to it?
I think we need to go back to remembering that while, yes, Optic's pick was split first, the fact that this is a marathon, the fact that it's a best of 5, I don't put nearly as much weight in that as I would in other circumstances. If it was a best of 3 and Optic got pushed around that way, yeah, maybe a little bit more, but the truth is, because it's a best of 5, because we're going to go through so many different maps, and because once you get to this middle area of this of the rotation, it gets a lot more up in the air. It's much more like tossy-uppy.
Tossy-uppy.
Your phrases that you're adding to the dictionary are great. I love it.
Yeah, that's the technical term, I think. Tossy-uppy is a great way of putting it, though, because while this has been a map that Optic have started removing, FPX have never been afraid to play it. They're 1-5 in Stage 2. And if you take a look at what FPX have actually been doing, they don't look that bad. They're 1-5, sure, but actually they've got some good ideas, and they've been playing it again and again and again against Fnatic. That's part of the problem. 4 of those games are against Fnatic.
Yeah.
But they actually had some decent ideas. This was when they played it, and they went out to an 8-4 lead, playing aggressively. Ardis looking to take fights over and over again at the beginning of these rounds, and then still finding ways to outplay in the middle of the round. As you can see here, Zipan just neutralizing a win condition for them to go 8-4 up at the half. But the fact of the matter is, they've still gone 1-5 on it, and they ended up losing that. They couldn't close out an 8-4 lead, so I'm not confident about them here, but they might have what it takes.
I like that you've pointed out the fact that there's actually a huge unknown factor. I love stats. I'm the stats girl. I'll rip it any day of the week, but I actually don't think it tells the full story here, and we have to allude to that. The fans have to be aware that whilst Optic has banned it, and FPX go, oh, they didn't ban it this time, we can pick it, we can, you know, sweep the rug out from underneath them because they took that risk of banning Ascent against us. The reason they're able to do that is they're going up against Fnatic, and Fnatic is one of the best Icebox teams in the world. world. And I almost want to put a little asterisk, a disclaimer at the end of those losses and go, well, if I was elo rating this, I would actually lower that all the way down as a loss.
I also think that having that much practice against Fnatic is a good thing.
Sure.
Like, if you've had, but that's a good thing, right? Because like Optic have not been able to play opponents of that caliber on this map.
That is true, but again, I do think it's tossy-uppy, right? Like, yes, FPX have the reps against Fnatic, and it's been suspect, but they've learned a lot. I'm absolutely confident of that. And while Optic may not have that same privilege, their calling card has always been preparation. They know what they're walking into, and maybe even though they knew what they were walking into, that blender may have had him feeling less than great after split. I don't know. I think FPX can go either way.
Well, you guys have seen a lot of great plays already today here at the lower bracket finals, but here are some of the top frags we've seen throughout this entire tournament.
I'm a ticket. They have to go into this B side. And fair play. He's got that online now. Could potentially help them on the fight here on B.
This was the plan last time that he goes up here, is that there's a horn. Instead, jumping in.
Turn around, Slider! Turn around!
They are back-to-back within the site. They have absolutely no idea, but it doesn't seem to matter. Slider's going to get away with it. A massive misplay. They didn't have the sound.
Against him, this is so difficult.
Tall order here for Zen3. 2 flashes to make use of, and PX players pretty split, but Xiao's got first contact on the door.
Lovely.
It's
clean.
though.
Oh, it's clean! Unbelievable scenes. 1v3 like that. You don't get often.
Oh, he's dodged it just about. The boom bot not gonna see him. They think this is completely clear. Kesnet, the trigger discipline, well, he's only got the one, the rest are barreling through long, but he's got a showstopper to catch them on the way. Less in onto Delzik, the advantage now for Loud. The spike recovered, but look who's behind. It's Kesnet again! 4 kills, and he's dropped the spike. Now only less to deal with.
Mano a mano contra Les, la spike tirada.
Yeah! There it is! An ace from Kesnet. This guy just doesn't stop.
Pretty invested towards B main. See this just burst on the back of the smoke coming through.
Crashes shoulders. Oh, Crashies! Loud have now given themselves an option, a chance in this. Crashies now taking to the back of the site though. Spots out. One is stunning. And he's looking on the money. Crashies is formidable right now. Let's go! That is how you make a statement.
Good ultimates here for Xerxia, but terrible weaponry.
They're not wasting any time, are they? Time's going to be used. Reach into them using that double up draft. It's going to get destroyed, and Fox, he deals with it. The flank coming down. No Central, look at this. Already through, but now the Rolling Thunder pushes it back. The aggression, the flash. There was a play being made in the Aftershock up top, but even an ult of their own. Love need to end this one here, and now the Cosmic Divide. Dodging, juking, sidestepping in between. It's all up to Fox. Left alone. Can he do it? The reset 1-2 has to reload. Time is on it. What? Performance! Pulls out the ace and he keeps them in the map.
I love that trip down memory lane, but also it goes to show how competitive everything that the likes of Kesnet didn't make it to the top 4, top 3 of this tournament.
And he had so many outrageous plays. You think about the last play too, #1 on that top 5, like that was still this tournament. It feels like so long ago, but at the same time, like those are plays that are ingrained in your mind.
Yeah, we're gonna send this over to a quick break, but on the back of this, we're gonna be heading straight into Agent Select. We see you in a minute.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. feeling obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select soon, but I wanted to ask you guys a question because, as you mentioned, Sideshow, FPX, they've played Fnatic a bunch of times on Icebox, and they keep changing their stuff. They bring in the Yoru, they take out the Yoru, they want to try everything. What version of that would you like to see today?
I like the play that they were going for previously, where Ardis was taking fast, aggressive fights. They have the Raze in there as well. I think that's going to be the key.
What about you guys?
That's far too civilized. I want Reyna. Give me Reyna. Just
don't
full
expect
chaos.
Angel Reyna?
Yes.
I like that. I like that.
You know what?
touch.
Out of all the chaotic choices we can have, I like it. However, the fact that you brought up the Raze, the fact that they bring the stage,
it's Optic
Wow.
that do something a little bit different.
I mean, different and insane. I've only seen one team run the Neon on Icebox. Theoretically, some awesome ways of being able to use the fast lane, but I've just never seen anyone pull it off.
It just feels like the corners are too tight. Like, how do you get enough effective space? I guess the relay bolts are going to be massive when it comes to clearing all of those corners out. It's going to be interesting to see. But if there's anyone who I feel confident in the Neon at this tournament on like a first map thing, yeah, it'd be Victor.
Oh yeah, and also you know for a fact that Coach Jet has been sat there with his big old bowl of soup, stirring up something new, and he's come out with a new cringe god.
The cringe soup.
I also wonder why they decided to take Zipan off of the Raze and put him on KO here.
Yeah.
And Angel has not changed. He's staying with the Phage.
Just very different compositions for both teams. I think it takes expectations totally out the window.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me now as well is that if you're going to try something, I also am wondering whether they didn't ban the maps to hide this particular strategy, but do you think all along they were just waiting to be able to pull this kind of thing out? Ban, 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 then finally we know at some point we're going to have to play this, and then we pull it out. Let's not pull it out before then. Let's show it right now when we have to.
Yeah.
I like that.
That is the Optic special. It's what they did in the finals with Breeze, and now Breeze has just been a mainstay for them in their map pool. This team is not content with having a permaban or any map they're weak on.
I also think it's smart because, like you said, Jess, if they had to play against Fnatic today, they would have had to play Icebox. And also Paper X, they're waiting for them in the grand finals as well. I cannot wait to see how this comp is going to look on the server. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you. Yeah, that Neon is standing out to me. Mike,
Hello.
We've gone into
Ako
the
nga pala si
unknown,
Riri
right?
at
We're in this
kasama ko
whole
si
new realm of
Paz.
expectation. Neon coming out
At
here
si
for Optic.
Asaray.
It feels a little
Apat kaming
desperate
magkakas.
to a degree,
Yeah.
but it's not with a bad
Yeah,
will.
yeah,
It's
I know.
bold.
Pansy, nice explanation. Yeah, sobrang shy. I'm so starstruck kay Pansy, guys.
Again.
So, galing. Pero ito na, nagbabalik na kami. Ako si Ririk, kasama ko dito si Asaray. At may bago tayong addition sa talent pool natin. Si Jasper.
Grabe.
Grabe.
Shoutouts.
Huwag kayong
Uy.
maniniwala kay Asaray. Sinasabi
Hey.
niya dahil mas magaling ang Sage. Ano yun?
Not a lot of people. Fun fact pala, na there was a chance na baka maka-focus ko sana si Pansy, pero dahil sa Coco, hindi siya natuloy.
Ay,
unfortunately.
Anong ano yan? Anong...
Yung ibang bang-bang, nung wala pang Valorant, back 2019.
Yung may go-go-go?
Yung may
Yung may
Battle Royale
Legendary
bang-bang.
Eagle Army.
Wala lang. Share ko lang. SKL.
Ayun na bago nating addition kasi total kailangan namin ng analyst na Sage main. Si Jasper na ang ilalagay namin dito sa VCT. Mamaya yan, kasama na yan. Siguro to si Jasper pinagpalit sa chamber main. No? Kaya siguro ganyan. Hindi na gumana yung stage. Oh, yun yung stage! Andiyan na si Xiao, naka-stage na. Sana masaya na si
what a save!
Jasper. Oh, ay, yun na, this. Ayan. At, yay na lang. At Crashes against kay Sugoi Desu. Pwede niya hindi na. Oh no, sayang. Pero wala ng oras. It's too late to apologize on Optic. Baka nga kailangan lang nila is a little bit of that reset. 1-0.
Oh. Quick dash in. Loving the neon din dito from Victor. It's a nice little shotgun play ng Optic dito ngayon. Again, people, it's former FaZe clan. So they still have Smig in their DNA. Mga Smigol to. My precious sight. I like that. I'm loving the setup. Like, quick bang, maka-flash sila. Victor immediately tries to capitalize with his utility. Look at that lineup. Actually flushes out yung pipe dito. This is really good. Artist can't really do too much and immediately has to TP back out with the rendezvous as the tag sila. Any form of forward control sa A site is all but flushed out ngayon ng Optic dito. And that delayed use on the blade is absolutely perfect. Kasi tingnan mo, Artist should have had his headhunter pero ang daling na takedown ito ng Optic. Now, Victor, mukhang bumabawi siya. Kanina, he was playing lukewarm, close to cold sa kanyang efficacy, sa kanyang effectiveness. Mukhang hindi nangyayari but somehow he's doing much better in this one. Pop shots from FNS. Pistol is good, and Optic are back on track. 2-0 na naman sila, but we've seen this in Split, Ray. Is FunPlus gonna get themselves something different now that, again, they will be getting these rifles all up in the air?
Put the hands up in the air. In the air.
Wave them like you just don't care. FTX.
Ay, nagbabalik na naman si Jasper nandito pa din. Gumawa ng second account.
Seryoso?
Oo, seryoso. Narinig ko sa live stream. Sige, sabi siguro ng PPGL mo. Moderator. Ang kulit nito. At, he takes down si Sipan. Sorry, di mapigilan yung tawa. Love trip kasi ito eh. Pero I gotta agree that the maps that we have right now ay talagang each of the maps ay first 3 maps rather ay pabor to sa Optic together with FunPlus talaga. It's up to them to make it work na lang kung ano bang strategies ang mas ma-execute nila. Pero based lang sa pinag-uusapan natin last time dito sa Icebox, ang tagal ko nang di nakakasang isang Icebox match dito sa Masters Yung sinabi mo, Azuray, na ang fade can be good on the defending, but it's gonna be fatal sa attacking. Pero kahit yun, nasa defending, Optic knows how to handle a team without a Sova.
Not just the Sova din but I really do enjoy when you see the KO on attack talaga. And it's really well supplemented with yung lineups na meron dito sa Victor on that Neon. Nakikita mo yung palagi yung binabato na relay bolt that hits on pipes. That's incredibly strong. Not only this, pero mukhang si Ye, he's starting off super early. Look at that. Ye, he's not really a hot and cold player, but I think he just doesn't get those opportunities from time to time depending on the map. And Split wasn't really a map that he got so much impact on. Yes, balik natin, he's getting a lot of frags then on the Split map, pero not enough that it leads Optic to these round wins. All that being said, Ye dito, it's so much different. Ibang klase talaga ang Optic when it comes to Icebox. Now, FunPlus tried to go for massive mid control as Marv onto the side will be trying to clear it out. They kind of know that there's something fishy dito sa mid side ngayon. I wonder if they're going to check out Sugetsu, but other than that, I think they're just waiting for a little bit of that push out na pwedeng gawin ng FunPlus. Artists might be forced to just rendezvous again, and this is where they're going to start moving things in. Once the rendezvous is already done, once they know where Sugetsu, or rather not Sugetsu, but Artist is, this is where Optic can really do their thing. Kasi that's one less person that they have to deal with.
Spike planted. The last person they have to deal with, but I think FunPlus talaga, Azuray, wala na nga silang advantage na din pagdating sa kanilang mga baril. Optic is just gonna be destroying them one by one. At alam mo ba, nung time na, di ba nga, unstoppable talaga si Ye, ang dami nilang teams at na natalo, is really that highlight player na meron ng Optic. Noong nasa kabilang bang-bang siya, napakalaki ng potential niya. Siguro pwede siyang kasing lakas na ngayon ni maybe Twists? Ganon? Feel ko
Sorry,
lang
Nino?
May twist.
Si Yay?
From Fate. Oo, like kung nasa CS siya. Ganun na siya. Like, paakyat na yung career niya eh. Paakyat na talaga yung career niya. Pero nung lumabas yung Valorant, pinili niya na mag-Valorant. As in, si Ye yung parang one of the best players na hindi na, that the kabilang bang never had. Yun talaga siya. Kasi yung mga friends ko, super sila, into the other scene din sa kabilang bang. And kinento nga nila sa akin yung journey ni Ye. Sabi nila, so much potential talaga para sa player na to. But at least, he's really popping off here in Valorant. And I'm happy to see na itong career naman niya yung nagpa-progress. Kasi parati siyang underdog eh. Nanggaling siya sa complexity at yun. May mga teams na gusto na siyang kunin. Pero bigla na siyang umalis. Bigla na siyang lumipat dito sa Valorant. Yun yung story ni Ye. Hindi ko sure eh.
And then Envy.
Ayan sa CS?
Valorant.
Dito tignan ko kung saan siya nanggaling eh. Alam ko, sinabi sa akin eh. Yan. So, mamaya tayo mag-chismisan guys. Dahil nga ito na nagbabalik na nga yung mga tropa natin mula sa FPX. Gising na nga ba sila ngayon? Dahil si Ardis, nakahawak na siya ngayon ng kanyang operator. Pero, nanggaling nga siya sa complexity. Diba? Sabi sa inyo eh. Yan. Share ko
Di lang sabi-sabi si Ray Ray.
Di lang sabi-sabi. Yung kabilang bang special din yan sa puso ko. Pero yan yung parang ex na minahal mo na lang talaga ng sobra kaso di na kayo mag-work. At ito na yung Valorant yung bago mong boyfriend talaga na napakasaya mo. Ganon. Ganon siya. Real talk lang.
Ibang klase talaga siya. Just, okay, not shot. This is gonna force FPX to adjust, try to do something different. Xiao. Ooh. There could have been eyes on him, pero can't really push forward because of yung trap na nandito ngayon. Sugetsu, he has a good angle. This is something that they can worry about a little bit, but yep, there it is. No utilities will be had. It's all about the positioning, and Sugetsu, yung tinitigil si Marv, that was a straight up shot, pero nothing happens. Xiao, though, gets punished. No! Doesn't get punished. Victor does find Sugetsu, pero Xiao is hitting shot after shot after shot. Grabe naman, Xiao long bow. 3K, and the hold is just absolutely divine para sa Fun Plus Phoenix, the Divine Phoenix ng FPX.
Divine Phoenix, ang laki naman ng pinangahawakan ng FPX, pero mukhang nakapag-adjust na sila. Ayan yung Sage ni Xiao. Kung ganito kagaling si Jasper mag-Sage, wala na akong sasabihin. Pero hindi eh. Anyway, ayun yung nakita mo nerf chamber. Ikaw ba, sa tingin mo, deserve ba ni chamber ma-nerf?
He got already nerfed, so yeah, it's okay na. He's fine already, to be honest.
Magaling, mechanically gifted talaga siya na player. Dito sa Valorant, karamihan naman ng mga players kasi dito ay nanggaling nga sa may FPS background na eh. Kaya, namamaximize lang talaga nila si Chamber. It's up to the other team to counter it na lang every time there's a crack Chamber player, diba? Kaso, Sugetsu tracks down Victor. May naka-neon Guerrero pala ngayon. Sorry, ngayon ko lang ulit napansin. Sorry akin. Di ko ginagamit yung mata ko eh. Alamat ang pin niya. Puro na naman na bunganga ang gamit pero sinabayan na nga din kaagad ngayon ng Nightfall. Alam na kung nasaan si Marv. Pero may naririnig ba siya? Manghuhula siya ngayon. Gagayahin niya ang bolang kristal para lang pumabor sa kanya. And Angel finally takes him at nagsisimula na nga magbawi ang mga taga Fun Plus Phoenix.
Xiao talaga ang tagapagligtas ng Fun Plus. Kung si Ye ang dakilang blade ng optic dito, si Xiao naman ang dakilang tagapagligtas ng Fun Plus Phoenix. Grabe ang kanyang positioning saka making value out of his position. Kahit man risky, he still somehow manages to find 2 kills almost every single time 2 or more kills, which is ridiculous to think that when he's playing as that battle sage dito para sa Fun Plus. And all of the efforts that Optic are starting to create are crumbling down, and agad they are realizing that factor agad. Ray calling out the timeout. That's how much respect they give para sa Fun Plus. There's a lot of things that Optic are starting to make mistake of right now, and one of those things is ina-expect nila na Fun Plus will always fight yung close angle where Optic throws everything, but Fun Plus are starting to adjust. Kita mo, they're playing more far back into the site, and ang hindi pa din nakikita dito is Optic actually going for B. But here's the thing, a B push from Optic, it's gonna be interesting kasi they don't have the Sage. Okay, Sage and everything like that. Kahit pa sabihin natin nagbago na ang Icebox with the reworks and everything, Sage is still a staple for B site specifically, because if you don't have that vertical wall na ibabato mo sa B main, somebody can throw a nade through there because the wall won't bounce it back. Pwede mo mag-push dun sa adjacent na wall if nobody's pushed up on danger or farther in. So there's a lot of angles na danger or crane, however you want to call yung call out na yun. So there's a lot of things that is very risky for Optic if they try to go for the B side. But what is good naman is they do have the Neon plus the Viper. So if they can create some space with the fast lane ng Neon dito and push all the way through Snowman, it could be good. But again, that wall could be used against Optic din dito. There's so many risks that we have to take, pero I am kind of curious kung paano nila try i-execute yun, or if they're even gonna try to go for B while their A side is still really good. Although again, Fun Plus is just adjusting to it much better now.
Okay ka na, Asoray.
Dami ko sinabi, no? May naiintindihan ba kayo sa sinabi ko?
Dami mo sinabi. Nakakatatlong palitan ng dami account si Jasmine. Eh good, pero gising na yung damods. Gising na eh. Hindi napansin niya ako.
Sorry. Sobrang ako na sa iniisip ko eh. Sorry. Ayan ko lang kamahal ang Valorant, guys.
Grabe na yung bardagulan. Pero si Hasan na natin sinasabi. Pero talaga, shout out kay Ziggy. Yan. Sa mga gising pa nating damod yan.
Papahinga mods natin, ginigising niya sila, guys.
Ilang dami account.
Sarap naman ang buhay na to. Ayun, tingnan mo, naglalaro sila. Boss, pahinga nga ng isang Red Bull. Grabe. Sana all.
Boss, amo mo pag magpahinga. Sabi dito, Joe Harryville daw. Wala na eh. Joe pa
Okay lang guys, okay lang. Babawi ako mamaya sa inyo. Okay lang yan. Ako kasi yung ako yung professor na na nag-drone lang. Pasensya na.
Sabi din nagpasensya ka na, Asoray. Wala talaga yung na-absorb. Paano 1 AM na nag-online class pa tayo ng VALORANT dito?
Uy, nako.
Alam niyo ba guys, yun si Asoray, pagkausap ko yan, marami talaga sinasabi. Kasi marami talaga siyang alam sa buhay. Pero pero ang mga damods, talagang gising pandiwa niyan. Pero
ma-absurd na naman nasa YouTube at Twitch. Tama pala, no? Guys, sorry. Focus lang kasi ako sa isang chat eh. Hindi kaya ng utak ko ang multitasking.
Kaya hindi niya kaya mag-2-time ng babae. Yan. Kasi hindi niya kaya mag-multitask. Totoo yan guys, hindi niya talaga kaya. Kasi, ito sample ko sa inyo si Asoray. Mali kasi ako mag-map ng pupuntahan. Nangangalat siya sa akin.
You want to play? Let's
Ay,
play.
nako. Nasa balik na tayo.
Problematic na co-pilot si Ray kasi hindi niya alam paano kayo pupunta sa lokasyon na pupuntahan namin. Okay. Tech pause done. Nakainom na natin ng Red Bull ang mga players natin dito. Let's get things started again. 2-4 after that long break or somewhat long time out. Optic. What's the adjustment? Ito na. I was thinking kung paano nila atakihin ito, but I do like this. They're gonna use yung relay balls to flush out yellow while the rest will be trying to go through orange, but they haven't cleared out kitchen and mukhang naguluto si Zipan dito. 1-for-1 trade, not yet done, but Ye being knocked out is a huge blow sa Optic considering na, again, FPX do have Xiao with that res. Back up to full na naman ang Fun plus Phoenix dito. Artist holding the back of the site. Back of yellow with his operator. Nakapag-TP out pa siya. Bloody murder para kay Artist. And is he gonna push forward? He tracks Victor! Oh my God! Artist with the 3K! Nasaan na huli-huli si FNS stuck in the middle and now they can start defusing the spike, forcing FNS to either fight or fly. Takas na lang. Oh, he got detected. Alam na nila. That's an easy defuse para sa Fun Plus. And Artist, what a shot. What a consecutive sequence of shots with the Headhunter. FNS ni magpapatalo. One tap kay Sugetsu, but the round is done. 3-4, Fun Plus.
Kung ako magkakaroon ng anak, Artist na lang ang pangalan. Palong-palo mag-chamber. Eto, ganito ang pinalit na chamber ni Jasper. Kaya siya galit na galit sa ibang Sentinel at isa lang siyang Sage main. But anyway, itong Fun plus Phoenix, nakapag-adjust na rin sila muli ngayon na Saray. Kanina, medyo nahihirapan sila. Rattled sila sa KO. Rattled sila ngayon kay Victor, kay Crashes din. Ang dami pang hindi solidified na anchor. Kaso nga lang sa Optic side, mukhang pwede nga nalang ibigay yung previous round, pero okay pa rin naman. Yung performance nila, up top pa rin naman ang pwede nilang maging advantage. But oh no, Artist, hello? Ha? Ang confident na hindi natatakot. Set up with those. Although he has been revealed, you can just take it slowly and try to cut off someone once again pagdating sa kanyang posisyon. Pero Marv sabi niya, we're not gonna be risking it. Pero si Artist nag-reposition na expected na eh. Expected na kapag nabawasan siya, walang choice ngayon ng Optic kundi hindi na magkocommit sa may site mismo. Pero sige, tignan nyo lang kung nasaan kayo sa angulo ni Artist. Ay, alam na nga niya na saan manggagaling si Crashes. Onting silip lang. He gets the wall bang. 2 left na lang. But I think it's kind of too late.
Oh!
Pero yay! Still denies it pa lang. Win ng mga taga-FPX. Crashes na lang. 2v3. Na malalaman na lang kung
saan bumaril?
tinamingan ni siya. Alam mo kung ginawa niya nakipagpatintero lang naman kagad. At tayanak siya ngayon. And Angel takes him down. It's gonna be a tie between Fun plus Phoenix together with Optic.
Oh, nagpanik na lang siya. No scope. Grabe. Artist with the value plays. Pero gotta say, yung frag doon ni Crashes, ganda. Just not enough, unfortunately, para sa nila. Very expensive attacking side din para sa Optic dito. I think, Ye did commit to purchasing yung operator na yan on the offense. And ito na. Nag-equalize sa tie array, 4-4. I'm loving the adjustment ng Fun plus Phoenix dito. It's not more of them trying to read the trying to get any setups done. But what I do love about this is yung 2-man setup na ginagawa. Yay talaga. He just always finds Angel. And Angel is not ready for it. Artist swimming na onte sa snake bite. There's that tiny gap that he gets a little bit of leeway. No TPs just yet. We'll see how this goes. Xiao in a 1 versus 1 against Ye, pero si Xiao! Grabe naman. Kung papakita mo si El Diablo, Xiao is here to just deny. Pushing through the fragment. A very, very risky opportunity para sa Optic and Victor not having any of it dito ngayon. As there still is the operator at the back of the site. Artist, has he set up anything with his second TP or back away na lang siya? He tried to reposition pero Marv finds him to the pop shot through the smoke. And Crashies somehow manages to survive. Meron silang pang post-plant na Hunter's Fury. But the thing is, Ray, this separates the players of Optic if gamitin nila to. Dalawa lang ang makikipag-bang-bang sa Fun Plus. And now here comes the rest of Fun Plus, Fun Plus trying to go in. The utilities being thrown. Nobody's gonna be actually committing to defusing that spike, and nag-iintay lang muna sila na mawala itong one to before the moment, but that is a perfect use on the recon dart. It sets things up beautifully para kay FNS. Matito na lang si Xiao na mag-back away na lang siya. Maybe even try to make some economic damage para sa Optic. Di mangyayari ito. Optic play that so beautifully, especially again with Ye, the lurker, opening up things para sa Optic.
Talagang napakalaking security ang meron kapag si FNS we're talking about. Pero mo, he still got it against Zipan. Really. When you need the FNS the most talaga, he makes it. Pero as of now, dikit pa rin ang first half natin between FPX tsaka Optic Astra. It doesn't mean na nanalo yung Optic sa previous round. Hindi na kaya ng FPX ang remaining rounds or make this into a 6-all. And now, gustong mangoriente kagad ni Victor, but it's not gonna be connecting because it's Xiao we're talking about nga. And they finally get a little bit of those information. And speaking of, there's just a trade. It's gonna be a 3v3. Ready si Artis with his 2d4s. Kaso, Marv still goes with the plan. Ang ganda kagad ng angulo ngayon ni FNS. Kitang-kita niya talaga lahat, pati tagiliran ngayon. Pero may pa-line up na kagad ang katulad ng FTX. But this will get goal! Nakuha pa yung top na yun! And it's up to FNS to finish it. At mukhang alam pa kagad nila yung information kung nasaan siya. And now it's gonna be a 1v1. Alam nga na kagad to ni Angel. Pero nga lang yung oras, kailangan na niyang matapos ito.
Timing.
At mukhang hindi. Oh, that's just it. Ang galing. Hindi na in-expect ni Everest. Hinabol pala siya ng hinabol ngayon. And that's just it. 5-all pa rin at napanalo ng FPX na naman, Asoray.
Nakita ba ni Angel yung barrel ni dito? Ni FNS before siya makaback dun sa A main nung nasa pa siya, nung nasa maze pa siya, as to why the reason na quote-unquote hinabol niya with just walking. Interesting, but really good reads overall dito para kay Angel. But as you mentioned nga, nasakita natin lahat, Sugaitsu with the hero plays. My goodness, everybody is bringing it all in. Tara naman tayo kay Ye na taga-intay! Vertical! Ooh, Artis! Munti ka na yun. Ye has another shot. Hindi siya na-detect. No, that was their own blade. Angel, gagawin mo na naman ba to? Si Ye yan. Ye. Backing away. As the Prowler was used rather than the body to check things out. FNS! Oh my goodness! Fade away headshot. Immediately uses the ultimate. Pop shots para kay Xiao, and FNS naglalaro ng jumping rope dito. Jumps up to just dodge the bullets. And now the Viper Spit gives access for Optic to get into the B site. Hunt utilized. There it is. The use on yung pag-plant ng spike, and Xiao unfortunately cannot hit anything. Pero immediately, FPX using their ultimates to get in. Nightfall, again, bingi ang lahat ng players ngayon ng Optic, pero tignan mo, ang daming flank na pinapakita ngayon nila. Artist counter flank once again, but this Viper Spit is giving so much delay tactics para sa Optic to do something. FNS, great reposition overall, finds a third, and that is going to be the round as Marv closes it off. Optic, what a solid round started by FNS with a fadeaway headshot.
My goodness, Optic. Kapag si FNS ang nagpa-pop off, alam mong hindi na siya titigil at all. And minsan lang natin siya makita. But then, alam mo rin na kapag kailangan mo siya, nagpapakita siya. Para si Legend of Ang lang yan. Pero nga lang kay Ang, nag-ghost kasi siya, pero yun nga, may upcoming film na nga sila. Kagad, but Artist still hits Victor! Kahit tumalon-talon na parang tipaklong sa harapan niya si Victor magtanggol. Naipagtanggol pa rin. syempre, ni Ardis ang kanyang teammate sa defending side. Pero si FNS na naman, napakalaking problema kapag si FNS na pinag-uusapan natin. 3-letter, ano lang, name, ang 3-letter lang ang kanyang pangalan. Pero, magaling. So, next time, REY na lang talaga. Paulit-ulit. Speaking of, mahalata na nga kagad ng mga taga-FPX. Kailangan natin medyo magiging depensa lang. Dahil si FNS nga ang problema natin usually. But still, Crashes goes for a plan. Risk pa rin mula sa kanila. Nakita yung barrel ng barrel. Diyos ko po, ano nangyari? Nakikita na nga lang siya ngayon dahil nga nakain at naging low on HP na nga lang din siya. Yay! Together with Marv na lang ang natitira sa side ng FPX. After the fragment, hindi na nga din nila na-swing na at all. Angel gets the head of Marv. And look at that. What a first half between FPX and Optic. Alam naman natin na when it comes to Icebox, every time Azuray, ganito kadikit parati ang mga labanan.
Pangilang... Kailan ultimate pala yun? Kay FPNS, diba? So, nagkaroon siya ng... Ilan? 2 ultimates in the span of 3 rounds? So, wow. Wow, okay. I mean, yeah, sure. FunPlus did get the equalizer, nag 6-6 siya, but I'm just like jaw dropped with that thing from FNS. Anyways, final muna tayo, guys. Kwento-kwento muna sila.
It was a great half, hyper competitive, and I just got to echo the caster's point of view. When you start out 4-0 down, that takes real guts to get back into it. And I felt like to start the half, the chamber diff was in occurrence. Ye was finding Ardis and killing him over and over and over again. And yet, the deeper we got, the more Ardis started to get into it, and the more FPX had other people waking up as well.
I mean, there's someone that has to answer the call that is Ye's chamber. There's someone else who is vying for the top chamber spot in the world at the moment, and it is Ardis. And what he was able to do in the second quarter, I'm going down to quarters here. Yeah. That is how deep we have to dive here. The second quarter, Ardis woke up, understood what his role is, and especially on a long-range map like Icebox, you have to be the middle guy. You have to be the guy that meets them in the middle and is going to take the challenge.
I mean, I do think even with that in mind, while the stats look similar, it is worth noting at the very bottom you saw 3 head-to-head kills for Ye, none on the side of Ardis, and that's just going to be such a fun matchup to continue to watch because you can see, like, man, when Ardis gets into it, when he's feeling good, he leans into it, and it's just so much fun. He just hasn't gotten the best of Ye.
Yeah, we said we were going to take a look at Victor's Neon, though. That is the most exciting thing that you've got out here, and honestly, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't had it.
You know what he's done a lot of?
What?
Run in and die. He's run in and died. Now, I have a sneaky suspicion we're not going to see the clips here of him running in and dying. I think they'll paint
a couple.
They might paint a prettier picture of what he's been able to do on the Neon. But for the most part, it's about taking space. It almost throws me back to the Jet era of, you know, Cloud, you know, dash in and then get the space and then whatever happens, happens. But it sort of comes off as that vibe.
But what I'm thinking is here, if Optic have got up to 6 rounds and we haven't seen what their thought, what their game plan is, maybe it's all about the defensive half. Maybe he's going to start using his wall a bit more there, because at the moment, he's not really getting those kills.
Oh yeah, it's because he's making space for Daddy to frag. The guy's 14-7, man. Like, when Finesse is on, how much more can you ask for?
Yeah, and I know he's the daddy, but the father of VALORANT, Mixwell in the crowd, he's watching right now as well. Pansy and Hypog, let's pitch us back into the second half and see who's gonna...
Hello, guys. Sorry. Alam mo, kakatawa ko to eh. Kaya, naging dry yung lalamunan ko. Salamat sa'yo, Jasper. Instead na mapagod ako, lalagyan pa ako ng energy.
Jasper,
pero gusto
the
ko
friendly ghost.
Si Jasper, basta letter J talaga. Pero gusto ko na yung shoutout yung tropa ko mula sa New York. Si Patrick. Sabi niya, ganda daw ng chemistry namin ni Azuray. Pero hanggang doon lang tigil-tigilan niyo. Tigilan nyo! Alam mo yung 476 na viewers natin ni Aso, nandito lang talaga sila para makita talagang redemption arc ni Jasmine. Ang bilis. Kala ko next week pa eh. But, anyway, nag-switch na tayo ng side. And sa tingin mo, sir, mag-work ba tong FPX with this double initiator, feed and that KO against sa Optic na ganito din ang kanilang composition?
FunPlus don't have a duelist, by the way. So, They're gonna play this nice and slow nga naman. Victor being on the Nia, I don't think it really hurts yung case dito ng Optic. Because yung relay bolt will be good for retakes and actually it's stopping certain angles for the push. I think it's much easier for him to play on B side than A, but I'm kind of curious how the A side maneuver will work. Anyways, Yay! Oy, naku po! Nag-TP pabalik pero patay na siya. Fortunately, they're still gonna be aggressively pushing in, and ito na, offense ng FunPlus. Although, FNS na naman, dakilang tagapagligtas with the classic. Popping shots. Tried to go rapidly with the fires, but it's not gonna work out. And si Victor na lang ang matitira. And then, okay. Victor's aim has been, okay lang. For, against FunPlus, how many kills does he have? 5, 10, 3. Yep. It's just not working against any player na FunPlus for the most part.
FunPlus, you can really feel already yung pagbibigay nila ng sagabal. Alam mo yung sagabal, di ba? Ayan. Against Optic. Bahala magtanong si Azray eh. So, syempre, bibigyan natin siya ng konting Filipino Lessons 101. Kaso Victor pushes in. Alam na kung nasaan siya manggagaling, pero masusurpresa sa akin. Sabi niya, kunt mo masyado si Xiao. Tinap-tap siya. Ginardian, pinakitaan ng Guardian Angel by your jumpsuit apparatus. Gusto namin kanta yun, yung your Guardian Angel. At 4 na lang sa Optic sa isang iglap. Pero meron pang madedestroy ngayon. Si FNS malapit na rin ito maging pa-note. Talaga, kaya i-note nyo ang mga ginagawang notes ni FNS dahil tumataas yung hairline eh. Kaso, na-spot off na nga kagad siya, but yeah, it's just gonna go down to the hands of RD. Tatlo na lang talaga kagad, pero mukhang may total control na ang mga taga-FTX papunta sa mismong site at na-destroy na nga sila, and that's just it. 8-6 in favor of FTX. Coordinated na. Check. May chemistry. Check. Alam niyo kung ano na lang meron sa FunPlus Phoenix. May ipanalo ang third map para bukas maglalaban na sila ng Paper Rex.
Yan. Pag bukas na, break na kami ni Ray. Pahinga na lang muna kami. Si Vil na sa si Eliza ang bahala dyan para manunod tayo sa Conquest. Sana merong watch party sa Conquest, no? Saya-sana.
Uy!
No? Uy, baka makeshift Conquest. Sana naman. Para umabot tayo dun ng lagpas 3
Uy,
AM.
Si Azray, papanoorin daw niya ako sa casting ko bukas eh.
Syempre, supportive kaibigan.
Yan. Kasi may iba naman talaga magsusupport. Alam mo kung sino?
Sina?
Siyempre yung walang letra na vowels rather sa pangalan. Yan. Napakatamis nga ng pag-ibig nga naman talaga. Sana all. Tapos ako puro third wheel kanina. Third wheel ako Super MJ tsaka sa jowa niya. Third wheel ako kay Black and Blue tsaka kay Ishan. Third wheel din ako sa inyo. Ano na?
Ray, in-offer ko na mag-holding hands tayo pero sabi mo sa akin, sabi mo ulit?
Kadiri ka.
Yan.
As in guys, siguro mga 5 beses na kinaya ni Azray. Tara, sama ka sa amin, maki-holding hands ka din. Sabi ko, tinignan ko lang siya ng masama. Kadiri ka, Azray. Tigil-tigilan mo yan.
Uy, ganda ng relay. Relay Bolto. Aggressive attack. Si Victor, magaling magtanggol. It's not gonna stop the push of FunPlus though. Ay, grabe. Okay, Zipan hits the shot. There's going to be the wall. Any breaks? Wala. Is Xiao gonna have his res? Mukhang hindi. So it's gonna be a 3 versus 3 as the round continues. No walls from FNS. Or no, FNS does have a wall. Oh, Crashies! What an angle! Gets the shot. 2 versus 3 as we continue. The wall still separates, but they're coming in through Maze dito ngayon. It's gonna be Xiao to spot out FNS and the double push from his teammate. The timing is gonna be crucial, but Xiao with the 1-tap! Where's the punish? So he gets the backs away. 1 versus 1. There it is, the snake bite. Yay, makakibamba out muna siya. Tries to reposition. Nakita niya pa as he jumps back. He's gonna try to go back onto this. I don't think Ye's gonna know. He's gonna be on top. No, Yay! Ang bilis na reaction time. Alam niya. Nasa isip ni Sugetsu. Does he have the time explosion? Hindi mangyayari. 1.6. And Yay clutches the round para sa Optic.
Napaka angas mo, Yay. Kung ibang... Oh no! Kay Yay, happy lang siya.
Hip hip.
Hooray! Kita mo! Yung mga ka-teammates sa kabado na.
Pantas, asim na mukha ng coach nila.
Oo. Kala mo kumain ng uminom na sukang napakadami. Mukha asim eh.
Nang sip-sip ng sampalok.
Oo. Kaso,
narinig na sa kanyang western, sa British western. Oh my gosh! Why are you not doing this? Oh, Victor! Grabe! What an off angle. It's much easier, by the way, na... Kasi diba guys, pwede kang mag-zipline tapos talon dun sa belt, diba? But sometimes hindi siya gagana kasi you have to time it tapos dapat naka-crouch jump ka. With... Kasi na ba yung ancient medyo nababaliw na ako. With Neon, you can actually just jump to 410 dun sa pipes tapos as you sprint and jump up sa belt, you don't actually have to use the zip line anymore. So the tiny bits of things that you can use talaga. Of course, it's hella loud, pero it works really well.
noted, Azuray. Kaso, he takes down Victor.
Babalaw feed natin
Just goes, sobrang bilis, no? Hindi na masabay ang monster. Naging apex bigla.
Oh!
Kaso,
oh!
My goodness, it takes down the third. And he gets the fourth. Position. Agaw ng ace. Parang, sige, papatag. Show ka naman, hindi na ako magagalit sa'yo. Kaso si Artist, sayang hindi natin nakuha sa perspective niya. Pero siguro sa replay may kita natin how he got those skills. Kita mo. 1, kita niya kagad yung pag-angat mo. 2, tapos use the TP lang. Then up ahead. Konting appearance lang naman. Parang si Yaden.
You know, si Artist.
Pero nagdadabog.
Yung sabi natin, Artist na kulang mintis. Ayan, si Marv. Naghanap ng cheeky spot pero my name is Cheeky. Hindi siya maka-cheeky-cheeky.
Ano tong pangalan ng ng isang Pokemon? Yung Chikini? Ano yun? Ano pangalan nun? Chico.
Hindi ko alam sa'yo. Di ba yung narinig ko?
Yung alaga ni Misty. Yung may dahon na kwintas. Tapos yung word niya may dahon. Hala, hindi mo alam yun. Meron yun.
Si Chikorita?
Ayun!
Hindi si Misty yun. Si Ash yun. Yung pinagsasabi mo.
Si Ash ba yun?
Ang alaga ni Misty si Togepi. Oh my God, Ray.
And this is what Dax have to keep up whenever I say random things.
Mali pa nga. Sorry. Kasi
Mali po ata kayo ng
paborito ko kasi ang
PPGL.
ang Johto region, guys. Kaya ganyan.
Your wall, блядь, вот тупс, нахуй.
Yung may quintas na dahon.
Ano ba yun? Chikorita. Bayleaf lang ang alam ko after na. Kalimutan ko na.
Bayleaf, di ba Bayleaf Patel yan?
You would know. Disappointed na si Asoray sa'yo, Ray.
Guys, buti nga nakikip up niya yung ganito ko. Yung sanity niya. Kasi si Dax, napapagod na sa akin. Lalo na, pag diba usually ang tandem talaga si Dax tsaka ako sa last series pa natin. Tapos ngayon si Asoray, sinetest talaga ng ni PPGL kung sino ba talaga may pinakamahabang pasensya against sa akin. Chikorita pala. Kala ko Chikini eh. Chikini.
Kaya natawa ako.
Bakit?
Maganda din ang Hoenn, guys. Okay. Ano kasi, nung bata ako, ang una ko nalarong Pokemon game, hindi red or blue. Or ano ba? Red and green.
Johto
Sorry, red and
favorite
green.
kong region eh.
Johto din naman ako eh. Kasi, nandun ang mga legendary Doge. Sino ba yun? Si Suicune, Entei, saka Raikou.
Raikou. Oh, yeah.
Yun ang mga favorites ko. Pati si Entei. Kasi, yung unang movie ko na napanood ng Pokemon, actually, pangalawang movie na napanood ko, was yung Celebi. Na after nung syempre yung Mewtwo sa Mew, yun yung napanood ko. I think movie number 4 ata yun ng Pokemon. Anyway, sorry. Back na tayo after the timeout. Let's go.
Ayun. Ito, Chikorita, Bayleaf, tsaka Meganium.
Meganium. Ayun, thank you.
Ayan, salamat. Ganda
Sorry.
pa naman gamitin yan kapag nag-Chikorita ka na pick. Pero ito na.
Excuse me. Type lotion, please. Cyndaquil.
Yak! Puro fire type yung gamit ni Asari. Ang corny. Siyempre, madali. Kala mo, hirap kaya mag-grass type parati sa simula. Awayan pa. Pero, I gotta agree, pag gusto mo talaga ng sobrang dali, magsasimula ka talaga sa fire type. Pero, ako gusto ko yung may thrill, yung mahihirapan ako eh. Kaya tignan nyo, sa red flag ako napupunta. At ngayon, tatlo pa nagmumula sa Optic. Pero, there's just the trade. It's Xiao and Zipon, but we're talking about Xiao right now. But there's just crashes. Pulls off ngayon ang kanyang recon. At yun, sinabayan pero na-reveal ang dalawa. Parang yung isa ay ang third party. Kung ikaw ay mahal sa Pilipinas, yung isa naman ay mahal sa LDR. At dapat susunod nila ito ng sabay. Xiao still gets it. At very timely na kahit nag-recon, kahit na kita sila, at si crashes na pin down ng mga taga-FPX at dalawa na lang before they can finally steal this against Optic's hands.
Sorry na, ako naman yung napatingin sa chat. Katanong sa akin si Jasmer kung saan daw ako magninimula sa panood ng mga series saka movies. Kahit saan. Ako kasi binigay sa akin ng tatay ko ang isang DVD galing Quiapo nung bata ako eh, na may random na Pokemon movie. Kaya doon ako nakapanood. Anyways, teka lang. Nag-here we go na si Victor magtanggol. Electric fingers, pero syempre, onti lang ang damage. Ang kanya follow-up and crashes yon. But Xiao gets the trade in the end. Artist doesn't get flashed. Huwag mapakita sa sarap ni Artist, but he misses the shot. He gets away with bloody murder. And si FNS na naman titira. They now know that he's all the way through the B site. And he's gonna try to stop them from picking up that spike. But it's already done. They're going through the A site na. FNS, it's either he pushes or he tries to rotate somewhere else. And it's gonna go all the way through screens ngayon. Maybe trying to create that fake play ng audio cue. As he has two options. Push an A main or go to belt and get that high ground. I think he might try to go for the high ground na lang kasi sayang ang opportunity. But look at where Artist is. Oof. Okay, medyo dumaples na onte pero okay pa rin. Artist was so prepared for that. He made sure that FNS cannot get the flank. And now, match point na naman tayo.
Shorts buff talaga yan. Ang FPX. Favorite kong videos. Ay, nako, Power Rangers. Ako, ang favorite kong movie, ang first kong movie na Pokemon, yung Pokemon 2000. Tapos yung kay Entei, tsaka yung mga ano tawag doon? Yung parang ancient siya na letters. Yun.
Unknowns, I think.
Unknowns, yun. Iyak ako dun eh. Ewan ko, kasi daddy's girl ako eh.
Yung nga yung Celebi na movie. Kasi,
hindi yun yung Celebi na movie. Magkaiba yun.
Ay, sorry. Tama. Iba pala yung Celebi movie. My bad. Yung Unknowns pala kasi,
yung tatlong legendary dogs.
Real nila yung wish ng girl kasi hindi totoong Entei yun. Dream. Para siyang imitation Entei, di ba? Yan. Sorry.
Panalo na atang FPX ay hindi pa pala. Patang sa shutdown. Pero Marv and Victor alive and kicking, but Angel wants to pop off too. Although low on HP, FNS still seeks him out. Ardis pa naman buhay pa. Meron pa kagad pang Viper's ultimate ngayon. Ang mga taga-FPX, tatapusin na ba na nito? Or talagang hindi pa sila papapayagan ngayon ang mga taga-Optic? Possibility pa ngayon ng Optic makahabol. Pero yung barrel, Diyos ko, napakahaba kasi ng uso. Kitang-kita ni Crashies. He gets the top against him. And now, that's just a trade. And may pag-asa pa ata ang Optic para makahabol. Asoray, pero I think, hindi pa naman nasayang yung Viper's ultimate eh. Baka, ano pa, pwede pang matapos pa rin ka ng Fan Plus Phoenix.
Parang bigla ka nag-underwater eh. Sumisid ka ba dyan sa, sa pool mo?
May sakit bigla ng, ano ko, yung mata ko ang kati. Ito ngayon na.
Okay. Akala ko sumisid ka kasi parang, tunog nag-pool ka. Sana all may, indoor pool. Yan ang kayaman si Ray Ray, guys. Ito na, binuboost na nila ang confidence ng Optic dito ngayon. Ayun, pinapakita ni Victor paano siya nakakatalon agad sa belt. It's really nice. I mean, you don't get that verticality with Neon, pero if you can jump up somewhere on the high ground, it's really nice. Though, Zipan was already very much prepared for it. Nagpakita sila na onte sa B, and Victor was thinking na, nagpush sila sa B. May chance na makapag-flank na naman. But, again, it's fun plus. Just getting the better of them, and look at this. Okay, they've gotten Marv, which is really strong para sa fun plus dito. But look at this position from Sugay 2. Yeah, you don't know! One tap, one kill! FNS na lang matitira. He peeks it out, pero Sugetsu, grabe naman. Tap! Tap mo na yan! And Sugetsu gets the second win para dito sa Fun Plus Phoenix. One more game to go. This is the best of 5. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. But again, Fun Plus just looking absolutely dominant sa ating series ngayon in the lower bracket finals.
Pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo, no? From 4-0. It became a 13-8. My God. Fun Plus Phoenix. Sabi ko nga, they win the second map. This might be a clean 3-0. Dahil malakas na sila sa bind, right? Sorry, they're also good in bind. So, the first map was really crucial for Optic to actually win. But I think it's all favoring FTX talaga. The fact that they defeated Fnatic like that yesterday, nasa screen na itong mga to, hindi mo na matatanggal sa mentalidad nila na kayang-kaya nilang matalo ang previous Masters Champions. Ay ito nga mga tropa natin mula sa Optic. Gusto nang pauwiin ngayon ng last representative coming in from EU ay ang mga taga-Optic, at mukhang kita mo naman si FNS, medyo masakit nga ito. Pero even if hindi nga nagpa-pop off minsan ang mga ibang miyembro ng Fun Plus Phoenix, at least ngayon nakita natin kung sino ang mga nagpa-pop off sa kan. Sige, sumayaw ka, so rin sasabayan ba kita. 1, 2, 3, go. May lagyan natin ng shower, Uy, wait na nalagyan ng alcohol yung Pero ngayon guys, welcome back. Pupunasan ko tong aking webcam.
Nagkaroon ng mist ang kwarto mo
At syempre, babalik tayo here in VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. See you guys.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Well, congratulations to FPX for winning Masters Copenhagen. There's no way that they're going to allow Optic to come back from a 2-0. Am I right?
This
Well
is just
done.
a day of curtains,
Well
isn't
done.
it? You're just
Well
trying
done.
to cook one up yourself.
The 3 people that watch League of Legends have got that, yeah. And Doug.
But look, if that's what it takes to bring Optic back from the dead, then Yinsu, please, by all means.
I mean, it is a 2-0 right now. Did you guys expect this? Did you guys expect the maps to be going this way? Heavy
No.
favorite of FPX?
No, I expected us to be tied 1-1 here. It just, Optic a lot of times have looked lost. Things are just not clicking for them. They do not look like the team that we know.
Yeah, I really hoped that the Neon idea would be around defense. Maybe they had fast retakes with the wall, something like that, but Victor having very little impact. And listen, this isn't Victor just saying, I want to play the Neon. It's Chet that picks these compositions and puts them in those places, and he normally hits. This is just a rare Chet miss on this one.
They overcooked the cringe soup.
They did.
It was left on the stove too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be too cringe. Like, cringe is fine, but like too cringe, I feel like gives you that. But you guys spoke a little bit about the battle of Ye and Ardis at halftime. You know, Ye, he had the edge, but at the end of this map, that is not what happened. The story completely changed from there.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go for a check back in? Ooh! I mean, that's a big difference.
I have to coin this. I have to throw it in now. Escape Artist. He gets his kill and he dips. And then he goes again. He'll place down another. And he dips. I mean, I have to put this as his nickname now. I hope he doesn't mind. He's a man who walks on water. And in my eyes, he's Escape Artist. So that's what we're introducing. Check out the moments where he has the impact. And then he dips. See you later. I've got my impact. And I know exactly what I need to do. And then he's there for the mid to late round as well. It's incredible. And around yellow, maybe that becomes his new favorite color. Wear it around proudly, brother, because that was yours.
Just chamber things.
Just chamber things.
It is, but he's playing against what we assume is the best chamber in the world, the best player in the world. You know, all of these accolades have been thrown towards Ye in the last 12 months. And Ardis is coming out and not just playing better than him in the tournament, but when it comes to a head-to-head, bopping him, coming out on one side of the map and just obliterating him. And I like your nickname for him, the Escape Artist. I like the Scouse Brickhouse. He's big, he's from Merseyside, he's a Merseyside monster.
Well, I think the fun thing too about him is you could see when he became confident. There were more pop-offs from the desk, and he was overstaying his welcome. Like, as a chamber, you get your 1 kill, and then you leave. That's fine. But he double-dipped. He triple-dipped. 48 HP, still holding an angle. A molly in his lap, and the guy just did not die. He did not give up anything.
I mean, like I said, FPX are 2-0 up. This is match point for them. If they win on this map, they will be moving on to the final to face Paper X. Do you guys feel like this is where Optic find a way back in?
I think Optic's bind has been very good.
Yeah.
And FPX, they won 8 out of 13 of their rounds by getting pistol bonus against Fnatic. They actually only won 2 out of 8 of the rifle rounds outside of those rounds.
Which is crazy.
That's an absurd stat. So maybe Optic can find some footing here. But when you combine their form with the classic, they've never got a map against EMEA, and they still haven't, that's worrying.
I can't even believe that as well. That's just still going. And this is the only in I can see for Optic is that this has been, what do you call it? You've got a saying.
Tossy-uppy.
Tossy-uppy. This is more than a tossy-uppy kind of map for FPX. I call it wishy-washy map for them. Not one that I would necessarily pick if I was them, but they've had good results, bad results, and everything in between. So this is really one to be able to jump in and be the kryptonite for that reverse sweep.
I do think you're right, though. It feels like there's like plot armor around this, and it's not on Optic's side. You saw Crashies and Victor walking off the stage, and Crashies like trying to pick Victor up because you could tell he was down, he was dejected. You go 8-18 on this stage in front of this crowd when you look to him to be the catalyst, to be the spark, and he wasn't. So you question mentally, how are Optic doing? It can't feel good.
I completely agree with that. I think it's all about the mentality, but they've been here before.
Yeah.
They've had to recover situations like this, but they've said themselves they don't actually enjoy playing against new teams for the first time. And I think they're struggling with FPX's style, it being that slow-paced, and the new comps that have been thrown into the mix.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and of course, as a new comps, you mentioned, Sideshow, we've seen some changes every map. Will we see more changes here?
I don't expect so from the Optic side of things, but you never know with FPX.
Yeah, well, so far, it looks like on the side of FPX, they have decided to change things. No, they haven't. They haven't decided to change things. So this is new. This is very, very new. Maybe they have
faith. That is the change.
Yeah, they have faith in their comp, clearly, Doug. And again, for Optic, they don't have a choice. They have to win here or they're out.
Yeah, this is do or die, you know, whatever, squeaky bum time, whatever you want to call it. Either way, they need to do something here. I think when you, again, go back to the run in Iceland, Marv was what turned things around for them. And he was a staple of consistency. He was their star player. That's where he entered the conversation as the best controller in the world. I hesitate in thinking he can find the same value on Brimstone. I know that it's a better pick on that map, but you've got to do something here.
I mean, you look at FPX and the way that they play, it's slow-paced, it's controlling the tempo. And I think that has actually been a flaw with Optic going up against EMEA teams. Optic on defense like to re-clear areas on the defense. They will allow an aggressive team into them and re-clear with utility. The EMEA teams don't do that. They're slow for the first minute.
Yeah, very quickly, I want to turn everyone's attention to Crashies. Crashies has been so good on the sky, and it doesn't show up on the kill feed or on the scoreboard or anything like that. The value he's been able to find from information off of Sky's utility has opened up the map so much for Optic. He's going to have to do it again.
And speaking of opening up the map, let us not forget that we have a certain someone on the Brimstone who likes to have a certain amount of opening kills. Yeah, it's Angel on the Brim. It's the oldest man in the entire tournament. Let's see what he has to show.
Going up against the second oldest man in the entire
Hello guys! At nagbabalik na kami dito sa VALORANT Masters sa third map in this best of 5 series in the lower bracket finals between Optic Gaming and the Fun plus Phoenix. Ako nga pala si Rayleigh. Kasama ko ngayon ang boy bestie ko na si Azuray at kami ang magkakas pa rin naman ngayon. It's 1:39 AM pa lang. So, ibig sabihin, Azuray, ang bilis pala ng mga kinakas nating matches. Talagang, hindi naman sa medyo one-sided, pero parang ganun na nga. Kaso dito sa bind, sa tingin mo, this is just it already sa Optic or still may chance na pa rin sila against Fun plus Phoenix?
It's hard to really tell, pero sabi ko nga sa'yo, feel ko talaga that Fun plus just has that next level factor talaga. Optic can always get that one up. I think if ever man, it's gonna end the 3-1. And if there's any map that can really give that, alam niyo na guys, it has to be bind. Especially now na ang starting side is Optic on the defense, or excuse me, Fun plus on the defense. FunPlus can stack up so many rounds, but if Optic can just hold on for a little bit longer, they can really back things up here. Pero Sugaitsu, ipit sigapit. That's going to be the overwhelm by Victor. And Zipan is going to be the one to remain. A little bit too rambunctious from FunPlus. Medyo naging a little bit too brave na sila for my taste on that one, Ray. It was a nice decision. Pinch plays like that through teleporters are good, pero it's a one-way shot to either making or breaking. And when it breaks, it really does break, as you can see.
See the sunrise para sa side ni Zipan going up against 3. Will he be able to clutch this? Medyo mahirap na. Marv goes for the top. Optic wins this. A big security nga sa kanila to still get their gears up. Pero ngayon nasa Ray, dahil kakasimula pa lang sabi to, because the night will be the night that I will fall for you. There it goes. Don't make me change my mind. Wait lang. Sabi dito, Boss Asaray, quick question lang. Kumpara sa'yo si Ray's best duelist sa Pearl, sino naman best controller initiative pati parang ano na lang siguro yung magiging lineup mo ng agent kapag sa Pearl? Wala pa naman nangyayari gano'n.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say a lineup. This should be a one and done para sa Optic, to be honest. For Pearl, I wouldn't say lineup will be my pero agent-wise, for Sentinel, probably Cypher. For Initiator, Sky, kung one choice agent lang ako. Tapos kung controller, Brimstone. Yeah, okay. Nice shot from Ye. Always. Timing though. Handa na si FNS. Kumain lang siya ng onting shorty, pare. Hindi shorty sa BG, shorty sa bind, bro.
Because tonight...
Sorry guys, emo ako nung previous live.
Ay, grabe ang sound trip namin ni Azuray one time. Yung Lips of an Angel, no? It's really good. Mga sakit
Di ba? Mamaya na. Ayun, may tumalan na kay sa one taps sa wakas. Pero...
Si Angel.
Yan. Shouldn't really be too much other than... Oh, Sugaitsu, grabe. Sugaitsumi. Gusto na si Angel na lang matitira, pero mukhang this Angel's wings will be clipped. The second round taken by Optic. Quite convincingly ngayon, Ray.
Quite convincing, pero ganito din kanina sa may icebox eh. Pero to Azuray. It's really good to hear your voice. Say my name, it sounds so sweet.
Pinanganak kasi ako sa era or tinaglihi kasi ako sa sa mga kanta ng alternative rock. So yung mga tipo na malalalim boses nila, yun ang paborito ng aking AirPods. Kaya
ako
yun
gusto
din
ko
na
Beatles
kong,
Hey
okay.
Jude.
Mga banda ko, Creed, Dishwalla, ano ba? Ano ba yung mga ibang pinapatugtog? Pwede. Yeah, Metallica, Pantera, mga ganun.
In short, emo talaga siya. Kulang
Led
na lang
Zeppelin.
parang makeup na parang may Chemical Romance.
Excuse me, grunge.
When I was...
Yes, grunge tapos
Ay, young
emo.
boy. Basta yun. Sorry
Basta yun.
Ito na, masyado ka nagpapakita, FNS! Kasi inis na yung kanina yung mukha ni FNS. Di na daw tanggap-tanggap yung nangyayari sa kanila. At naiipit ang mga taga-Fantas Phoenix. Artist na lang together with Angel kagad ang natitira ngayon. At that's just it, I think. But as their Cyritic, Artist is kind of popping off. Hindi lang kind of, he's really popping off. Pero going up against 4 guys ng Optic, medyo malaking challenge nga to that they have to face. Pero nga lang, as you try to look out for those angles, there's still a lot of utilities that Optic can actually throw with that. But tries to pull off the knife. Nope, won't connect the shots. And Artist, I think it's much better for him to save this Vandal instead. Pero ayaw, syempre, ibigay ng Optic yon para sa kanya. And speaking of, those flashes gonna be working. Victor denies it. He gets the 3rd K. And Optic nga ang mananalo with the 3-0. Pero sabi dito, Andun din ba kayo mamaya, Ray sa Conquest? Yep, nandun kami ni Azurite. Bukas magkasama kami. Okay ba yun? Sabi dito, shot to, no? Next time. Libre mo ba? Padala mo na lang. Baka matalo kayo sa akin sa 1v1. Tatandaan nyo, isang best pa lang ako natalo sa 1v1 na yan. Or dalawa. So, yan. Ala nyo. Pero tapos na ako sa ganyan. Hindi na talaga ako umiinom ng tubig. Pati yun. Ka-UTI talaga ako nun. Pero, Tony Prowler lang naman. Pero, mukhang yung fade ay naiiwasan ng optic. Ganda din talaga ng mga flashes ni Crashes. Saktong-sakto, tugmang-tugma. Parang chemistry nyo lang ng jowa mo.
Sana all.
All. May jowa.
Slow burn lang muna tayo para sa optic, pero I don't think having a successful or even a try as a shot for B dito ngayon. Artist is so prepared for this. Peek out from Ye. The tripwire. Oh. Teka lang muna. Pero back away lang muna. Throws out the nade. Backs away. Optic could try to re-hit from B long naman ngayon, as now they know that's all about and what is on hookah. The Brimstone ultimate versus Victor. Nagkamali sa ng satchel. Kinain ng buhay ng orbital strike. This will still signify that Optic can go for the hard rotate on the B side. Or A side, excuse me. Because the thing is, that orbital, it got one, but it still did not get yung timer done for Optic. Sugetsu needs to hit the shot. It's not gonna work out. This should be a solid round para sa Optic ngayon. And now with Artist remaining on that judge, he saves this or just dies na lang so he can buy for a different weapon. Oh no, okay, he gets the Vandal. Does he save the Vandal? That's the question. He might. I mean, tinitingnan niya na lahat eh. Tapos bagal na lakad papuntang A site. Yeah, no, I think he's just gonna save this. Titingnan na niya kung may magka-forward push dito sa Optic and maybe have a chance for a couple of exit frags, but other than that, I don't think it's gonna be a clutch. Masyadong matagal na yung nalipas na oras.
At mahirap. Kaya papapatay nga siya. Crashes ngayon. Azurai is popping off with that sky. At kita mo how clear ang Optic sa kanilang attacking side. Pero ngayon, Azurai, that the guys of Fun Plus Phoenix is actually facing a lot of hardships sa kanilang defending. Kapag ba nag-switch siguro, baka makabawi na nga din na naman sila sa team na to. Pero so far, Optic, they need that reset. And looks like they are having the moment already. But then, ganito lang din nangyari sa Icebox. Just a same case scenario. So, pero kaya pa naman manlaban ng Fun Plus Phoenix ngayon.
It's still too early to tell naman if FunPlus will have to try to maybe bring it back on the second half. But the thing is, ang ganda ng forward utility na meron dito ang Optic. Their composition is built on the fact that they can actually flush out corners, especially with Victor on that range. Speaking of Victor, this has been a more convincing performance para sa kanya compared to the last two maps that we've seen. Whether it's because of the map or he's starting to wake up or possibly both, it is really good para sa Optic kasi they're not just relying on Ye anymore to create space. Kasi kung nakita mo yung Icebox kanina, it's always been Ye that's been creating the space. Victor, whenever he tries to do something, he dies. And unfortunately, wala nakakapag-refrag sa kanya quickly enough. Yes, there are some rounds na meron, but not enough that it dents yung confidence na pinapakita ng FunPlus whenever they played on, again, yung previous two maps natin. But here on Bind, it's such a different take talaga para kay Victor.
Sabi dito, Ray, sino daw ang crush ko ngayon sa stage? Ay, walang pogi sa kanila. Ay, meron si Victor pala or si Marv. Kasi Asian sila tignan. Or Asian sila. Ayun. Di ko type guys yung mga mga, paano ba? Western yung mukha, ganon. Talagang, hindi ko type. Type ko talaga Asian boys. Promise. Parang, hindi ko nakikita yung sarili ko makakapag-asawa ng afam. Pero pwede ang Jafam, Safam,
Si Jafar sa Aladdin.
Yeah. Ay, hindi. Mga ano talaga. Ganon, mga mala...
Uy, alis,
Chinito
alis sa
ba?
camera.
Chinito, ganon. Yan yung mga
Dami naman
type
ito uminom ng
ko.
Red Bull, oh.
Uy, hindi ko kaya yan. Feel ko magpapalpitate.
Sino?
Kaya
Mga
naligay na,
yung tunog.
kuya.
Ay, sorry. Feel ko
Ganda
yung
niya, oh.
tibok ng puso ni artist, ano na eh. Drrrr, gumagana na eh. Daming Red Bull na inina.
Alam mo yung katang yun?
I think narinig ko na nga. Yung ano, oldie na kanta. Or medyo old. Guys, ang kanta na release ng 2000, old song na kasi 20 years ago na yun.
So, tanda mo na. Ay, asa may tanong dito. Ano ang best bundle para sa'yo?
Oh, mahirap yan. What instigates ba a good bundle? Siyempre yung design, yung aesthetic, yung SFX, yung sounds ng pagputok. Tapos yung which guns are actually available sa bundle na yon. Teka. Sige, ikaw muna magkasabang iniisip ko to.
Okay. Dami naman sa'yo nagtahan. Ako, best bundle para sa akin ay... siguro, ang hirap pa. RGX, I think. I think lang. Pero yung most creative Z. Pero here
Spectrum.
it is. Yung... diba? Yan, yung creative.
Sa akin siguro,
one.
RGX or yung Prelude to Chaos.
Ito ba yung
Yung may
Radiant
espada.
Crisis pa rin naisip ko. Oh! Okay ka lang?
Gusto ko yung gusto ko yung itsura kasi ng sword eh. Actually, hindi ko alam. Hindi ko talaga masagot na maayos. Ang dami kasing bundle eh.
Alam ko na sa CSGO. Ako, ang favorite ko talaga dyan sa knife lang knife. Bow. Ganda na animation. You know, boy!
Xeno Hunter.
Kuya na naman kayo! FTX! Puro satchel! Para matigilan yung plant.
Uy!
Pero no, Marv takes the second kill. Sugoy, huy, yan. Ang lang natitira. Kung na-clutch niya to, bibigyan kita ng bundle, Asaray. Kaso hindi eh. Save na lang ulit. Sorry akin.
Yan talaga yan eh. Pag alam mong hindi makaklutch, doon mo sabihin eh. Siyempre.
Ay, inaaway na naman tayo ni Jasper. Wala naman daw Z Vandal pauso ka rin. Ha? Bundle? Ay, bundle kasi.
Bundle?
Bundle! Sabog ka ba? Parang siya walang tulog eh. Hindi tayo.
Hindi pa nag-PPG ang optic by the way. 5 straight rounds to sa A site. I mean, may isang round sila nagpakita sila sa B site but yeah. Solid ni Marv dito. How did he find that? Okay, he peeked out after this one. Hindi, yung sa... Ooh! Spicy. Good shots.
Ano pa? Talagang... Uy, yung Manila 48 nasa Fisher Mall kanina. Sorry.
Pero gusto ko SB19 eh.
Ay! May favorite ako sa SB19. Pero hindi ko nasasad. Kasi, si Crashes, talagang umaamba na. Gising na nga talaga to. Pero sa bind, sabi ko tama ko 3-1 to eh. Ano ba next natin? Fracture? Ay! Magaling ba Fun plus Phoenix sa Fracture? Sorry.
Yeah, malakas naman sila sa maps eh.
Bias ka.
Bias porket sinasabi ang katotohanan. Yan ang ano natin, syempre. Ay guys! Yan tayo eh. Pag nanalo ang Fun Plus, syempre papagandahin natin ang optic. Yan ang non-biased. Ay no. Pero syempre, pag nanalo ang optic, papagandahin natin ang itsura ng Fun Plus. Yan ang non-biased.
Ako, sorry, ikaw ang bias ko.
Ay,
Ikaw ang
salamat.
favorite English caster ko kasi tulog si Dax ngayon.
Wow!
Great! Paggising ni Dax, may magsasabi sa kanya, Dax, hindi daw ikaw yung pinaka-favorite na English caster ni Ray. Alam mo ko na i-reply na Pakiko. So to, on the retake, retake nga ba ng maayos sa mga taga-Fan Plus Phoenix? Medyo mahirap-hirap to, pero yung gaya na yan, ako, may kilala ako, binigyan niya ng gaya yung niligawan niya! Nag-break sila, pero oh no! Si Pan! Nasa kanya na naman ang iip ng hangin, hindi pa siya nasusunog ngayon. Pero may post-plant ba? Paping na lang daw kasi ng Spike, sabi. Sinabayan ng showstopper!
Oh!
He's gonna die! Hindi niya binibitawan! Yan ang gusto ko, hindi binibitawan! Parang ginawa ni John Lloyd at Thea Alonso. And finally, Fan Plus Phoenix takes on this round! Nabuhay pa kahit mahirap!
Yan, struggle to survive. My God, we need to get a replay on those 3 consecutive kills ng Fun Plus dito. How did that transpire? They had to use every bit of ultimate na meron sa kanila with Zipan and Sugetsu committing the Viper Spit and the Showstopper. But the end result was absolutely fantastic dito para sa Fun Plus Phoenix. Now, Optic, they haven't shown any bit of forces on B whatsoever. A talaga ang mahal nila. But with good intention. I mean, the double satchel from Victor does give a lot of angles for attack then, diba? Because can double satchel papunta sa shower, on U-Haul for the create of the flank. FNS has a weird lineup for the B site. This could fool Fun Plus. Maybe if they have a wall, pero if it's just the one snake bite, it's not really gonna do anything. Okay, it hits yung octagon, but as you can see, 4 stack pa rin dito on Fun Plus. They're not gonna get swindled. They're not gonna get faked out. FNS gets spotted, pero ganda naman ang positioning. Refrag by Zipan. Crashes does not follow up. A little bit afraid of what could have happened. And this is still a 1-for-1 trade. Zipan now aggressively pushes through short, and this is the first time that Optic will actually be starting to set their eyes on the B-side ngayon, Ray. Counter Nightfall, and tonight will be a night that I will fall for you. Trade after trade na naman tayo ngayon dito. The Haunt for a little bit of control. Nasa backside pa rin si Xiao. The flash! Oh, tika! Wallbang back kay Crashes, pero hindi! Crashes hits the shot! Sugetsu gets another one on the other side! Victor! Tumayo siya sa hookah, pero walang nakakuha sa kanya. And now Artis left into the 2 versus 1. Nag-double stack sila. The angle. He just spots the barrel. Backs away first. May blade pa siya. Does have the double flash if need be. Pero teka lang. Yan na. Nagpakita na naman siya. Gets tagged to 62. Artist doesn't have a lot of time. And look at the double up dito ng Optic. What a shot from Victor to get things started. No. How does he survive that?
Grabe kayo, Optic. Gising ang diwa. Comeback ata, Israel Reverse sweep. Pero feel ko, iba lang talaga pag nasa handle na handle ng defending. Ano ba para sa'yo ang Saray? Bind? Defender-sided or attacker-sided?
It's kind of hard to say. It's not really the side, pero paano nila ginagawa yung defense nila or yung strat nila. It's kind of hard to explain but yeah, it's not really defender or attacker side in my opinion. It depends on something. It's not that it's really hard to explain. Pag nag-gets ko na, gagawa ko ng video para dyan. Na-explain ko paano.
Yeah, may content na FPX might go for a thrifty once again. I think hindi na papayagan ng Optic ngayon. We're in the momentum. Medyo malamig lang kami ng una. Kaso, Angel together with Zipan wants to get this really workable pa, pero yung Spike, plano ngayon ng mga taga-FX. Ako kasi may na-expect nila na merong flank, pero wala pa naman kasi talaga at all. And finally, he gets the tag. May pag-asa nga talaga ang FPX. Grabe ka naman, Zipan. When they try to go for that default talaga na plan, he can actually take off that pain shot. Taking off mukhang medyo malayo-layo ang tapon. At hindi niya mapipigilan with those satchel. Pero Yay, nakahanap na kagad ng isa pa. At si Zipan na lang ang natitira. Kaso nga lang, kita mo naman yung post-plant ngayon ng mga taga-Optic. Mahirap talaga yan sirain. And now, finally, Crashes takes on the kill. And Optic is leading by 6 rounds against FunPlus Phoenix.
Ilang timeout na ginamit ng FunPlus dito. I think it's, what, their first timeout? Possibly second? So they're starting to, they're really committing to figuring out dito sa first half kung paano sila makakabawi. If this is the second timeout ng FunPlus. Ganda ng pwesto ng coach. Tingnan mo yung POV. Kita niyo yung 5 sa players niya. Hindi lang siya parang nakatingin sa observer siya kasi bad yun eh. Siyempre makikita niyo yung perspective ng kalaban. Pero that's pretty cool.
Ako, Asoray, ang gusto ko talaga dito yung table na lang, haba. Gusto ko yan ng mahaba. Saka malaki. Diba? Na table.
Saka plastic, no?
Ay, hindi. Kahit nakakaano lang siguro. Nakalimutan ko na yun. Laminated na mahaba tsaka malaki na table. Diba?
Oo na lang.
Nakita ko na kasi yung table ni Asoray eh. Sa Asoray Vilgising.
Lifetime table gang. Let's go. Ay, anong IKEA? Lifetime table tayo. Yan. Yung gray, wag yung white kasi gray looks so good, guys.
So, looks so good, Tay. Tapos, dami ng gising, no? Kaso, ang iba naman. Uy! Sorry, may isang nag-comment, Gui ng pangalan. Daming-dami account na yun. Lap trip. Uy, FPX, kailangan nila ayusin to. 5-7 is a good half. Pero I think you don't give Optic already their rounds. Sobrang biglang nag-gear up na talaga itong team na to. Ano skin tong hawak ulit ni Sorry, Huka?
Glitch pop. Ah, wait. Sino? Teka, pag nakapakita siya ulit ng weapon, hindi ko makikita eh. There's no chance then for FunPlus to commit for somebody that to have an operator. I think the basic reason doing it because they don't have an agent that can actually hold an operator properly. There's si Crash. He's on timing! Oh, the double kill! Possibly triple for Sugetsu! Yay! Here's the flank from Zipan and si Artist mag-double up siya ngayon sa U-Haul. Marv. Oh, the timing is sublime. Wow! Tumalikod siya agad. He knew what was gonna be coming through. The double TP. Is it gonna be the push onto B? 20 seconds. This has to be the commitment. And Angel, he's prepared. He's ready. There it is. The swing out. He's fighting. He's fighting for his life to try niya tigilan. A little bit of that molly. Hindi niya matatamaan to. And does... Timing. FNS 1v1. He's gonna have to go. Kita niya. The headshot from Xiao! Kita niya yung puwet ni Viper. Ang laki masyado. Huwag mo sabihin mali ako. Ayun o. Oh, nakita yung laki ng puwet niya. Titignan ko sa stream. Okay ka ba? Guys, I think I broke Ray Ray. Hindi ba kalat yun? Totoo naman eh. May visual clarification kasi.
Sinabihan mo ba yan na kanino ka na? Wait lang,
Kumuha ka ako ng tubig.
yung hinahampas.
You want to play? Let's play.
Okay, so ipapahinga muna si Riri, guys. Yeah, still, Optic do have the advantage pa din in terms of yung cred. So they're gonna be able to buy up to full as OnePlus naman, they're gonna just have the jolly weapons. Sugetsu, mangangain ng tao dito gamit ang kanyang Ghost. Xiao, gaabang. There's the flash! Hindi pa nagpapakita si Angel. This could be a perfect opportunity para sa kay manglason siya ngayon sa pwesto niya. Double stack on B long. Sugetsu nag-iintay. Spots it out, backs away. Hahabulin siya ng buhay ni Victor magtanggol. And the molly or the ultimate connects! Xiao! Woo! Jumping shot, jumping kangaroo with a shotgun. As at the dust settles, it's a 3 versus 1. Munti ka na magpainit si Ye. That slow is incredible. Artist, may nade pa siya kung kakailanganin man. Wait, hindi siya nakapick up ng rifle? Hahabulin siya ng buhay ng Optic dito ngayon. And now, 2 versus 1 na lang ang mangyayari. Sugetsu, napakalayo niya. Nagkamali sila. Napakalaki ng impact na ginawa dito ni Ye. And Optic, grabe talaga. I don't know how they do it, but it happens. And the dog, meow! Ay, sorry, Arf pala. And Sugetsu's been spotted.
Ipat na naman ni Viper. Mabas pa doon. Ayun. Pinaklaan ibon ng bird. At 7 bullets. Ay, ang hirap na yung oras. Time is kicking my G. Tinawag kang my G pero di ka naman ginawa. Optic takes this into an 8-2. And now, Fan plus Phoenix. Biglang nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin. Mukhang bumabalik na ang kagandahan ng performance ng Optic all throughout. Pero grabe ka naman eh. Napaka-unforgiving mo at napakalupit mo, idol. Pero uy, wag ka magdadabog. Wag ka magdadabog. Masama yan, kapatid. The dog Nyar. Yung dog ko niya, pag si Asaray. Nyar. Nyar Cubes.
Tapos nga pala dyan sa may gumamit ng New York Cup saka MSG.
Tsaka yung palakas daw po ng game sound, sabi ni John Michael. Sige, wait lang.
Boss Rec D, kung pwede lang daw palakasan.
Palakas daw. Watch party lang talaga to eh. Kaso uy, na-ego si Ardis.
Sugetsu naman ang taga-save ng rifle dito. Siya lang ang may phantom sa kamay. As Artist gets spotted down. No double stack. Huh. So, pwede na si Sugetsu dito. Through the smoke siya na magpupush, pero nandito na si Victor. Tapos mayroon pang multi-angle ni Marv. There's no position for Sugetsu. So, a double stack on Yuhol would have been, I think, not too bad. They could have played that flush out game. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, that nade didn't flush out Sugetsu. So, may position pa siya dito para sana magkaroon ng play. Manglason man if ever, pero just no dice. Sneaky Xiao, pero good only for the one attack pa dito. Gusto lang bumato ni Zipan ng grenade, pero tinaptapan ni Victor. Tap mo na yan, Victor. And Optic, 9 rounds in. Fun plus, not having a fun time anymore. Wala pa rin nag-operator sa kanila, but now this time, Ray, they have the full or 4 ultimates para gamitin dito sa ating last round in the first half.
Oh, what can possibly go wrong, FPX? Ang team na to ay mukhang aalat pa. Hindi pa sila momentum. Pero nga lang, Optic, we all know how good they are kasi. And syempre sa experienced team, such as Optic, you all know that it's not over yet, diba? So, Fun plus Phoenix. Ano na nga bang pwede nilang gawin? 2:10 ba to? Para, uy, sakto kasi 2:10 kasi 2:10 AM. Ha! Sorry. Or,
Sorry sa'yo lang.
sorry, mababa lang yung kaligayahan ko. Alam mo, kaya naman niya akong pasayahin pero di ko alam ba't di pa niya magawa. Kaso kasi, ang mga taga-optic, concentrated na. But if this is Nike, this can be just a curse eh. I do believe that Fantas Phoenix can get this on their attacking side. But, nilabas na kagad. Pero, that was a good orbital strike. At daming cancel lang. Cancels by cancels. But the fact that Optic was able to be part of the site already gives so much space na kagad sa kanila. Pero, say, nahubla pa nga kagad. Goes with the rotation papuntang B site. And as they go here, we have Suigetsu. Naku po! And now he tackles one. Hindi naging workable. Ipit na yung oras sa side ng Optic. And now Angel takes it out. Yung oras na lang, buti na lang. Buti na mag-panic ngayon si Yasurai. Pero RD sa dyan nakakagad buhay na buhay pa. 9-3 it is. And FPX, nabubuhay pa naman sila ngayon. At pwede pa ata nilang magawa to.
Grabe lang beses na si Victor na fly swatter dito. Grabe, Angel. Tapos stretch pa yung kanyang screen. Sarap. Yan guys. It's time to go low res. Low res equals high gameplay. Top gameplay. Yan yun. 3-9 on attack. Tapos walang... Ay, sorry. Meron pala silang duelist. Alright, panel muna.
And a lot of that has been coming down to Crashies, who I'm now going to call Flashies for the rest of this tournament. And he's been doing great.
Oh, Yinsu. What do we do with you? He has. He's been exceptional. I mentioned him at the beginning of the map. He's so good on this map. And the crazy thing is, I was talking about his ability to gain info off of utility. It wasn't necessarily supposed to reflect in the scoreboard, but the guy's showing he can do it all.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. He's already got more kills in this half than he has on either of the previous two maps.
You had to do him like that. You could have just let it go, man.
But what I'm saying is, Optic have woken up, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at them on bind here, and you're thinking about, okay, the series now is potentially moving on to Fracture, Haven. These are good maps as well. Maybe we're finally going to get a series here. Maybe Optic can put a map on the board against the MEA team and turn it into a series.
I mean, the big thing now is like, yes, Crashes is popping up and whatnot, but we get an FPX attacking side. It's one that you could put a little bit of hope in. Not a lot given the scoreline so far. And the fact that we finally got into a map where Optic seems comfortable, it seems like they found a rhythm of some kind. I think that spells a lot of disaster for FPX because I really felt that they might need to cap it here because the moment there's a bit of momentum, you love that word, we're going to throw it out there into the absolute atmosphere now because it's not just manifesting itself, it's in actuality now if they keep this up.
Yeah, it's not just momentum though, it's about experience. And I've got a round there that kind of indicates how Optic was using their experience too, where they were able to just get down and have a lot of patience in these rounds. So, listen, what I think Optic have demonstrated really well in this map is an ability to not get flustered on the previous two, right? They've been able to keep their composure, keep their patience, and I think you're going to see it in the next half as well. They're able to stick. I mean, Marv was getting assaulted from all sides by this stuff. People spamming him all over the place. This was halfway through the round as well with all of the team clustered up. These are moments where you can lose your head, and they didn't. Not at once.
You know what I love? Is that after he'd been denied twice, he swung out and he goes, who is doing that?
Yeah.
And he just executes them, and I was like, oh.
So disciplined, though, for a team down 0-2.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep that discipline up if they want to stay in this.
Dami sinabi na. Ang mas importante pa din is ang Optic gising na nga talaga sila. Pero itong kailangan pangunahan ng Fan Plus we're gonna be switching sides and will it be just the same how Optic got the momentum or Fan Plus punch talaga sila ngayon. Sa Fracture na nga lang sila babawi kung sakasakales what we've seen. Pero nga lang, tinisimulan na nga nila by putting a good pinch about Victor. Pero nga lang, Victor gets the second na naman.
Oh my God!
Bagag! Sabi niya bagag! At Suigetsu na lang together with Ardis. And now he gets it. Di mag-work ang mini boga. Pwede pa ata itong maging winnable sa mga tropa natin mula sa Optic. They win
Titinginan
this.
sila,
This might be the big possibility. Nag-uusap sila ngayon ka-talking stage. Sana all. Pero oy, baka sumabog talaga ang mukha ni Suigetsu. 7 HP na lang kagad. Na kay Ardis ang pag-asa pero wala pa palang pag-asa ngayon. At yung Minori sa mukha. Oy, he finally got out of it. Pero as Victor goes for the hold. Naku po, hindi niya binibitawan. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Suigetsu. Crashy spots him. And now Optic is down to 3 left. While Johan side, itong bind knock natin.
Malapit na tayo sa exciting part. Possibly nga, going tayo sa game number 4. I wouldn't say no to that. I mean, tapusin na sana ng Optic to para matapos na natin agad ang game 3. It's looking absolutely fantastic para sa Optic. Fun plus, lang bahid ng force buy sa kanila. Actually, I'd still call it a force buy. 5 sheriffs. It's not the force buy na maubos ang pera nila, but it's a force buy that will put them in a really weird discrepancy sa pera mamaya as they're gonna be forced to rifle half shield. If ever man. And with Zipan already down, this doesn't look too hot para sa Fun plus Phoenix ngayon. Suigetsu trying to readdress yung A-short. Spike is actually dropped out in not really no man's land, but far away from the rest of the Epic's squadron. Angel trying to maybe hit the hope to hit any of these dream shots, pero hindi mangyayari. Victor and Crashies do have this nice little crossfire setup. And as the dog is pushed through on showers, alam agad ng Optic na wala na nandito. Optic hasn't really gotten that much information in the previous map, pero looking into Bind, they are so much more in control nga talaga.
So much in control, but so much progress talaga ang meron sa Optic part. But Victor, 1, 2, name it, all trades is up there. Optic is just 2 rounds left to confirm this. Pero kasi walang pera sa ang FPX after that second half pistol. At ngayon, na magpo-full buy sila, baka naman may pag-asa pa ang Fun plus Phoenix kasi Asuray, hindi nga imposible magka-momentum ka ng napakalaki sa mapang to eh.
Not at all.
Pero
Yeah.
ano kayang pwede ngayon sa Optic? Talagang tuloy-tuloy na nga ba to or hindi pa? Kasi baka hindi pa eh.
Tingin ko tuloy-tuloy na to para sa Optic. Mahirap eh. Masyadong locked and loaded ngayon ng Optic dito. This is the Optic I was actually hoping to see sana in the past couple of games, but not at all. Bind, well, at least it's the outlying factor. Pop shot onto Xiao, but nothing to connect. FPX, tignan mo kung ilang players sa kanila naka-half shield. Lahat. So SMGs in close range from Optic is actually gonna be, I'd say, pretty deadly pa din. FPX knowing this, look at how slow they play. They're just so afraid of what could be. Utilities being thrown to close out the couple of corners dito ngayon. Is this gonna be the full commit? Not really too bad. Okay, without the smoke on Octa, ang ganda ng angle nila dito through Octagon. And they can start flushing things out. Yep. Without that smoke on Octa, ang laking bagay na para sa Fun Plus. But Victor and Ye, pinch plays could be happening. ... Victor only does have Inspector dito ngayon. So he needs to close the distance muna before any of his shots could actually be lethal. Ye, they know that he's gonna be somewhere on spawn. Yung nga sabi ko, Oy! Wow!
Oh,
Ye gets the kill. Or sorry, excuse me. Sino ba yun? Yeah, he gets the kill through the wall with the help of his teammate. Wow, teamwork makes a teamwork.
Pwede pa, no? Pwede pa ata sa exciting part ng Optic. But FPX, ano lang sila? Chill lang. Okay. Ano lang yan eh. Kailangan lang nila dito is take the small steps. Dahil hanggat hindi pa 13 yan, at kahit hindi pa OT yan, winnable pa rin every time. But they have to go through 7 rounds na perfect ang style nila to be able to capture their plans against the Optic. But si Ye talaga, very confident na siya. I think this is one of the things that we need to comment about Ye. When he gets so confident, hindi siya yung confident na masyado lang maasin. He's the type of confident who knows how to play those aggressiveness. At ngayon, he still wants to try and contest this pa talaga against Xiao.
Angel. Ooh. Okay, just paingay lang ng onte. Pabilis ng jiggle-jiggle dito ngayon sa B main. Molly thrown out by Marv as well. 50 seconds pa rin to, but ang dami ng utility na binabato na dito ng Optic ngayon. Tamang-tamang array. Ye is all about that sweet confidence, aggressive play, but he does have his TP. Somehow Xiao finds the pick. Brimstone ult used to delay a little bit further. 30 seconds na lang natitira. But there's nothing else to delay the onslaught dito ngayon ng FPX. Pero with that orbital, nakapag-reposition pa si Marv. And there's still one holding onto U-Haul. Victor with a huge showstopper. And plus, nagpa-panic na sila. FNS coming in from the flank. They don't know about this. They have to plant the spike right now. Zipan knocked down and dusted. They have to pick up the spike. It's nowhere. And Sugetsu has to fight everywhere. Backing his ultimate. 2 versus 1. May oras pa siya. Okay, Sugetsu. Hahabulin ni Crashes to hanggang sa mamatay Sugetsu. Pero the pistol. Oh my goodness. Crashes. What a heroic play. And we go to match point para sa Optic.
Oh my gosh. Optic, you guys are so insane. I'm impressed. Match point. Feeling blessed, never stressed, Azuray. Look at that. So beautiful. Mula sa side ng Optic. Oh my. Pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo daw. And sabi mga mahirap nang makabangon muli ang mga taga-FPX in such a map here in mind. And ngayon, isa na lang, I think, reset na lang sila. Mag-fracture na lang talaga sila ngayon, Darwin.
Yeah. And na, reset na. Map 4 na agad.
Reset na. Move on na, move on na.
Grabe. This is Optic play. Handang-handa sila sa lahat ng ibaba to. It's the weapon on Xiao. Ah, okay. It's the Bulldog.
Kahit saan.
I mean, 8 rounds though, pero parang not worth it. Anyways, Ardis. Grabe. Yeah, his ult. Wow, okay. So his ult does absolutely nothing. But somehow nakakuha pa sila ng fix dito. Teka lang muna si Victor. Alright. Another flank coming in from FNS. Zipan is already looking for it. There's the jump. Matita dito si Crashies. 1 versus 5. Wow, he actually jumps and hits the shot on Sugetsu. That's disgusting from Crashies. Pero this is one of those outlying rounds lang para sa Fun Plus. Napakadami nila utility that they can have used to enforce their will on a site, and one of those being Ardis's null command. Tingnan na si Crashies trying to save his weapon. Angel looking for the flank possibly coming through short, pero Crashies is gonna live to fight for another day. Hindi na kailangan actually mag-look ng kill or even die because he does have yung kanyang secrets for later on.
Mukhang Azuray, may gusto pang pag-asang ibigay ang mga taga Fan Plus Phoenix. But I think it's possible already for them to make it. But maybe they're just exhausting everything na lang. Diba? Talagang kung natalo man sila ngayon, next up na tayo. Kung kaya pa na lang humabol, kaya naman ata na lang gawing OT dito. Pero 7 rounds against Optic, unstoppable na to. Lalo na't mainit na nga ang ibang miyembro pa nila. But now, as they try to come up with a lot of surprises, There's just, of course, may mga routine maririnig sila mahat makagad ng patience pero di man lang tumama. But there
bulag!
is... Ay, naku po! Ay, bulag lahat. Awit. Oh no! FNS takes that out. But now Xiao gets the wall bang. Marvis na 1 HP. Kailangan nila ma-make it work. Pero nga lang, buti na lang si Xiao nandyan talaga. Xiao lang bao. Gusto ko yan. NCA with the tour de force. Tries to sing what what, pero buti na lang si Xiao. Nakabantay na nga rin. Expected Ray is gonna be coming from an FFX. Or ang Fun Plus Phoenix is still alive in this third map against Optic. Mukhang nabubuhay na ata ang kanilang loob. Pero dito may nasayang man lang sa ibang miyembro ng FPX. Pero si Xiao talaga. Xiao and Friends. Kung may Ye and Friends, meron din tayong tinatawag na Xiao and Friends.
Shalom Bao. Grabe. Well, it's going to be a timeout para sa FPX or sa Optic, I'd say. Then buy round nila eh. Just finish it off already. Get us to game number 4. Pero grabe. Ye is so fast. Like, may nakaabang agad sa kanya, but he still manages to hit another shot like that. It's kind of insane to think about it. Yeah, it's Optic going for the timeout. They're just talking about how they want to finish off this game na. It'll be ridiculous and at the same time amazing if FPX can push 6 rounds, but it feels like they're grasping at straws na, specifically lang para sa bind. Right?
Asaray, pag uwi natin galing Conquest, bibilhan kita ng pagkain kapag nahabol ng FPX ng 14-12.
Oh, sige. Hindi ako dyan.
Parang gusto ko na steak bukas eh. Yung mura lang hindi yung A-grade. Lang. I feel like eating.
Oo, pwede naman sa Jollibee. May burger steak naman sila doon.
Ay, oo. Alam mo yung burger steak, may fries.
Yun. Ultimate burger steak yan, syempre.
Oh! Ay, nako.
The fly swatter.
Wala na. Wala na to.
Ang asim. May molly. Sinugod pa.
Ay, nako. Wag ganon, kapatid. Ay! Hindi pa tapos. Ay, naku, wala na. GG's. Punta tayong fracture. Pag ito na-clutch ni Ardis, mamimigay na lang talaga ako ng Dragon Pass. Hindi na. Let's go! Map 4. Actually, Asaray, okay lang pala kung... Hindi ko alam kung 5 maps tayo, pero hindi naman tayo ganun ka-late matatapos. Like mga 5 a.m.
Pero syempre, maaga pa ang natin.
Oo, meron kaming simba bukas ni Asaray. Magdadasal muna kami dahil sa mga pinagsasabi namin.
Pero pag tingin ko hindi na ata eh. Kasi hindi na ako magigising mamaya.
Baka malabo pa sa malabo, no?
Oo nga eh. Parang hindi ko ata kakayanin.
Apo. Pagdating pa naman sa stats ng... okay. Ito ang stats ng Fun Plus Phoenix sa Bind. Mas mataas nga ng 1% kaya sa Optic, so dikit lang. But as we go to Fracture, okay. 13 ang laro ng Optic sa Fracture, 69%. Si Fun Plus Phoenix, 18 na beses na sila naglalaro, 72%.
Kalapit pa rin.
Magkalapit pa rin. Pwede na. Ano ba last map nila? Breeze? Or what? Ay, tignan natin. Anong Pero anyway, guys, one-sided talaga ngayong bind map. So, medyo punish talaga yung mga tropa natin mula sa mga taga Fun Plus Phoenix, and looks like hindi pa naman talaga tapos ang season to. Ayaw pa umuwi ng Optic na sinasabi ng mga iba na near airport. But then, here in Fracture, maybe we can see already the defining line between these two teams. It's either Optic's gonna say bye-bye or talagang medyo hindi pa naman talaga agad. Pero guys, we're gonna go on a short break. When we come back, we're going into Fracture. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rayday, kasama ko si Asolay Guy, and see you after the short break.
boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
The curse has finally been broken. Optic, they've managed to take a map off of an EMEA team, but the job is far from done. I am back on the desk with Jess, Doug, and Sideshow. You guys had faith in Optic on Bind, but did you have that much faith? Because that was a little bit more dominant than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, FPX have looked decent at it recently, so I thought it would be a bit of a close map, especially with their form in this series so far. But I think Optic have just put on the same level of domination we saw in the prior two maps, and that sets us up wonderfully for the rest.
Yeah, I think it's a world-class Bind performance. We know they come into this tournament very good on the map, and you see it reflected. The interesting thing, too, about Bind is, about Optic is it feels like for this entire tournament, either they win real big or they lose real big. They have not gotten into this, like, heavyweight, like, slugfest that's going into overtime, crazy things like that. It just has felt like this is what we've seen with Optic this entire tournament run.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the fact that not only are we in a little bit more familiar territory, I mean, we said there were wishy-washy maps. I forgot your term already there, Doug, but yeah,
Tossy-uppy.
Tossy, turny, uppy, whatever he's got there to throw at it. We're now in a little bit more known territory, which is interesting because we're getting to the latter parts of this best of 5 now, and it's an opportunity for Optic to really grab this by the reins.
Yeah, I also got to do Angel dirty a little bit in a moment because he did tweet something a long time ago.
2020.
Yes, long time ago, before we even had the international tournament Masters. I think we're going to throw the tweet up in a second.
She's been sitting on the seats for years.
I know. I mean, the replies in this tweet is what gets me if you guys want to go and find this. But as Angel said, I feel like top NA Valorant teams will win something around 4 rounds maximum versus top EU teams. If they win both.
This was 2020.
And the kicker is there's no date stamp.
Yeah, no.
He tweeted this 5 minutes ago.
This was so long ago that Wardell was responding to it like he was the competition. That's how long ago we're talking. But the rivalry's been going deep at this point, and Optic have finally won a map. But that doesn't mean they're going to win the series here.
Oh,
does it not?
You don't sound like a believer.
Are you a believer in the reverse sweep 3 maps in a row?
I feel like the script is so well primed that if they were going to do the back-to-back, that they might as well do a reverse sweep to add a little bit of a cherry on top that has otherwise been unwritten by them thus far.
Yeah, and 2 of the players on Optic have turned up to, I guess, gearing up for this reverse sweep, Doug. And that is Crashies and Victor, 2 players that didn't look great in the first 2 maps.
Yeah, and especially Victor, to be honest, but they both came out of the gates looking so good, and we highlighted Crashies at halftime, and for good reason, but Victor was quietly fragging up there with Crashies, and again, I think we've looked at Optic through a lot of this tournament and gone, okay, where's the spark? Where's the fire? Who's the catalyst to do it? If it's those 2 guys who are popping off, that bodes well for the future.
It bodes well specifically for the near future, because this duo is going to be working together on Fracture, doing somewhat similar stuff. And I don't care, you can't be looking at the Neon on Icebox and say, that's how he's going to play Neon on Fracture. It just doesn't work like that. That's not Victor. That's not what we've seen from him in the past.
And I hope that doesn't come back to haunt him mentally when he jumps into Fracture as well. I hope he doesn't think back to the the last time he played Neon, you know, very recent. That recency bias, whether or not it sits in the back of his head or not, he goes, oh, I really didn't take space well. Really didn't have the impact I wanted with the Neon. I hope he just lets that go, because you're right. Some of the world class, they were able to pioneer how Neon looks on Fracture.
Oh, I think he let that go on Bind. I think he has long forgotten about the Icebox performance, and I think he's going back to comfort. Again, you mentioned that they pioneer this composition. This is where they're comfortable. I have no reason to think it will be any different here.
I mean, this is also the reason why we believe in a team like Optic, right? They have the experience. They know what it's like to just brush off a loss on a map and just move on and not let that get to them. But going on to Fracture, it's not just about the recency in terms of the map they played today. Their Fracture has not looked good in this tournament.
Well, the problem with that is that they played it against Paper Rex, and that is, of course, I mean, of course it's not going to look amazing there. And okay, they played it against DRX as well, where DRX are a fantastic team. But Optic are amazing at this map. It's been either their best or their second best map since they've added to the Neon to the pool, and it picks specifically well against the defensive style that FPX like to showcase. If FPX are putting up one-ways and trying to hold down halls and thinking that the Neon's going to respect it, they're not at all. They're going to be up in your face and pass that one-way before you can blink.
Right, even if you try to drop a knife or something to slow him down, Victor's going to get around it. You won't really know what hits you. And I'm actually, because of that, I'm curious to see if FPX, given their propensity to change compositions for what's before them, I wonder if they bring out something different. We've seen teams in this tournament effectively stifle the pace with which Optic like to play, and FPX are going to have to do it here.
It's funny because I just think back to the last time they played this, and they went up against the Neon, and Xiao just went, okay, run at me then. I guess I'll just withstand the storm. I'll weather this storm that you're throwing at me. So I do think that FPX has the propensity to be able to counter the speed. We've seen it on Icebox as well. I do think there's a possibility, and this is one of their most played maps just in Copenhagen. This is something they've been tested on. After the DRX loss, that was the first time they showcased it on the international stage. They went, you know what? No, we're going to get better and better and better. They did. Every time they played Fracture, it has been a better performance time after time. So if now it gets even better, they would have, you know what, funny enough about that tweet, they would actually have to 13-4 for it to be better than previous performances. And that, I mean, that would be iconic.
I think there's two areas of the map that you really have to be focused on here. And it's the fight that's going to be happening around A halls with Angels one way that we're likely to see and the Neon trying to run through it. And the other side of things is if Ye decides to play like a bait play there, they can react push from Dish. And so either way you slice it, Optic should have opportunities once they get onto the attack side.
I also love those shots of Doombros we just saw where he has a copious amount of notes on his desk. Like his entire desk is just covered in preparation. He's probably come up with against Optic, and then particularly on this map, we are into the Prime Gaming Agent select here. And again, both of you guys have mentioned already how much these teams like to play here, and Doug, surely no changes, right? They're just going to go at it with their best, most comfortable comps.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it, at least on the side of Optic. Because of the things we've already mentioned, but I wonder if this is where we're seeing some of that turn in this tournament, is when you are this world renowned on a map, right? When you are the innovator on this, there's going to be a lot of film of people looking at you, seeing what you do, and while Optic have been able to weather that historically,
there's a lot of tape for both of these teams though, and I think this is one of the maps where you can look at the prep, the coaches, the IGLs, and think about, do they have a good game plan coming in, and do they adapt well during the series?
And I love the fact that we'll have, you know, the Rays and the Fade to play back against the Neon. I know that we've said sort of Xiao and the likes have just stood there and weathered the storm, but I think there's an opportunity for them to capitalize on their utility usage. They've been strong with it thus far, and they have the firepower to really back it up. That's what I'll be looking at, is how do we see this going forward? I think I said to you, Josh, before, that was it Optic that starts on the defense on this map?
Yeah, there you go.
On defense. So we won't really know until the second half what is in store for us, because that's where the Neon really shines.
And I think this first half might be defined by that chamber battle again. You get to see Artis playing against Ye, and Artis got the better end of him on map 1. I think that's going to be in the back of Ye's head.
Well, this is it. FPX, they have another chance to close out this series. Optic, once again, Pansy and Hypok are fighting for survival.
Hi guys! Good morning and happy early morning Sunday sa inyong lahat. Dahil ihahatid na namin sa inyo. Maligo ka, Soray. Napaghahalata ako hindi ka naliligo. Pero anyway, this is the match between Optic nga together with ang mga taga Fun Plus Phoenix. My name is Ring. Kasama ko dito si Honey Bunch na si Asoray. Pero as we're gonna go into the fourth map, will this be a clean 3-1 in favor of Fun Plus Phoenix, which I totally would love to, para magpatulog na ako dahil bukas sabi ng nanay ko, samahan ko daw siya syempre, natutulog ba ang Josh? Yun ang parati nating tanong. Pero Crashies, FNS, and Yay na lang kagad dito sa isang gap. Boom! Dito mama si Yay. Ayan na. Go!
Oh! Oh!
Oh no! Oh!
Marvel. Oh my gosh. Marvel at Marved. With all of his pop shots. Pero of course, that is going to be in trade for Victor and Yay. Angel. Okay, this position is going to be good. Panglason to sa Marv kung nakatingin lang siya directly towards the A site. What's the utility for Fun Plus? Sugetsu has put his wall on B. I don't think he says anything other than yung kanyang snake pipe, but still good. If he tags anybody dito, this is going to be vulnerable attackers or vulnerable na retakers ng optic. Si Angel, dakilang tagalason. Wala nakatingin sa kanya. Marv nakalabas sa iPad din mukhang... Naku po, wala siyang Apple policy. Sorry na lang po. Fun Plus Phoenix will be able to get that one. Ray, kalma ka lang. Yeah, sabi ko, may sinabi ako sa iyo before yung mag-start yung game number 4. Grabe, napaka-low risk naman nito. Angel. Parang Clado na lang yung mga agents ng Valorant na sa tingin ko nga, bind lang ng map ng Fun Plus na ito-drop nila. It's not bias, it's more of yung ramdam ko lang talaga. Oh my goodness, teka lang muna. Pero sumusugod sila masyado. They've gotten one pero tignan mo, they've unearthed what is the whole heap of FPX. Shao set up onto B. One player only there. Yay is on the long flank towards Arcade. Nakatingin siya actually, I believe, sa underground ngayon. And if they throw out their utilities like this, yep, there it is. Fun Plus already looking to go for the A site na.
Okay, quick lang naman sa Fun Plus Phoenix ito. And FNS together with Yay. Ay, mahirap na to. Mahirap na para matackle pa nila itong 4-man stack nga ng FPX. But here it is. Oh no. Hindi. Mahirap na. Pag to na-clutch pa ni Yay, ewan ko. Babalikan ko yung ex ko pag na-clutch na to. Promise. Babalikan ko yung ex ko. Oh! Nabahan ako. Kasi yan Pero hindi.
Kala ko yan maano ka na Say hello again to to toxic world
Uy, huwag ka ganyan.
Ay, sorry.
Huwag mo naman pagsalitaan ng masama. Joke lang.
Sorry.
Totoo,
medyo umaabot na ako sa grog. Sa grog. May onting isang letter na lang mag-away na So,
Ako din
Uy, gusto ko TP in. Angel? Meow!
My darling angel. Ang corny ko.
Kasi nang si Angel. Napunta siya sa underground. Okay.
Bakit kaya ganyan, Jejemon niya, Ange 1. Boss amo mapagmahal.
From one Jeje to another. Why do you think?
Boss amo mapagmahal. Mahal ko _28.
Pop shots. Narinig na TP out na si A. But the pressure's still on, but Spike is actually all the way through the other side of the map. They're gonna try to hit for the A site. Ang magpupush lang sa A on A main is gonna be Sugetsu. So sasamahan nila ni Angel muna dito. I think Angel, yep, he does have yung paranoia niya. So if they play this correctly, this could be a nice little aggressive push. Na-pop na yung trap. Oh, that is a nice fault line. Pero syempre si Zipan, meron siyang surprise. And that is going to be the showstopper. Pero teka lang, walang tinamaan. 1-for-1 trade. One more for Angel. One shot from Artis all the way through spawn. And FNS is alone. Angel. Oh, could not hit the shot. Unfortunately, 3 versus 3. Pero teka lang si Xiao. Xiao Longbao. And Ye comes in for the flank on A main. Pops a couple of shots. We've equalized once again. Bowing na tayo sa 2 versus 2 dito. Crashies trying to set things up with his teammate. Drops down onto Sands. Ye coming in through A main dito ngayon. Xiao trying to bite off a bit of pop shots from Ye. Down to 2 bullets, but that's all he needs. And Artis, it's all about the chambers. 1 versus 1 na lang tayo dito ngayon. And Ye, does he have the timing?
Oh my
Absolutely not, as Artis secures the round para kay Fun Plus.
That was so beautiful from Fun Plus Phoenix. Mukhang NA near airport. Saray ah.
Spike planted.
Sama na sila kay... Punta na silang conquest.
One enemy remains.
Pero anyway, alam mo, when artist starts to pop off, he can actually be on the same level as Ye. But well, we all know how experienced Ye is kasi. Kaya talagang ang dami na niyang binibigay sa sa kanyang team here in the Optic. But in this round, once again, I think if FPX get the scoreline to a 6-0, I think they're unstoppable now. I think Optic, they need to surrender this Masters lower bracket finals and just improve their stability going into Champions. Yun na lang yun. So rin Champions, back to 0 na naman muli, no? Sorry, lalo na Pearl ay lalabas na nga after LCQ. So I'm quite excited sa future nga na meron pang pakahawakan ng teams. Pero masyado pa naman syempre maaga para sabihin to. Pero sa performance sa FPX, mukhang malaki talaga kasi ang probabilidad.
Si Victor, nakikisayaw na lang. Mabilis ako. Pero not mabilis enough na makakakuha tayo ng kill dito. The fucking not doing nothing. Fun Plus, they're just having fun with it na lang muna ngayon. I mean, it is still too early to say. Pero attacking side, I will have to give it. Attacking side on Fracture. Unless you commit the double Sentinel, which I don't think we have because double controller sila on both teams, I think. But yeah. There it is. Pag narinig mo na yung dubstep, wow, timeout na yan.
Ano yung pawa? Ano?
Diba kayo yung tunog ng dubstep?
Pwede ka rin sa pwede ka sa urban.
Hindi ko lang ano yun eh.
Drop beat. Oh, boom.
Ay, nako. Yan na. Sabihin na naman ng chat. Sensya na guys. Umabot tayo sa panahon na yun.
So yung tanong ka lang, ilang taon ka na?
19.
19 kailan? 15 years ago? Magkalapit lang age namin ni Asoray. Pero, diba? Magkalapit lang. Ako, tita, si Asoray, tito. Pero yung mga preference namin ay parehas lang. Diba?
Lobas na yung Black Adam na trailer. Dwayne Johnson saka si Pierce Brosnan, bro.
Dwayne Johnson, bro?
Kala ba si Pierce Brosnan?
Hindi.
Yung isa sa mga James Bond.
Hindi nga, sabi sa'yo, I'm not a fan of action movies. Like, please. I'm sorry. I know I'm a disappointment. But, hello, Angel? Huh? Oh my God. What was that? 4 left na lang sa Optic. Shutdown talaga. And Azurai, can you somehow explain it to me? Why Fun Plus Phoenix like this Omen X Viper? Diba? Bakit kaya? I don't usually see
over
this kasi
the
diba
Brimstone?
Astra? Over the Brimstone or over the Astra?
I think over the Brimstone. It's... What the... Sorry, mutik ako na mawala ang salita ako. Mapapasabi na ako ng pinagbabawal na salita eh. Huh? Did he just TP just to get that information on spawns na patingin si Ye? Oh my god! What? Oh, sobrang speechless na ako. Hindi ko na alam. Si Victor magtanggol. Nako, na-stun na siya ng sarili niyang kalokohan. Okay, trade for trade though, but number still in the advantage of FPX. Pero si simple sightline lang.
Oh,
although Ardis. Ito na. 3, 2, 1. Let it rip. One more. Pero mukhang napunit ang brief ni Ardis. Crashes na lang matitira. 2 versus 1. What a shot from Crashies, but Xiao not missing the beat to get that punish.
Talagang Aseray, itong FPX. Looks like they know the style that they need to do here. And ito na ata ang tunay na shorts buff. At uy, si Ye, ano pa, tumatawa pa siya. Pero ito Aseray, alam mo, parang si Ye chill lang siya na player, no? I've never seen him feel so bad. Diba? Sobrang, ano lang siya, if I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. Pero, as for Zipan, ang tindi na ni Zipan ngayon. Talagang, he's popping off already with that raise of his, leading 3 members left of Optic alive and kicking. Pero nga lang, sasabihin ko na sa inyo, pag 6-0 talaga, ito ng Fun Plus Phoenix, alam mo na medyo malabo na sa kanal ata itong pagbabalik ng Optic. Pero kasi iba talagang attacking side dito sa Fracture in a way.
Yeah, agreed. Pero ang linis maglaro ng Fun Plus ngayon. Grabe. I mean, again, there still is time, but there still is that switch at the side, but in this kind of position, ayaw mo mangyari yun eh. Because if that's the case, then that would mean ideally, para sa Fun Plus, they're looking at like a 12-0 sa first half. That is so scary. Oh my god. Even Ye with an operator does not dissuade yung style ng Fun Plus Phoenix ngayon. They're so smart. It's actually ridiculous.
Sabi dito, parang nangyari lang sa Fracture kalaban Fnatic kagabi, deja vu. Yeah, you guys are right. Really, really right.
Yeah, there you go. That's also the reason why nga pala Angel's there with the Omen. It's a supplementary flash. Yung paranoia. Because there's no flash ability for FPX at all. So they kinda want to use this para matulungan sila. Victor, cha-cha-cha. But chow-chow-cha.
Goodbye talaga eh. Sabi ni Xiao. And, Aseray, talagang looking na ang FPX to just destroy Optic in the first half pa lang kagad. Yun na yung goal nila. Win many rounds as much as possible. And remember wala silang Neon. Diba usually nakita natin, they go with the Neon. But the fact that it's a raise and it's not a breach also, diba? Kasi minsan, yung mga wala si Xiao na meron si FNS, maka-cover naman yan ng Omen eh. Maka-cover naman ng Viper in a way. So, maayos din talaga yung patutunguhan ng FPX kahit mag-switch pa tayo ng kahit switch pa tayo ng
nice
side.
punish.
Yun. Medyo, sorry, naglalag na guys. Mahina na internet sa ulo. Hindi na naging 150 Mbps. Mga 35 na lang ata.
Meron pang ultimate si FNS. He's already used it. 18 seconds. They gotta push forward. Slow play, pero mukhang hindi lang tayo nagalagang utak. Pati ata si Crashies na unahan dito ngayon. But FNS is still gonna hold on. What a shot through the smoke. And they're still getting it, but the spike is out in no man's land. They need to find Ye. Ye, timing. Oh my god, what a shot from Ye. No time for Angel to actually plant the spike. And somehow, Optic survive. But they've lost everybody to the smoke. Here's the shot. Inubos niya lahat ng after ng FPX, excuse me. Cherry on top of the defense. But how long can they last? Because that was a lot of ultimates burned ngayon. by Optic. That shot to the smoke. Look at this. Beautiful.
Nice try, brothers.
So,
And ito na yung
parehas na
sinasabi.
pinush.
Ewan ko ba? May time pa naman ka para patayin na lang siya, no? Pero Asoray, kanina nga sabi mo sa akin, no? Ang problema hindi yung reset ng Optic, yung problema si Yay. Yung buhok ko, saan na napupunta? Saan na napupunta?
Oh, the TP! Wait, nag-TP pa siya? Timing. Sa likod ni Yay! Sa likod ni Yay! Oh, he gets away! Yay has another shot! Another one! Okay, Artist finally shuts him down. Unbelievable! My God, Yay!
What the actual Yay is this?
Ay, pinatay pa rin niya!
Nani sa rin! May mga Tachiwa!
Tachiwa, ano na eh?
Tachiwa, tama na eh.
Okay, teka. Hinga muna tayo. Eh,
oh my God.
Si Artist.
Chow. Oh, wala na. Talo. Pagdak na siya sa gate 2. Idol ko na siya. Oh, shocks. Yay! Oh my God. When Yay is on his defending, he can just manipulate all out. Asoray, what a smart move. Look at that. And he's just so relaxed. It's a normal day for him to do the Yay things. May nakita akong comment ko daw batiin si Yay. Wala akong pakialam. Gusto ng panalo ng Falpas Phoenix to.
Yeah, okay, that's the right decision. Just call the timeout na. Grabe. Yay is just something else. I mean, sure, may mga cold days si Yay at the start of Masters, but those cold days are all behind us. He is the X factor ng Optic Gaming. He is the gem of this Masters 1 winner team. Grabe. Who does that? Like, Nandig niya nata yung TP ni Angel pero wala pa rin nangyari. Angel doesn't get the refrag. If he got the refrag, that would have been something, but nothing. Yay is 9 kills already. And he still has that operator in hand. Artist will return the favor in kind, buying his own operator din dito. 2 to 6. Yeah, we're just gonna set things up. What is the lineup with this Blade? It is looking towards B. There it is. Couple of Optic players. Actually, no. I thought it was gonna be Pistol Sparse Optic, but just to maybe break a little bit of utility. Yeah, he's gonna be holding the angle on A-Long. Marv already pushed hard on Underground dito while Victor is just holding the other angle naman. And speaking of which, Victor actually has an operator. So double up para sa Optic. This could be... I liked it because it allows Victor to reposition so quickly with the sprint and nobody will actually expect it. But I don't think they saw that he has it. So if they do realize that he does, this could actually be good for FPX kasi you don't want to play with 2 ops in the retake scenario. Ayun.
Of Angus FNS. Oh! Ay! Oh no! The distraction. Oh!
Yay!
Ay, yun lang, Yay! Ano na bang nangyayari? Nakahilo na kagad ang mga taga-FPX. And looking at that,
wow!
No! Ay, hindi pa pala! Or with an operator, maybe somehow manages to clutch this one out. pero hindi na. Mahihirapan na siya. He just goes for a concuss. Tries to win this one out. Goes for the wall back. No scope it is, but then Zipan behind his back. Fun plus Phoenix still wins this round. Grabe, para tayo nag-all-star matchup ngayon. Asoray, lahat bida-bida.
Well, you're not wrong. It feels like everybody's on that spectrum talaga na pagiging all-star talaga dito. Oh, grabe nila. Hindi na ako makapag-cast na maayos, Ray. Lahat na lang na sinasabi ko, puro reaction na lang. Kasi, ang ganda. Sobrang ganda ng plays overall. My goodness. You'd think FunPlus would have committed the fight kay FNS. But they had the mindset after all of that exhausting rounds na binabawi dito ng Optic to still scan Ye's pick on A main. And they got the 2 kills simultaneously, and that effectively broke the A site. What a sequence para sa FunPlus dito, and what clairvoyance para sa nila. What clarity of mind to just keep checking. Grabe. I honestly thought it was gonna go the favor ng Optic, and then parang ganun no? Yung this entire series has felt like Optic winning. It feels like they're just one good play away or one good instance in one round to winning. As biglang lahat na lang binawi sa kanila, inagaw sa kanila ng FunPlus.
And right now, Asuray, FunPlus, consistency is key, Just don't give Optic the Optic power, the Optic magic, at kaya na nga nilang masolusyonan at matapos na nga itong lower bracket finals. Pero ang ganda na Fracture. I think the first 3 maps are kind of like, okay. Pero here in Fracture, it's really different. And you can really see yung differences kasi ng agent dinala, yung differences ng creativity of these both teams, plus how they play individually already. Ano ba ang magiging impact habang gumagamit ka ng agent na ito? But then, Zipan, maririnig niya kung saan bang gagaling ang isang miyembro nila. But Victor, with that operator, naka-double up sila technically. There's already nakalusot 9 agents, take him out! There's the
no.
Zipan! At na-cut off na naman ang dalawang miyembro. Takes out the bomb bot. Look at them going to B-site already. Once na pick off na kagad ang dalawa. What a good ultimate coming in from Angel. Asuray talagang ni-risk it all na niya. Balak lang naman niya lumabas pero mukhang hindi pa naman naabot sa kanya. But right now, he tries to take a point pero nga lang Angel talaga ngayon ay nagpa-pop up na. It's up to Crushes with his Guardian but not gonna work at all. FNS na lang all by himself and he's gonna be saving that Vandal of his.
Okay, another good round could be coming soon para sa Optic dito as FNS is nearing yung kanyang Rolling Thunder. So the question is, he dies, he gets the Rolling Thunder. He survives, he needs to get a kill to get that Rolling Thunder. But, first case scenario, he might not have proper money later on to buy weapon plus a shield. Okay, there you go. That's good. If he can save the weapon, this is perfect. Alright. Does he have the money though? Ooh. Nope. Okay, yikes. Alright, this is bad. They can still probably just not over-purchase this round na lang. Save it na lang siguro for the 3-9. Yeah, the possible 3-9. Because it's already looking 2-9 right now for FPX. Now, so you just need to get the other one na lang before the first half ends. Wow. And I'm just talking economy-wise. I'm not even just talking how well FPX are playing this attacking side. Bugbog sarado dito ang Optic.
Grabe. Nasaray. Mahangon. If this is a 9-trigger to 210, Asaray, nako po. This might be a punish side ng Optic. Natatanggalan talaga sila ng momentum. Especially this round, walang pera at all. But there's an ultimate from FNS for the retake. There's also that Neon, ang kanyang bzz. But as for the guys of FPX, they know their advantage at the same time. Kaso waiting lang sila. Oh, lilipat sila ng B. Walang nag-iingay kasi. Talagang may wall lang para ma-fake at makainin ng bait. Oh, it's all by Ye himself. With the headhunter. Mag-audition ba sila? Pa isa-isa? Hindi nga lang mama. They already know. Pero nga lang, ma-pick off siya right now. 1, 2, name it all. Madadali na naman kagad ata, no? So he gets the trade-off. 4v4. There's the cover coming in. Nalabas na kagad ang rolling dollar. But is it worth it? I think no. But Victor nakapasok na nga mismo sa side. But Aiden takes him out. There's the tap coming from Crashies. Pero wala na nga at all. It's up to Marv. They need to plant it once again. But will he be able to come with something ngayon na magagaling sa drop na may nakatingin na nga lang sa kanya kagad ngayon? And now, speaking of, wala na nga, oting distractions na lang. So he gets to takes him out. Marv is out. 9 to it is. Just one left. It's gonna be a double digit na ng Fun plus Phoenix.
I was not a big fan of that. They used so much. I mean, maybe the combination would have been not too bad, but okay lang na ginamit nila yung Neon ult, but the Rolling Thunder is such a big ultimate to have wasted on that kind of round. I mean, bawi na dito is Crashes and Marv are very near yung kanilang Null Command plus Orbital Strike, so maybe we're good and good. Ooh, 3 players detected. Crashes throwing out util dito ngayon. One chasing in. Crashes has used everything. Oh, that's beautiful from Ye. Beautiful from Ye. Maybe fantastic. Double kill na agad siya as he pushes out through Dish dito. The flank from Angel. Does he have to worry about the spawn? Hindi. Okay. Full control. Okay, doesn't miss the beat na lang. Oh! Angel's just crazy. Alright, they brought it back. 2-2 na tayo, or 3-3 tayo ngayon. Here's a TP. Gets a little bit of that information. Picks up the spike. He does! Binasag ni Ye, pero nakuha pa rin ni Angel. What a fantastic player! Crashies coming into the corner. Sugetsu. Sugetsu stabbing. He gets the peek. Gets the wraparound to Victor. But now it's down to Zipan. Zipan has 40 seconds. He can try to readdress somewhere else. Pero tignan mo, nag-double up na si Victor at si Ye. I don't know how well Zipan can read the situation, pero he's gonna have to plant sometime, and better late, better sooner than later. And now he has to wait for the double up dito. Victor and Ye, Victor and Ye! And Ye hits the shot.
Sayang. But Angel, Azurai, I'm scared of this guy. Paano pa pag nag-switch tayo na side? That paranoid at shouted step may become the biggest weakness that Optic has to face on the second half. Pero si Iyo, palong-palo, maganda. Pero ano ba ang mangyayari ngayon pa para kay Ye? Maya-maya lang din. But on the actual first half, it's a 9-3. But will this be a curse or a blessing? But all in all, let's head on to the panel, syempre. Kung ano nga bang mapag-uusapan nila sa second half, which is going to be a comeback maybe? Or talagang iba na ang kapangyarihan ng FPX dito?
Up. Yeah, I mean, after what I thought was a pretty underwhelming performance on the previous map, I've always quoted him as being one of the best Raze players in the world, and I was like, oh, well, he really hasn't put it on show for you throughout this match, but he's come into, you know, Fracture, and he's like, okay, this is my playground, I know how to traverse. We don't run the Neon like you, but what we have instead is my ability to traverse the map, and that's what you see, the difference between the first half on Bind on the Raze, and then the first half on Fracture. I think there's a very clear delineation.
Yeah, there's a massive difference, and he's also stepping up alongside his IGL. And anytime you get Angel fragging, it makes you feel like he just understands the game. They're constantly shooting people in the back because he's just got the mid-rounding working.
It just feels like he's rolling back the years, right? You think about that flick at the end of the half, that 2K right at the end was just nuts. It is a scary prospect right now for Optic.
I mean, speaking of nuts, it's just shenanigans, right? This whole match. Like, what is going on?
Imagine seeing that. And then conversely, imagine this happening like straight after. I mean, that round was absolutely bonkers, but
Yeah.
I just...
All of this round just went crazy happening.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, you just gotta let it play out because you just know that FPX is on that sort of wire there. And I love how close FPX play for the trades there. I love the end of there. But there's just moments there where I just say to myself, there's not a possibility, surely, that this happens.
It's concerning because, again, I mentioned since the DRX series, Optic either win really big or they lose really big. They've had one close map since that series, and this does not look to be teeing up that way at all. They are going to have to break the mold of what they've had recently if they want a chance at this.
FPX, though, are going to be so hungry. They are only 4 rounds away from solidifying their spot in the grand finals. They're going on a sweep with Sugetsu back into the team. I think they just feel that now is their time.
I'm wondering whether if FPX wins the pistol, of which I think I have listed here, Optic have won like more than 2 times the amount of pistols in this series than FPX has. So there is a clear winner on the pistol side here. It's Optic. But imagine FPX win it. And then you could just see it from there. You could see the finish line right in front of you.
Yeah, Sideshow said 4 rounds. That's all FPX need to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. Pansy and Hypok, take it away.
It's gonna be crucial para sa Optic dito to deny the pistol because they don't want to give so much firepower against FPX come the next round if ever man. But they do have the necessary tools to make this happen with Victor being on that neon. Pero tingnan mo naman yung positioning dito ng FPX. Alam agad nila na hindi nila ma-defend ng site. So why not just play somewhere else na hindi sila ma-oppress dito ni Victor with that slide and relay bolt. Although, that being said, Ray, Optic Gaming have decided to actually play it slow themselves, trying to see if they can catch FPX playing any funny business in terms of utility or in terms of positioning. Flash comes in, no dash to follow up, but they're setting things up, and Sugetsu could be at the receiving end of a fatal blow. Nade as a deterrent, but Angel's in the corner waiting for somebody to push in. Finesse, is he better? Angel is! And Sugetsu, right-click magaling. Classic is good. Crashes and Victor though do get the trade. Pero tika! Victor, hindi pa tapos si Sugetsu ng ginagawa mo! Crashes na lang natitira, 15 HP na Dream. 10 HP actually. And Xiao finds him. Oh, no. They have to force buy. They can't play this slow. They have to force buy this time.
No, Azurai. I think the airport is waving now. Pero ngayon, FPX versus PRX na to, may X talaga magkikita sa finals. Eto, Azurai, alam naman na natin that this is gonna be an FPX win na, di ba? Like, really, like an 80% chance. But do you think this will be a clean run ng PPGL against them? Or highly, or may doubts ka pa against PPGL?
I feel like it's gonna be a long-drawn fight. Kahit mamaya, oh! Yeah, alright. Yeah, oh, even the crowd's just in awe of how good Ye is. What a demon. Again, this man dubbed as El Diablo by the NA ranked community. The NA players, pros and all of that. Ay, nakakasingit ng onting Optic dito. Xiao, can he bring it back though? Were they able to pick up any weapons? Unfortunately, no. Pero the numbers is hardly in their favor. How are they making this happen, Ray?
I don't know. I think it's just that Ye started it and it all went together. You have a player like Ye that when it's him popping off, he just brings up the team's morale. You just have that one player and now he gets it. It's all up to Xiao. He can go for the top with this Guardian. But I think this is a little bit difficult already for him to handle. All of the concuss goes into the hands of someone like Ardis. And Optic wins this round. There's still a security. Pero pwede pa rin naman kasing mag-force ngayon ang iba ng mga taga-FPX. But yeah, magpo-force yung iba. Magpo-force si Angel together with Suigetsu. And kita mo naman si Angel with that Owen 16-8. But yay, will he really carry this team? Dahil siya lang ang may double-digit scoreline.
Now they can. Nag-broken by pa rin dito ng FPX. They still have weapons to fight against Optic dito ngayon. And that is something that Optic do have to be very much aware of, be very much respectful of, if ever man. Because, again, one wrong step and they're coming into the direction na wala na silang weapons to actually try to utilize on. Marv spots out Artist. Artist, nakakuha ba siya ng orb? Was he able to secure it? Oh, yeah, he was. Okay. He's going to readdress the angle dito. Try to go reposition. Maybe pick up one of the TPs. Go all the way around. And speaking of around, the flank from Angel is successful. And look who drops. None other than Ye. This is not good. When Ye falls, Optics opportunities, their power level drops significantly dito ngayon. Ray crashes. I think he was hurt when he dropped down. Yeah, it's Zipman that actually was supposed to deal with him first. Xiao's gonna get spotted here. Does have a shotgun. Could line it up. Takot sila. They have to do something else to flush him out. He's playing around the corner. Does he dance perfectly to this? Yeah, he doesn't. No. All right. Far away shot. Artis. Where's the other one? Coming in all the way through. But the timing from Sugetsu is divine. 2 versus 2. Both of them have long-range weapons. Artis still has the Headhunter. Sugetsu, I don't think he has the ability to flush out the corner na to. The flash from Crashes is perfect.
Artis. Oh, no. Wala. Good crossfire. There's still a chance that Optic... Oh, God. There's still a chance for Optic. But the FPX still forces this one. But looking at that, timing kasi ng utilities, they still have that KO. Walang pang-deny. But Optic, they need to keep calm and collected. Because just one mistake favors FPX. But at least FPX right now, Azure, super comfortable na sila. With how DA rather plays this. And if they get a good pick-off against him, we all know na it's gonna be favoring FPX once again. Pero ngayon, Victor tries to contest this drop area. But most probably, they're gonna be committing here sa A-side. Kita-kita naman, obvious naman. Munti ka nang hindi.
Uy!
But now Xiao gets the shot against Victor.
Oh!
Kita naman sila because Crash is gonna be next. And Xiao gets the 3rd kill. There's the trade coming in from Ye. FNS na lang together with Ye ang natitira muli. No way for them to grab on some ultimates. Pero nga lang, FPX, this is already an advantage against the 2 members of Optic. But remember, Ye is still alive. He can get that off-angle kick in. Pero buti na lang nakapanood na nga kagad sa kanila. And Angel gets Heaviness. And finally, the retake is working onto the side ng mga taga-Fan Plus. Pero ano yun? Ano yung Sui? Hindi ko gets. And that's just it. 2 left na lang, Azurai.
Yeah,
At, oh no, bye-bye.
Ang laking pagkakamali ni Victor yon. Why did he... Yeah, there it is. There was no supplementing utility. So bakit nag-push si Victor sa kanan nung lahat ng binato pa kaliwa? Well, I guess he was hoping na baka may makatch off siya na players ng FPX in transition. Yung tipo na, ay, binato lahat. Mukhang siya yung nahulog. Log.
Alam mo, ito sabi ni Vil, masaya daw if FPX nanalo. Kasi yung crowd nga, syempre EU team Diba? So, diba IMEA? Tas they are also big fans of Paper X.
Ganda man ang pangalan ng IMEA.
IMEA. Ang ganda, no? IMEA. Oh! Shout! What an impact kill! Victoria FNS out! Paano makakapasok ng site na naman muli ang ibang miyembro ng Optic, but at least they still have Marv with that orbital strike. But they still have 2 flashes. Pero Crash is just try to pop off one just in case someone is gonna go where he is. But then binock off na kagad ni Suigetsu ang B para hindi makapasok ang mga miyembro na naman ng Optic. But Ye still waits for someone to pick off sa kanila. They're clearing it out. But what FPX needs to do here is that they're gonna be going for that clean retake. But Zip! Pan! Excuse me, Ye is out! Alam na ni Angel saan magagaling lahat. Sila yung magagaling na nga lang ngayon sa drop and they can just delay so much time. But with that gap through the smoke, he knows he can be able to get one. There's the follow-up coming from Zipan, but Marv takes him down. It's up to Sui, gets it together with Ardis once again. That was a 4v2 yet. Masyado nagmamadaling FPX. Wala naman tayong hinahabol na lakad nor date ngayon. Bakit kayo nagmamadali? But then, the off angle there it is. No! He gets the wall bang. Marv, saan ka nakatingin? Inaantok ka na ba? Gusto mo na ba talagang umuwi? Iba na ba na naman ang time zone ngayon? Kaya inaantok na ang mga taga-optic. But then, I think the FX needs to do is to go for the double swing.
Wait, why are you bleeding?
Wait, go with the knife. Mukhang tilted na ang mga taga-optic. At isa na lang FX is gonna go into the grand finals against Paper Rex, and this is gonna be the clean. So this is a clean lower bracket magic literal.
Grabe yung stress levels ko. Pero imagine the stress levels of the players ng Optic. Oh, yeah. That was already...
One enemy remains. Last player standing.
Okay, that was timing. Marv was just reloading. Na-timing lang siya dito ni Ardis. But, what was the blade for? That was a panic. That was a panic blade from Crashies. Like, he could have thrown it na hindi siya nag-peek out.
Alam mo na eh, di ba?
Yeah, he should have expected na, ano, di ba? Na mag-play na for double pinch ang FPX dito. But, I mean, I'm not the pro player. I'm not the Radiant. But, yeah, that just hurts. That's a good shot from Ye. A pick-off like that against Ardis is a big boost ngayon para sa Optic, and Ye's not slowing down. Grabe. He's feeling it.
He's still consistent. Sabi ko nga eh. Just because of Ye, he can bring this team back on track. But knowing that there's the pressure already coming in from the guys of FPX, how will Optic resonate more from their experience? But FPX, okay, save na lang. Much better. Mamaya na yung retake nila with Xiao with that Nightfall. It's not worth it. Especially na Underman, tapos si Ardis pa yung isang wala. So, maybe exit frags is real. Pero, pwede na lang gawin ng FPX dito, Acer, is to take time na lang eh. Paano nila masya-shutdown si Ye? Ano nga pwede na lang next na gagawin? But as for Optic, this is very draining na para sa kanila at kailangan talaga nilang harapin yung mental fortitude. Kung paano nga ba sila makakapag ganti pa sa oras na tambak sila.
Yun talaga. Si A talaga ang ang superhero ko. Ikaw talaga ang superhero.
Corny mga saray.
Corny doon, Super Ingo, no? It's the best. Talo ng Super Ingo sa Pedro Penduko ang probinsyano para sa akin.
Oh yeah, I love yung Pedro Penduko that it was Jano Gibbs.
Yung isa ako
Have you
sino
watched
ba yun?
that?
Yung isa pa.
Ay, you should watch the Pedro Penduko when it was Jano Gibbs. It was really funny. I swear, it's one of the classics yun. Pero, Optic, they have the gun advantage. But there's the Nightfall. Alam nila, madedetect nila nasan sinabayan ng atin kagad ng mga utilities para lang matake ng mga taga-Optic. And now it's like, si Pan goes with a push. Hindi magkoconnect. Yun lang. Nice try. Nice try sa execution. Bawas ang baril ngayon ng mga taga-FPX. But Xiao is still alive with that Vandal. They might try to get there's a headhunter from Ardis. Timing. Yay. Maririnig ba siya? Wala pa naman. They need to seek out rather ang mga member ng Optic. Okay, not gonna connect, but Ardis.
Spike down A.
So, gets na lang. Mahirap na to. Mabawi pa ang Optic. Maybe this is a 13-8 or 13-9 or 13-10. Yan.
Lahat na ng
Oo, lahat na. Kasi gusto ko na matapos eh. My God.
Okay lang yan, guys. May ano pa tayo, may conquest pa tayo mamaya eh. Yan. Conquest watch party, let's go! Sana meron. Fingers crossed. Best of 5 sa Grand Finals. Hello.
Ay, nako
Okay,
po.
may ano? Oh. Sige, you know you want to take it. Yes. Ay, hindi. Sorry, Spectre din pala yan. Exit Frogger na lang dito si Sugeitsu. Tagalabas na palaka. Ito mo yung
Blaka.
positioning ni Crashies. Nope! Dopey! Ayun. Abandoned pala. Akala ko isa pang Spectre eh. And he gets away. Saves it up. That's good. And he gets a nice little point on the board para sa kanyang ultimate economy din. Look at that. Absolutely sleek shots dito ngayon para sa kay FNS. Can they bring it back though? Yan na. Nagtawag na naman. Wow, 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 dubstep. Wow, 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 wow. Timeout ng FPX. Wow, 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 wow.
Wala na tapusin, nasa rin eh. No room for mistakes. You don't want to give that momentum sa guys of Optic, of course. Very obvious. Pero kasi, medyo kumukulit-kulit pa kasi tong FPX eh. They become too overconfident eh. Let's not forget it's EA we're talking about. It's Optic we're talking about, diba? Kaya, chillings lang naman sana ang FPX and determine what is wrong sometimes sa ginagawa nila. Pero baka kayo na dito pinapagpahinga muna kayo guys, sabi siguro ng coach nila.
Inom muna ng tubig actually ako rin. Inom muna ng tubig.
Ilan taon na pala yung mga members ng FPX, no?
Not sure. FNS is an old player already, coming from CS. Marv from Overwatch. Victor, I'm not sure. Yay from CSGO kaya sinabi mo. I think Marv was like from Overwatch Envy ata. Kasama nila Internet Hulk, I think. Can't remember anymore. Anyways, ito na. FPX has gotten their purchase already. No, wait, Angel? What a flick! Still trade. Good from Crashies. That's gonna allow to access the B site natin dito. This Artist, is he gonna peek through the smoke? This is gonna be brutal para sa kanya, but he's forced to TP out because of that flash. Good one from Crashies, but the spike is still yet to actually have delivered onto the B site. Dito Ray, everything is just dropping, or everything is just pinpointed in this round. If Optic get this, they could actually maybe bring that to 5 rounds. What a cancelable ultimate from Zepan, but he denies Crashies. Pop shots through the smoke. Yay!
So
Naghahanap na siya. He's so close with this operator. Is it gonna be good? Yay! Opportunity. Ang lapit niya. Push siya ng push sa canteen. Sugates is gonna get spotted. He gets the kill, but the trade is gonna be swift from Xiao. Zepan finds Crashies. 2 versus 3 na lang. Victor and Marv to remain the cross. Hold by Marv. Wala siyang ultimate. Zepan's gonna dash across. Artist doesn't know.
No.
Nakatingin siya sa heaven dito ngayon. But look at this. They're pinning them down 2 versus 2. Bumalik. They can just cross. And Xiao is the shot. That's it. FPX goes for tomorrow's Grand Finals up against PRX.
Oh, what a save. Xiao. Give this man his MVP every time it's Xiao's time. He will always be ready to execute an Aserai. This man, I love him. I think FPX, they're one of the teams I didn't expect to make it into the finals. The chances are like 5 to 10%. They paved in, they say goodbye to the current Masters Kings. And now, they'll be facing against the APAC team. Tatandaan mo, Aserai, ito ang team na to, hindi naman sila first seed. Second seed lang sila. Saan ba sila nanggaling? Sa play-ins. Natalo ng PaperX, kumailalim, binalagbag lahat ng teams na dinaanan nila along the way. It was a long journey for them, especially this Optic. they're getting. But as they always play all of those series that we've casted, Asaray, they just keep on getting better. Shorts buff talaga pala ang meron. Pero para sa side ng Optic GG, kailangan nila mag-improve at kailangan nila i-execute yon pagdating ng Champions. Tama nga tayo sa 3-1. Nasa rin, tumama.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just gonna say this kasi I really don't like bind. But kung hindi bind na map, I think we could have gone 3-0 to be honest. Like bind is such an offsetter talaga na map. Like any team could beat any team talaga in that map, but in any other it's like this. I will say though, Ray, I believe it was Fun Plus ata that didn't show up during Masters 1. I think. And ang nag-sub sa kanila was Fnatic because they got the Coco. Hindi sila pinalipad ata or something like that. And now they've come back as a form of redemption then for, not coming into one of the majors na meron dito ngayon sa Valorant. Again, I'm saying it, Optic have a really legitimate shot, but this time it felt like Optic were relying so heavily on Ye's performance. If Ye didn't get all those multi-kills, you do see yung discrepancies na meron dito yung rest of the Optic squad. That's just how I feel about it. And it seems like it was the case then with how the 3-1 unraveled in this best of 5 series.
What a series and what a Fun Plus Phoenix run. Pero guys, I think si Haniklis nga graduate na dito sa VZT Masters Copenhagen at kami ni Asaray. This is actually our last day already sa lower bracket finals cast between Optic nga together with Fun Plus Phoenix. At bukas, it's gonna be VIL and Tear. Maraming salamat sa mga oras na nakisabay-bay kayo sa amin. Kahit last series kami, wala ganong re-rakers ngayon, guys. Dahil nga mga teams natin ngayon, they just keep on getting better. See you sa Conquest and see you siguro sa next one. But all we can say is that good luck, Team Secret. Once again, kami ang yung shoutcasters nyo. Ako si Ray joined me here is Asaray on behalf sa production team. Maraming salamat syempre sa pagkuha sa amin dito sa VALORANT Masters. See you guys and enjoy pa ang finals bukas. Go APAC!
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
They have done it. FPX are in the grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. I'm back here with Sideshow, Doug, and Jess. They couldn't even make Reykjavik. They had to play with a sub here, but they finally made it. The momentum, I know you're going to say it, but how much has that been building in this moment right now?
I mean, it's just been building for so long with this team, and they've had tragedy after tragedy, and finally, with Sugetsu added, like the final piece of Exodia, they're just forging their way through the lower bracket. They feel unstoppable.
I feel like it's like a Yu-Gi-Oh reference as well, like, you know, Blue-Eyed White Dragon. When you finally get that final card, Sugetsu slides in and all of a sudden you become an unbeatable beast. Is that what FPX is now? Well, I think if you make top 2 of an international tournament like this, even if you don't win the grand finals, you have my utmost respect for being one of the best teams in the world, undoubtedly, and this has been one of the highest quality events we've had as well. So
And don't count them out tomorrow as well.
I mean, that's the thing as well, yeah?
Angel had the highest KD and highest ACS.
Of course he did.
For FPS.
Sometimes...
Angel, no, pause. Angel.
Yeah.
What
He's
a
a god.
menace.
He's a god.
What a proper menace.
Yeah.
On the Omen.
Sometimes he'll just give you those games where he just reads his opponents so thoroughly.
I know you're talking about Angel, but Shao, I feel like it was a bit of a Shao show as well. I think every single person today on the FPX roster showed up and had a good performance.
Yeah, I would agree. It felt like the complete package, and that goes back to what we were chatting about earlier. Like, is this their final form, Exodia, you know, all these things? Like, yeah, all of those pieces are coming together. They're hitting their stride at just the right time. Make no doubt about it. Optic, yes, they've looked a little maybe uneasy or a little touch and go this entire tournament, but that is not an easy feat to take down Optic, and they did so in 3-1 fashion. Again, dominant the entire time. FPX are great.
And the great thing about it is that you know Optic left almost everything out on that stage. We're not standing here and going, well, Optic had a bad day at the office, you know, FPX got an easy win. That was not easy. That map count might look like it's easy, but that was a hard-fought victory by FPX. And the fact that they had such a formidable round differential at the end there goes to show how hard they fought. You go back, you watch those maps. You tell me that Optic weren't fighting.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that at the end of the day, you've got the defending champions of Reykjavik and the team that couldn't make it to Reykjavik. So it was our opportunity to see what could have happened before. And this is us sending home the defending champions. But this is what Optic's been able to achieve in the last 12 months.
Wow.
They are
This
by
is insane.
far the best team that we've had in Valorant up to this point. And there may be other teams, maybe a Paper X or an FPX, will challenge that at some point. But the history here is undeniable. There are 2 things, though, that Optic don't have. A deep run in Champions, which they will be going for at the end of the year, and a domestic title, which they can't fight for anymore in this year. So that is just an enormous playbook, but such an opportunity at the end of this year.
The problem with them, I think they fall to too many curses. They have like the winner's curse, you can't win in the second place, kind of then drops. Like they have too many curses. The EMEA curse, I feel like, is non-stop for them.
They need an exorcist. That's what they need, not a curse.
Yeah, and also the curse of like
a
no
Diablo.
team ever defends their title as well. So they fall into every single one. But I think you're right. I think we should celebrate. I know they went out in 3rd place, but this is not a bad team. This is a team that still has the potential to win Champions.
Yeah, no, I think Champions is the next talking point. Obviously, for them, that's their next step. That's what they have to think about. But I think it's a truly important point to bring up because this is an international event. We crown quote-unquote world champions, but Champions comes out, and that's where you get the true end of the year. These are, for 2022, your world champions. That's what we'll get there, and Optic will be looking forward to that. They will be preparing, I have no doubt.
Yeah, of course, one of the guys that showed up to take down Optic today was Ardis, and here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment. This 2K, which was ridiculous. I don't know how he managed to end up doing this.
There are just so many instances where I see artists and I go, how? What?
Yeah.
And honestly, that may have been one of the more tame ones. With the performance that he had tonight, he's just outrageous, unreal.
Yeah, he's kept up his momentum of being the best chamber at the event. And even when he went head-to-head against Ye, sure, Ye performed really well in the final map, but Ardis led the tempo and performed fantastically in these moments, and he's got the flexibility to go on to other stuff as well when his team needs it. We've seen him playing Jet, we've seen him playing KO Chamber. The FPX requires so much of all of their players, and yet they deliver as a system. It works so well.
Yeah, and one guy who was at the helm of that system as well is their coach, Doombros. He is currently standing by with Golden Boy for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Into. Yes, I am with Doom Bros. Congratulations, man. You guys are going to the grand finals. How you feeling, brother?
Thank you, thank you. I feel tired,
Yes.
a bit excited, but mostly just focused, you know, focus on the next game. But
Well, okay, I did want to, kind of touch that because you and I were talking about it before. How late were you up to last night getting ready for this game?
so, I mean, we came to a hotel at 1 in the morning, as you would say. And then I stayed up until 4:30 in the night, just watching VODs and trying to at least have some notes for this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was it. Obviously, the whole morning as well.
Yeah.
But it's tough when you have a best of 5 like straight after. So
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, because you there's no real time. When you go to like challengers or whatever, you have like a match to prepare for the whole week. As a coach, how do you feel like this kind of format, the tournament format, where you're playing matches constantly, especially in playoffs, affects your preparation?
I mean, we're a team that kind of benefits from group play, like getting a week to prepare, get to change some stuff up. And we always kind of struggled in the tournament play where we have to play multiple, maybe best of 5s, best of 3s in a row.
Yeah.
And I think we showed it here as well. We had a couple of days of preparation for Fnatic, and you saw how that went.
Yeah.
And obviously now for Optic, we went in with less preparation, but more just some light preparation, some light ideas, and then more on the fly calls and like doing the scouting in the timeouts and stuff like this. And it worked out. But yeah, it's definitely something we need to upgrade for the future.
For sure. I mean, dude, man, you're out there one man showing it. You know what I'm saying? It's very impressive. I mean, looking at the time right now, you got a lot of time to prepare for your next opponent. Or I shouldn't say a lot, a good amount. Maybe not a 1 a.m. arrival at the hotel. What do you make of this Paper X lineup? Because they seem like they're a completely different beast.
I mean, Paper X is a scary opponent. We actually were down in the bar a couple of days ago talking with them, and then he was talking a bit of smack towards them, and we were talking a bit of smack back to us, like who's the best Yoru, Angel gets 5 kills, stuff like this. But I mean, we're just taking it how it is, we just have to have like a good fundamental game plan and like quality Valorant, and hopefully we can beat them because they're very aggressive, they're very like all over the place. So
yeah,
it will for sure be fun. I love that team anyway, so I'm just glad.
That's fair, dude, man. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you, brother. It's so awesome seeing FPX, the story that they've had up until this point. We'll send it back over to you two, and me and Doom, we're just going to hug it out for a little bit.
Thank you.
I'm so glad Doom Bros brought up the smack talk back and forth, because I was present for that moment, and I distinctively remember Angel saying, "I'm going to show Forsaken how you're supposed to play Yoru."
So we're getting Yoru tomorrow? Confirmed?
Oh,
okay.
no.
Yeah,
no.
this is
No,
trouble.
oh, yes.
This is
So,
troublesome.
oh, yes.
I will say this though, for as wholesome as it was, they love each other, blah blah blah. Come tomorrow, that's not gonna matter. They're not gonna care.
No.
Like, grand finals, everything on the line. You hold no punches back, and does that mean like Yoru on Yoru? Yeah, maybe. I hope so.
We need it. We need it. I feel like we're owed that after this entire tournament.
I just have like Baller in the back of my head screaming, "No Yoru! I was promised Yoru!" And I just think about the fact that we have to get the best of these teams. And from Paper X, they failed when they didn't bring the Yoru on Bind. So I think they've learned their lesson. Just saying.
They also dodged picking the Rainer on Haven as well. I really wanted that one, and they just went back to a normal comp. But either way it goes, we're going to have a new Masters winner. And that is so good. We will not have a back-to-back. Nobody who's ever done it before. 2 brand new teams up there in the grand finals.
Great to see EMEA back in the final as well. We took a little vacation during Reykjavik.
Great to see APAC there for the first time in a
True.
grand final.
That is
That's
true.
even bigger.
You know I'm a paper girl, so tomorrow's going to be a very difficult day for me. But before we move on to looking at the bracket, we have a HyperX, a reflex play of the match as well. And this was just Victor doing, I'm going to just call this, what is this?
Oh, it wasn't that.
What is this?
It's called the HyperX booty shot, because what happens after this? And there it is.
You know what's funny is we were even talking about like, wait, that's not Marv with the op or finesse. No, that's Neon. That's Victor holding the op, and he uses it like a shotgun.
Didn't scope in once. Yeah.
It also didn't work. I mean, that was one
of the... it
of
worked, but it didn't work.
Yeah, sure, those were some of the few highlight moments that they had in a map where otherwise they could feel it slipping away from them.
I feel like Boaster set too bad of a precedent. Like, not everyone can opt. We need to chill out with that. But we also asked you guys at home to vote for the in-zone player of the match for this series. The votes have been tallied up, and you guys have chosen Shao. Oh, I will say that Doug and I kind of rigged the vote a little bit.
We did.
You did.
We both both went to Twitter and voted Shao.
Our 2 votes were obviously 68.8%.
I was like,
of
damn.
everything that came through.
Wow.
I mean, God.
We're really getting bad engagement if you're 2 votes.
We wanted to make sure we got in there.
Our votes count for more.
Oh,
Yeah, our votes just count for more.
I
Bro,
mean-
but how do you not look at Shao and go,
Yeah.
bro, like so many rounds that he single-handedly would win. Like oftentimes putting the team on his back in situations where they were totally outnumbered, statistically had no business winning a round, and then Shao would be Shao.
I think individual raw potential and skill of a player, like if we were to just lay that out in front of us and we had to pick, our top 3, I absolutely put Shao in there without a single, doubt in my mind that he is in there just for individual raw skill and ability. You could probably put him in however many clutch situations, and mind you, he's only blossomed into the beautiful flower he is now in an offline environment. Online, he's pretty good, but he's not as good as he's been here.
And that's what you require. Those kind of players that step up and play their best Valorant in the biggest games. That's how you get to finals.
Yeah.
Well, with that and everything that happened today, we have 2 teams left. We've dwindled it down to just 2 teams. How's your pick'ems looking at home, guys? Because if we take a look at the tournament bracket here, I feel like a lot of pick'ems have been messed up with what's been happening. Not gonna lie, I had Paper Rex all the way to the final, I believe, but I didn't have FPX.
It's funny because I promised Golden Boy that if Leviathan made it against Paper X in the finals, I would owe him a very, very expensive watch. So he only got 50% of the way there, so maybe I'll give him a plastic watch, a Hello Kitty watch.
It is awesome to see these 2 teams in the finals that have such completely different styles. One fast, aggressive, high tempo. The other slow, trying to control and win things in the mid-round. It's really going to be an awesome match.
Well, and it kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier. Nobody expected this. There were so many people who had Optic and Fnatic as the 2 who were going to duke it out. We were robbed of that match, by the way, which is bloody criminal. But then also, this is going to be such a good matchup. Again, the stylistic differences that you mentioned, it's just going to be fireworks tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait till tomorrow, Doug. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me today. Thank you to you guys at home for watching as well. Here is the Prime Gaming post-match highlights to relive all of the action you guys saw today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Optic have a huge opportunity to defend their Masters title here. They've never beaten an EMEA team before. Will the curse be broken today?
The 1v2 for Shao, though. Oh, Shao!
I have a spider on my screen, bro.
Shao is having an absolute series here, and they look untouchable.
Let's go.
FPX forced Optic to bend the knee here. 13-6. It was clear cut, Mike.
Come on, chameleon.
Shao still stands up to this round. Oh, make it 3. Shao is unreal right now. Suddenly, Victor appears. Oh, Honest! Insanity from the man himself. FPX wanted a round. They said Honest in, and Honest gets it done. 13-8. FPX looking mean right now. Who's that? Tombiz? Sideshow? No.
Is he falling asleep?
This game is getting so precarious. Again, the scoreline does not look how close this game is getting. This is the Optic you needed to see. Oh, and Infamous went for the fight. He has to think
Oh my God!
Shao again! They are not down, and they are not out yet. Optic, hold on! FPX are just annihilating Optic.
Nice.
And Optic watching their chances slip away.
Nice!
FPX one round away here. And FPX will make it to the grand